answer to this question. What was the name of Ralphie's aunt who gave him the bunny suit? 215-263 WMMR. We go to Dan. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning.
All right, buddy. Who was the one that gave Ralphie the bunny suit?
That would be Aunt Clara.
Yes.
Yeah!
Hang on a second, buddy. We're going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Eric D'Alessandro on Saturday, May 18th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. And tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. All right, some entertainment stories to go through. Tears started falling down Taraji P. Henson's face as she spoke with Gayle King recently about racial pay disparities in Hollywood. When asked if she was considering walking away from the industry, the actor lamented that she was tired. She said, "I'm just tired of working so hard, being gracious at what I do, getting paid a fraction of the cost, and I'm tired of hearing my sisters say the same thing over and over." The Empire actor went on to explain that she said there's a whole team behind her and that they have to get paid as well as Uncle Sam, which together eats up approximately 80% of her income. And she said, "I hear people go, 'You work a lot.' And I said, 'I have to. The math ain't mathin'," she said. It seems every time I do something and break another glass ceiling, when it's time to renegotiate, I'm at the bottom again, like I never did what I just did, and I'm just tired," she said.
And they say it's gotten worse in general now in the industry because as they're going to accommodate this new contract, there's, in the effort to get everything more equitable, there's going to be sort of an imbalance because they're going to start cutting back on projects. They're going to start cutting back on people that they're adding to the staff of movies. So, yeah, it's going to get worse.
Wow.
Merry Christmas.
The interview has sparked a discussion in the industry with stars like Viola Davis and Gabrielle Union and Keke Palmer sharing the clip to their social media pages. I hope she certainly doesn't quit. I do like her a lot.
Yeah, she's great.
Great actress. Sydney Sweeney spoke to Glamour in an interview published on Tuesday about the loss of her friend and co-star Angus Cloud. The Euphoria star died unexpectedly in July. He was 25. She said, "Me and my co-stars were constantly on the phone with each other, crying because it was such a shock." She said, "I don't think that it'll truly feel real or hit me until we're filming and I won't see Angus on the set." She said, "At least we are filming. All of our eyes are on each other and we are there for each other. It just in a different way when we're able, we're able to when we're all in very separate places in the world. It's really interesting when someone passes away in our industry because they're still alive in so many forms," she said. So it's tough for them, obviously. This is interesting. Tuesday, Meghan Markle appeared in an advertisement for the coffee company Clever, which she shared to Instagram. She plays an intern in the advertisement and can be seen in the background going through the fridge and packing coffee into boxes as co-founder Hannah Mendoza gives viewers a tour of the company's facilities. According to People magazine, Markle invested in Clever in 2020 and said in a press release at the time, "I'm proud to invest in Hannah's commitment to sourcing ethical ingredients and creating a product I personally love and has a holistic approach to wellness. And I believe in her and I believe in her company."
She's also in this new commercial for the sealant, Preston, where she makes this sort of speedboat out of this epoxy, and that's her.
I think she's got a catchphrase in her future.
Wee doggy.
Woo doggy.
She cut that thing in half and then...
Yeah, she cuts it in half, and then she uses the sealant to make sure that it's seaworthy.
Tape.
And she is so excited, she exclaims.
Woo doggy. Is he saying woo doggy or you doggy?
I think he's wee doggy.
I was thinking woo doggy. Let's do it again. Here we go. I do hear you doggy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow, it's her catchphrase. She can do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. On a recent episode of the Inside of You podcast, Jennifer Love Hewitt looked back on the beginning of her career in Hollywood. She said, "I felt watched. I felt like I had to be everything for everybody all the time." And she said, "I was called sexy before I ever knew what being sexy was. I was 17 years old on the cover of Maxim, and I had no idea why." The Can't Hardly Wait actor added that she wasn't in her body during this particular time.
A lot of other people were, though, you know.
Yeah, there were a few other people.
Right, yeah.
Right.
I remember on Party of Five, she was sort of the every girl. She wasn't And then obviously she hit her stride.
Yeah.
You're Jamie Kennedy's boyfriend or girlfriend for a long time.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
They
right.
both worked together on that show, Ghost Whisperer.
Ghost Whisperer? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the big sell on that was that she did all her whispering in negligees and
Did they kind of parody?
diaphanous clothing.
Did they kind of parody that in Forgetting Sarah Marshall? Because Sarah Marshall was on a TV show where like she talked to like animals. She was like an animal whisperer. Or
I don't know. I think Ghost Whisperer
like that.
might have come after that, but I'm not
Okay.
sure. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. George Clooney is hanging up his bat suit despite his cameo as Batman in The Flash. He told Entertainment Tonight recently, I do not think that there's enough drugs in the world for me to go back.
I think George Clooney, I think, listen, I'm a huge Batman fan. I don't blame George Clooney for that George Clooney Batman outing. It was a horrible script.
Yep.
Yeah.
He said, well, as for why he returned to the role for The Flash, he said, well, I thought there was such a clamor for me to come back as Batman, as you know, there was a clamor. I actually said, where are my rubber nipples? And they were like, can we do it without the rubber nipples? And I was like, well, it's not really my Batman, is it? So
Yeah.
it was neat to see him in that for a moment.
Yeah.
For a moment.
Yeah.
Why don't you forget George Clooney Batman for a moment?
He's probably a better Bruce Wayne than Batman, right?
You nailed it.
Okay.
You nailed it. That's
And
exactly it.
And he was Bruce Wayne. He wasn't Batman.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that
so in The
scene,
Flash, yeah.
he's playing Bruce Wayne more than...
But they did put rubber nipples on him for some odd reason.
Matt was in George Clooney Batman.
Oh, really?
I don't- what-
Her husband was a professional rollerblader, X Games rollerblader.
Marissa handed me this note. Would you care to expand on that?
Yeah,
Marissa?
there's a scene where Mr. Ice is down in his ice lair.
Mr. Freeze?
Mr. Freeze, I'm sorry,
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Freeze.
Heat
And,
miser.
Yeah, all of these guys like skate around, and Matt was one of those guys.
And it
Yeah.
is a cool, dumb scene at the same time.
Yeah,
That's the one where, chill.
So-
the Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze.
So he was around Arnold. Was Arnold there while they were shooting that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He was
That's
on
pretty
set
cool.
during all of that.
Well,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
nice. Excellent.
Did he keep his rubber nipples?
He didn't get a pair. Steve.
Damn it.
Yeah.
All right. In an interview with Variety that was published on Wednesday, Rachel McAdams explained her absence from Walmart's Black Friday commercial that featured a Mean Girls cast reunion. And she said, I guess I wasn't that excited about doing a commercial, if I'm being totally honest. She said a movie sounded awesome, but I've never done commercials, and it just didn't feel like my bag. And she said also, I didn't know that everyone was doing it.
If she had known that, I bet she would have done
She
it.
said, I would, of course, always love to be a part of a Mean Girls reunion and hang with my plastics, but yeah, I found that out later on. Why wouldn't they let her know that? Why wouldn't they
Because
come
they're
back around?
morons.
Yeah.
Even George Clooney was a part of it.
Wow.
I'm going to say something mean here. She has, and there are people out there, beautiful, beautiful people that have like a trademark thing that is part of their body or their face or whatever that I just want them, like, you can fix this, right? So she's got a giant
a mole.
mole.
It's a beauty mark.
Yeah, I
You want it gone?
want it gone. I want Will Ferrell to fix his damn teeth. You know what I mean? Like
Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant. Just some Invisaligns for a little
Get
bit.
Invisalign.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So there are blemishes and
That
little
mole
things.
on her face. Mole.
Yeah. No, I think it's cute. It doesn't really bother me, but you know.
Meanwhile, I got a giant moles on my face. I think maybe that's what it is.
I think it's-
Internally.
I think it's. I think you're
I got a giant mold on my face.
you're deflecting. Yeah, that's what you're
probably
doing.
what it is.
Yeah. So all right. Gail King on CBS Mornings, obviously anchor, took Billy Crystal back to Katz's Delicatessen for the first time since he had shot When Harry Met Sally.
Have you guys watched any of this interview?
I've
No.
not yet.
It's
no.
really great.
I'll bet it is.
And Billy just seems, we talk a lot about women having changed their faces over the years. Billy went down sort of a weird plastic surgery route for a bit, and he looks like he's gotten out of it. And he talks really glowingly about the movie. He talks about he's really thrilled that they never did a sequel. He says, like, we don't need it.
Yeah.
And
No,
it's
it's
a great interview.
Completely self-contained. You'd F it up.
So he said, I haven't been here since we actually shot the movie, and they sat down to lunch at that same table from the scene, and he reflected on the meaning of the movie. He said, it's actually more important as time goes by. because people fall in love every day. People fall out of love every day. People find each other. They lose each other every day. And new generations keep finding When Harry Met Sally, and they keep discovering it. And we're forever young in that movie, and we represent them, and they relate to us.
Hey, did Gail King replicate the orgasm?
No, but there is a nod to this. So King is profiling him and each of this year's other Kennedy Center honorees, including Dionne Warwick, Queen Latifah, soprano Renee Fleming, and singer-songwriter Barry Gibb. The honors ceremony took place on December 3rd, but it doesn't air until the 27th on CBS. So Katz's Deli is where the iconic scene happened where Meg Ryan fakes the orgasm in front of Billy Crystal. Director Rob Reiner's mother played the woman nearby the table who jokes, "I'll have what she's having." And actually, Billy is the one who came up with that line, "I'll have what she's having." A key component of Crystal's Kennedy Center Honor Showcase took place at a makeshift Katz's Deli. So it was Meg Ryan. She didn't quite repeat her performance from the film, but she had some fun at Crystal's expense during an appreciation for him during the ceremony. She said, the scene came really naturally to me, and I really have Billy to thank for that. She joked that she had never been around anyone who made faking an orgasm easier. And then she got a little emotional. She said his wife, Janice, has known for over 50 years, falling in love with a pretty easy thing to do. Jay Leno, Bob Costas, Whoopi Goldberg, Lin-Manuel Miranda, Robert De Niro, and Rob Reiner all offered heartfelt words for a big-hearted human at the Kennedy Center Honor. So you'll be able to see that on the 27th. But this interview is now available.
Billy Crystal did his special years ago. It's one of the funniest things I remember seeing, and he had gone to Russia. And there was all these skits that were done in and around that trip, and he'd performed. He did like a stand-up act for Russians.
Yeah, it was great.
But the skits were freaking hilarious.
Yeah.
And I can't find it anywhere.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was friends with our old boss, John Fulham. It was a friend of Fulham, and I always
Billy Crystal?
Yeah,
I
John
never knew that.
He was a foff.
He was a foff, and I mean that was the term that was used around here in the office, a foff. And John made friends with some really interesting people over the years, including Jay Thomas and Billy Crystal.
Yeah, Steve and I had dinner with him and Jay Thomas one time.
It
which
was
really
blast.
Cool.
It was great.
Yeah. All right, so Cameron Diaz is sharing her thoughts on unconventional approaches to marriage. She was recently on a podcast where she said she thinks that married couples with separate bedrooms and even separate houses should be normalized.
Now, you and I haven't gone the separate houses route, but we do have separate bedrooms.
Absolutely. And I walked into the master bedroom where Rochelle sleeps this morning, and the TV was on and cranked up loud, and she is just there, passed out cold.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this is why I don't sleep with you. This is why I just can't do it.
Yeah.
So, and it's been that way for, 20 some odd years.
Everyone's happy.
Yep. To me, she said, I would have my house. I have my house. You have yours. We have the family house in the middle. I'll go sleep in my room. You go sleep in your room. I'm fine. And we have the bedroom in the middle that we can convene in for our relations.
And they have the dungeon for sex.
That too.
Yeah.
So she's been married to good Charlotte guitarist Benji Madden since 2015. They had the first child together in 2020. So they're doing just fine. Let's see what time we got here. Let's see. I got a couple more stories I can go through.
Jackie.
It was like if Jack A was sick.
Let's see. Yeah. And by the way, man, I'm constant. I need more tissues. I gotta bring my whole box of tissues in here.
You got whomped last night because yesterday we had an appearance after the broadcast, live broadcast.
Yeah.
You were doing okay.
I felt fine last night. It was until this morning driving in. This started. So here we go. Amy Robach and TJ Holmes are thinking about their future. The former GMA3 co-anchors, of course, were let go from ABC after their relationship, where they were still married to other people, went public last year. They recently debuted a podcast called the Amy and TJ Podcast.
I can't wait to listen.
They opened up about their relationship and fallout from the scandal. And on Tuesday's episode, they talked about just how serious the relationship has become. Robach addressed a query from a listener that said, "Are you guys going to tie the knot?" And Robach said it's under consideration. She said, "We did not enter this relationship for fun or for let's see what happens. We entered this relationship because we intended on spending our lives together. So whether or not we have some sort of legal, I don't know, button on it, she said.
If you see any picture of those two together, she looks at him as if every second she wants him to F her spine out.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've never seen whatever chemistry they got. It's unbelievable.
If they do get married, it won't be very soon. She had said, we both have 2 marriages under our belts, and so it's not something we're racing or rushing towards. But there is something, I get it. It's this thing that I can't even explain where there's this desire, but I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I can say that. It's on the table. It's on the table.
They're beautiful.
Yeah.
They're beautiful people.
They're beautiful people.
And I can't wait to listen to every stinking second of that podcast.
She is like super good looking.
She
and so
is.
is he.
Yeah, of
they're
course.
both stunning, obviously. All right. And then one last thing. Netflix next sci-fi movie has a surprising lead. The streamer just released the very first brief teaser for Spaceman, which stars Adam Sandler as an astronaut who encounters a mysterious alien creature, which is voiced by Paul Dano. This is while he's on a research mission in space.
That's him.
That's him calling Houston?
Yeah.
We have a problem.
He's doing it seriously, though. This is all right. It's a serious turn.
absolutely.
Looking at me, Swan.
The film, directed by Johan Renck,
We think there's an air leak in your capsule.
sounds
Stop looking at me, Swan.
it sounds weird and grim, and is based on a Czech novel, Spaceman of Bohemia, by Jaroslav Kalfar.
You're going to love it.
Here's how Netflix describes the premise. 6 months into a solitary research mission to the edge of the solar system, an astronaut, Jacob, who is played by Adam Sandler, realizes that the marriage he left behind might not be waiting for him when he returns to Earth. Desperate, to fix things with his wife, Lenka, who's played by Carey Mulligan. He is helped by a mysterious creature from the beginning of time that he finds hiding in the bowels of his ship.
Want to touch your hiney?
And that is played by Dano. Hannes is his name. He works with Jacob to make sense of what went wrong before it is too late.
So it's like an intergalactic marriage counselor.
It kind of sounds like that.
basically it.
But I think
Gore
it's a,
Flap, what do you think when he says that?
I think it's like a straight sci-fi drama.
Yeah.
There's not a lot to go on in the brief teaser, but the setup holds a lot of promise behind it.
There's a reality show in the making, Preston, intergalactic marriage counselor.
I totally. How could that not work?
He can be a really good straight actor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's excellent.
Hustle was really good, and what is it, Rain or Me?
Dude, Rain or Me, I think that was his first straight dramatic turn, and I thought it was Oscar worthy, to be honest. I
believe he was nominated for a Golden Globe.
He was that good in that movie.
Just what was it up against? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
I don't
that's
know.
the part that sucks. It's like, man, you might have like the performance of a lifetime.
It happens all the time.
Yeah,
So a lot of times what happens, even with the Academy Awards, is eventually they'll give, everyone will go, why are you not nominated for this? So they'll nominate them next year and give them the award when they get a lot of blowback. So a lot of
It
people
happens-
believe Paul Neumann should have won for The Verdict, and instead he won for The Color Purple.
And that's dumb. I mean, they do that in football too. Like where if they make a bad call, they'll do like a makeup call.
Color of Money.
Color Purple. Yeah, of
I'm
course.
like, what scene was
What
that?
scene is that? Yeah. Paul Newman was in that?
Yeah.
But they do it all the time.
He did win a Teen Choice Award for Love Player.
Paul Newman?
No, Adam Sandler.
Do we have some of his? Yeah, that's his acceptance speech. So, I think we're ready for clips, gang. Here we go. Oh, this has a little bit of local flavor to it.
Ooh.
Marianne, a successful and fiercely independent woman who recently adopted a baby, gets stuck in a small town with no available rooms, and her only option is to stay with the innkeeper's brother, Joe. And here, director Jeff Beasley compares the religious-themed Miracle in Bethlehem, PA, to his more lighthearted holiday films. Here we go.
My wife saw it, she cried twice and said it was her favorite movie of the season. Maybe not as bombastic as Santa Summit or as eclectic as Chris, but certainly just as emotional and poignant and funny.
Joe, I love you. So Miracle in Bethlehem, PA debuts tonight at 8 p.m. on Hallmark Channel.
Oh, I am so there.
Yes. And,
Bethlehem, we're looking at it.
lovely little Bethlehem. So,
Yeah.
all right, next clip. Here we go. In Ladies of the 80s, A Diva Christmas, Lonnie Anderson, Morgan Fairchild, Linda Gray, Donna Mills, and Nicolette Sheridan play 5 rival divas who reunite to shoot the final Christmas episode of their long-running soap opera. This is great. Listen to all those names.
I told you, I saw them on a show. They were all together. They must have been pitching this thing.
In this clip, Donna Mills talks about being a TV star then versus now.
It's not nearly as much fun now, you know.
These days, you don't really know the names of most of the actors on different shows. They come and go so fast, and they're all different. There's so many of them. We got to be household names because of, you know, how often we were on and stuff like that. It was a much better time, I think, for actors.
I love this. Yeah. Listen to that. Lonnie Anderson, Morgan Fairchild, Linda Gray, Donna Mills, and Nicolette Sheridan. I mean, they were the hotties of their time.
So Morgan Fairchild is a current cast member of a soap opera that's running now. I saw her the other day.
Yeah.
And she apparently, I forget which one it was, but yeah, she's apparently a reoccurring actress on one of these soap operas.
Wow.
Daytime soap opera.
And Linda Gray, the lone brunette in the crew.
Yeah.
That's great. All right, so Ladies of the 80s, A Diva Christmas is part of the It's a Wonderful Lifetime holiday movie slate. So it's a Lifetime movie. If you
Yeah, I tend not to, I'm more in the Hallmark realm, but I will jump over to the Lifetime. I think I'll do it for this.
So, Steve, I'm an idea guy. I'm an idea, no action guy. And the other night, as I was trying to fall asleep and couldn't fall asleep, I thought of this I thought it was a good idea for a Christmas movie.
Sure.
And so I pitched it to Nick Murphy, he's my sounding board. What do you think of this? All right, so it's a movie about an adult person. I don't know if it's a woman or a man yet.
All right.
Do I say this? Oh man, I don't know if I should say this on the air. You know what? I'm gonna hold off on this for a second because
May I ask why you should not say it on the air?
Because they didn't want someone to steal the idea and run with it.
No, well,
just like they did for that major
we're gonna
movie.
have to talk off air real quick about this because it's a philosophy that you hold, and if I feel like if I say this, then it's going to be against your philosophy. So
okay,
crap, man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
I'm really, really sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right. You've apologized.
I've apologized. It's not hard to say you're sorry.
No.
I didn't do anything. What do you want me to say sorry for?
You were nasty for no reason.
I jokingly said F you.
She was joking, Casey.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I'm not saying sorry for a joke.
Is that what the movie's about?
It should be.
Is it called An F.U. Christmas?
Yeah.
Clearly, we need to wrap it up and go home.
I was just saying, clearly we need vacation.
We need some time
How
off.
awesome would it be if we wrapped up the year with a fist fight?
Oh my God!
That would be so awesome. Well, stick around. You never know what's going to happen this morning. We do know Bill Weston's going to be by. We do know that Peter Billingsley will be joining us this morning, and at some point we're going to do the Connoisseur. Maybe next we'll have a little discussion off there besides Casey's little subject here. We'll talk about what we're going to do next. You just hang out right there, and we'll be back in a moment and tell you everything that's going on. Stay with us, friend. So this is a little bit offbeat, but the Tower of London, we visited that when we went to England a couple of years ago. The Tower of London's Queen Raven is missing and feared dead, according to the staff at the fortress. So apparently they keep this flock of ravens there. And I remember being there and they're huge. They're these big black birds. I remember seeing them.
Yeah.
I just thought they were... That's why they just kind of, flew in and hung out. But apparently they have a...
They cultivate them.
Yeah, they I was going to say they grow them there.
They grow them there.
But they...
Do you have any of those crow seeds?
The tower usually has 6 ravens at any time. And according to legend, if they ever leave, then both the fortress and the kingdom will fall.
Yes.
There are currently 7
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah!
There are 7 in residence. A spokesman said Marlena's continued absence indicates to us that she may have sadly passed away. So that's Marlena. She is the queen.
It is a matter of great distress for us as Marlena has gone missing. As you know, the legend of the kingdom will fall. We don't have 7 crows present. So it is now that I must inform the matters. Thank you.
So disgusting.
We need a different spokesperson.
Who hired him?
Yeah, time to retire, bro.
It's always some guy with big mutton chops.
Can we get a young guy?
I'm 27. Taking care of these birds will age you.
He added, Merlina was our undisputed ruler of the roost, queen of the Tower Ravens. She will be greatly missed by her fellow Ravens, the Raven Master, and all of us here in the Tower community.
But if you know Merlina, you know that's so Raven.
I believe the people that work at the tower, I think they volunteer. I think they, I want to say I remember reading that. It was great. I really enjoyed going
I'm a complete
there.
Anglophile when it comes to this stuff. The royal family, the tower, even watching The Crown is so much fun. Listen, some people don't get it. I love it.
It's a dated concept, but it's pretty cool.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And embracing that and keeping that going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're touristy spots in London that you'd think maybe are a little cheesy or whatever. This was not. I really enjoyed that tour, and I'd go back. And the Crown Jewels are there. It was really cool.
By the way, if you do want to see the Crown Jewels, my only one-time visit there, my recommendation, we got as soon as it opened, and it was the first place we went, and there was nobody there. And apparently the line...
You were putting on the crown.
We looked at out in front of where the Crown Jewels are, is one of those back and forth switchback wait line things, and you could just by walking through that, we're like, okay, this could take forever on a busy day, but we got right in. It was very impressive.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty cool. The Raven Master, Christopher Scaife, said that he would be taking some time to mourn Merlina. Tower staff added that they had no immediate plans to replace her. And Charles is believed to have been the first monarch to officially decree that the birds must be kept at the tower at all times. So one's gone. And apparently when numbers fell to just a single Raven Guard, Winston Churchill had ordered that the flock, which is known as an unkindness, that's a flock of ravens.
An unkindness.
Yes, was increased to at least 6 in.
We want to grease the flock.
Yes, in 2018, the tower launched.
Get the flock out of here.
A raven breeding program.
Quoting Lethal Weapon 2.
After his
Of course. Yes. What did the shepherd say to the other shepherd?
Winston Churchill was a visionary.
Was
it?
That was in the first one, Winston. I'm sorry. I will have to throw that at you. But anyhow, it was becoming increasingly difficult to source the birds. So, all right. And that's all I have time for, I guess, in my thing that I just did. What was it? The junk drawer.
Whatever that was.
And that wraps up tonight's thing that I just said. I'm Tom Brokaw.
It's called the news.
We were talking about checking our mental health earlier.
Yes.
If you've been feeling stressed out, you may want to scream, and you should, as it could help you feel better.
So we had the discussion about primal scream therapy and the song Shout by Tears for Fears. And the jury's still out as to whether or not that was actually a song about primal scream therapy, but it used to be all the rage for a while.
Yes. Avi Klein, a psychotherapist, says, I think every emotion...
You should do it!
we feel... A little reverb on that, please, when if you're going to...
You should do it! It's so therapeutic!
He says, I think every emotion that we feel has a kind of correlating action that goes along with it. It feels really good or even healthy to discharge that emotion. John Norcross is a professor of psychology at the University of Scranton and says that no matter how you vent your feelings out,
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
it's a good way to relieve tension. Can you hit that again, please?
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
Okay. Klein notes that simply screaming won't face your issues.
We can't play the whole one. Can we? I don't know if times have changed.
And you'll still have to face whatever it is that's bothering you and work through it even after taking the edge off.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Jesus.
I have a strange discharge.
I'm just clipping the...
Well, yeah, the rest of it tells where the discharge came from.
Yeah.
And that's when Bill gets a little nervous.
It's actually worse this way.
Is it?
I think, but by his reckoning, it would probably be better.
Well, maybe he got let out of the Army and it was strange, and he got a strange discharge, and he was...
Can I talk for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
I'm sorry, I was trying to read a book here, but yeah, please tell me about your drippy weenie.
Yes.
Can I finish my steak first?
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
Wait, I nailed it so much better. I'll have to edit that down.
I want to hear discharge.
All right.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
There we go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
And then,
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
What would a normal one be? What would a non-strange discharge be? You know?
yeah. I have froyo coming out my ass. That's pretty strange, but probably more acceptable.
Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhone quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song in your iTunes. I don't care what song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it on. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song?
No,
choose?
it does not
cool
matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one. All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free, bro.
You
You
take
just
her
shove
phone
the
in her
phone
mouth and look like
plug
an
up your
imbecile.
ears.
You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
He didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right,
No.
here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, I was watching a YouTube video or something like that. He was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something. It was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Presley Gerber, the son of supermodel Cindy Crawford, took to Instagram Live in order to clear up his reasons for getting a tattoo on his cheek.
All right, hey guys. I want to let you know I wrote in a word on my face.
Which he has received backlash for. And I've not seen it. I've just read this story. That's it. And the only thing I have is a quote from him that says, if I thought it was going to ruin my face, I wouldn't have done it.
Really?
Well, that's how stupid he is. He what is the word that it's one word and it's
what, the word on his face?
Yeah, do you
misunderstood.
Misunderstood, right. So it's under his eye high up on his cheek. It's a thin line, but it's still stupid. He's a male model, as is his sister, Kaya Gerber. And I don't know why you would do that.
Male, you're a model.
Yeah.
And you've just
ruined your career.
Ruined exactly your product. Oh my God.
Now he has tattoos.
He's got a lot of tattoos.
He has no tattoos on. his face.
He's got some on his neck.
Yeah.
All over his hands.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Did you see Amber Rose? Amber Rose has a tattoo along the top part of her, highest part of her forehead.
Her hairline?
Yeah. So
Okay.
her head's always shaved, and it's sort of calligraphy. It looks lovely. But what are you going to do with that? I couldn't even read what it said, but it's big.
Okay.
I'm sort of coming around on face tattoos.
You gonna get one?
Though. I wouldn't want any of my children to. Listen, if you're, I met these guys at the tattoo convention, right?
They were the coolest guys. They were smoking cigarettes.
they were smoking cigarettes,
and they were wearing leather.
I was like, wow, man, can you blow smoke rings? One guy, and they listen to the show. Their guy's name is Dave.
Yeah.
He's got a he's got a D that's kind of like tattooed into his beard line.
For Dave?
For Dave. And
I could see why you're coming around.
listen, he and his buddy, they both lay concrete. They're both just big.
They both
they are like concrete. It's not that they actually like concrete.
I said lay.
They both
They're
like
fans of concrete,
concrete.
I thought he
and
did.
various gravel.
What did he say?
Lay concrete.
I thought you said like.
I did
thought
too.
they both
I was
like
wondering-
concrete.
A huge fan of cement.
Big fans of concrete.
They're big fans
Just
of
love it. No, yeah, no.
metamorphic and sedimentary and so okay. So
What does that have to
obviously-
do with it anyway?
Because listen, they lay concrete for a living. What the hell does it matter if they, they face tattoos or whatever? They're not your lawyer, They're not a judge on the bench or where, somebody that you would not want to have face tattoos.
if someone wants to do it, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
In this case, we're questioning a male model whose livelihood depends on his looks getting a word tattooed on his face that will always have to be attended to whenever he does something.
Sure, but he already has tattoos on his neck as well. I mean,
Because
so
here's-
clearly it's not that big of a deal.
Here's an argument for you for why it's a bad idea. Okay. So in human interaction, and when you start to meet someone for the first time, whatever the scenario may be, you engage in eye contact and facial reading of emotions and things like that.
Yeah.
If you have stuff written or placed on your face, it's a distraction from that. And
Okay.
I think it's a lack of being able to communicate effectively.
But what about like a giant mole on somebody's face? Are you going to tell them to get that removed because it's distracting?
If possible, yes.
Yes.
Very distracting when we
Yes.
talk to you.
Yes.
Can you get that removed?
I have a Facebook page.
and take your
called-
friend with the face tattoo.
You don't like
There's a
concrete,
great
Kathy.
line from Uncle Buck where he goes, why don't you go down to the sump dump and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face? A woman's got a big mole on her face.
Mole.
So here we are, Valentine's Day. You can feel the love in the air. Hopefully you have someone in your life today. If not, that's okay too.
Yes.
But we love you. Remember that.
Yes.
Just not in that way.
No, but we can for the right amount of money.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We had a nice discussion last week about first kisses and how well we remember them and how important they are in your life.
Yeah.
And
you had a great one.
Yeah, I had a wonderful.
I had a
one.
great one.
Yeah. And now, some people don't have great first
No.
kisses. In fact, some of them can be disastrous.
I would say whoever kissed Harvey Weinstein.
Probably
dear
a
God.
disastrous
A
first
disaster.
kiss. Yeah.
And I said mine. I was really, really nervous. And then after I did it, I was like, what the hell was I so nervous about? That was not a big deal.
Yeah. But and maybe that's part of the reason why some people wait so long to have their first kiss: the nervousness or the fear that it's going to go bad, or I don't know. So we started talking about it, and we got responses from people, from adults who have never kissed anyone in their lives. And we said, you know what, we could maybe have a couple people come in, and we can get that first kiss out of the way. Casey, give me some light love music here as we
Five-finger death punch.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it, though? No, there you go. That's perfect. We're going to meet our contestants, find out what they're all about, or who they are and what they're all about. Let's start with a phone call that we received when we initially talked about this on the air. This is Sophie who is here this morning. Hey, Sophie, how you doing?
I'm good.
So you gave us a call, and we had, we were just asking who hadn't ever kissed anybody who happens to be an adult. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 21.
You're 21 years old. All right. And so I assume you've never had a boyfriend then if you've never kissed anybody?
No.
Really? And why do you think that is? Why? Because, you're cute. And
you are.
Yeah.
You're adorable. Yeah.
I probably just kind of thought like, oh, I'll get around to it later. And then in high school, I was like,
I'm 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. So you know what we need to do? We need to do the Connoisseur this morning. And we also, and I'm sorry, Marissa, she's running around like crazy. I'm like, we got to get the clips for the Connoisseur. We got to get the blah, blah, blah. And now I'm like, we have to try our new Mini Melts flavor as well. And today we are going to be sampling the flavor of Banana Split. Thank you very much. The Connoisseur is sponsored by Mini Melts Ice Cream. We had loads to hand out to people at the Christmas Miracle yesterday. Everybody was loving getting their Mini Melts.
Yes. Thank you,
Banana Split, by the way, is a new take on the classic sundae. It combines creamy vanilla, sweet strawberry, delicious banana, and savory chocolate to make your taste buds have an explosion of flavor in your mouth. All right, so, nice, Casey. This is Jackie Bam Bam's theme song, by the way. Friday night, you call it. Oh. All right, Steve just tried some.
I freaking love
Is it
these
great?
things.
Yeah,
It's really good.
This is going to be no surprise to me because this is my jam. This is my flavor. I already know about this one. So should I act surprised?
Have you tried it?
Oh yeah, this is what I do when I go to Mini Melts at Wawa. This is the flavor I get.
Oh, this is great, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, this is my new favorite then. I would eat just vanilla, you know?
I eat banana.
But they mix up all these awesome flavors, so. Pardon us while we're eating.
I'm a banana split fan, so yeah.
When's the last time you had an actual banana split with a banana and the whole thing?
Years.
I was just going to say, I don't think I've ever ordered that because they're always so big.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I don't think I've ever actually ordered a real banana split.
Yeah,
This is actually,
and this is a way to go about having it without having to do the whole gigantic thing. And get the single serve at Wawa. So, yum.
Kathy, can you split a dessert with someone? Can you share?
Oh, there's no way. Unless it's like Jace or something like that.
Because you can share a banana split. I mean, in theory, people can. I don't know if you can share a banana split with someone.
would you do nachos with Gary Lauer?
Well, that's not what I was asking.
But see, that's the thing. There are people that I would share a dessert with, yes.
With me.
But there are people,
When you and Casey are fighting, would you?
What if each person had a clean spoon for every single bite that they took?
Yeah.
Both of you.
Yeah, we could.
Then you could do
I
it,
could go
right?
for a table
No, you're
banana
lying.
split. If a clean spoon, if everyone had a clean spoon?
Yeah, so you take a bite of the spoon, and then you throw it away.
out.
You throw it in the sink
He's
or whatever.
saying that now.
And then you have a new spoon every time.
I
That
will
might
say
work.
I can split a dessert with pretty much anybody. I just don't want to. Can we just order 2 of these and you can have yours and I'll have mine?
My Claire will laugh because, hey, well, I'll have some of yours. And she looks at me and she goes, I'll get my own.
All right, so banana split. Make sure you try this from Mini Melts. Fantastic single serve right there. You can get it at your local Wawa, and it's in its own signature Mini Melts ice cream standalone freezer because it has to be colder than the other ice creams. It's how they prepare it. So they have to have their own container, and that's why you see it there in Wawa. It's by the register. Grab one. It's easy to get, and you're going to love this flavor. I'm holding out, and they're telling us what flavors we're trying. We have to go through 13 of these eventually.
Yeah.
When do we get to Brownie Blast? That's the one that I want.
I think it's when we get back.
Is it when we get
I
back?
think so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And I'm loving Banana Split.
Yeah.
This is excellent. So thank you, Mini Melts, for sponsoring the Connoisseur. All right. Speaking of the Connoisseur, I do have some stories to share with you that have to do with food. I didn't get Mr. Announcer. I'm sorry. And I hate to bother you because
You got your bell?
Oh, here.
Tell me.
Nice.
It's time for the holiday.
All right, let's start with this story. Five Guys, burgers and fries.
Oh, yeah, I was just there yesterday.
Well, we've always talked about it. Then, Casey, did you get fries with it?
This time I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I normally do.
But you know how, when you get the fries in the bag, they have the container, they fill it up, and then they dump a whole bunch more on top. And you have a bag full of French fries.
Yeah. For me, it's one of the big bonuses.
Yeah, that's why you never just get the small. You don't need a large.
Well, so the question is, why would they do that? Why would they put all that extra fries in there when they don't really need to? According to a statement that was released on the Five Guys UK website. By the way, they're really popular in the UK. I remember seeing them when we were there a few years ago. The extra chips or fries can be shared because their portions are naturally bigger because they're, quote, generous, with one portion technically serving more than, with one portion technically serves more than only one person, it says. So, but somebody dove into this a little bit and did a little analysis as to why it is. And simply, you pay a lot more for fries at Five Guys.
So you're paying for what you're getting.
So they use pounds because this story is out of the UK.
Right.
So I'm gonna convert it to dollars in anyhow. So it says McDonald's sells small serving of fries for 99 cents, medium for $1.49, and large for $1.99. KFC is prices their regular signature fries at $1.99, a large portion at $2.69. Burger King sells for $1.59 for small, and a larger option is $1.99. So a small helping of Five Guys is $2.95, while a regular portion costs $4.50, and the largest $5.25. Now this is pounds, so that means it's going to be less in American dollars, but nonetheless, you can see that they just charge a lot more.
They charge more, but I do dig their fries.
Oh my God, yeah,
I love them.
First of all, they're good French fries.
Yeah.
And they're and I think you like them, Steve, because they have a little bit of a softer consistency to them.
Yeah.
You like stuff like that?
I do. A little crispy on the edges is fine. A little bit of soft. I also like that they'll post where they bought their potatoes from. I don't even know if that's a scam or whatever, but
they're fresh. I mean, they are fresh.
Yeah.
They have the sacks of potatoes.
Right.
They cut them, they blanch them, and they make them. I mean, they're not frozen or anything like that.
Right, yeah.
And
so I dig them.
Yeah, I love them, and I usually get them with the Cajun seasoning.
Okay. I didn't even know that was an option. I haven't been. I never go to Five Guys. I love Five Guys so much, but I just don't have any that are near me.
You were talking about England when we took the European the cruise, the river cruise.
Yeah.
Every place we stopped, there was a Five Guys.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Okay.
Would you, I'm sorry, Casey. Go ahead.
No.
Would you consider Five Guys fast food?
Yes.
Fast casual. No. It's not fast food unless it has a drive-through.
Well,
no.
We've talked about this on the air before.
I guess I put it in between sort of a McDonald's and a Shake Shack.
Yeah, I can see that. It's a notch up.
I put it nowhere near McDonald's. Nowhere, and I love McDonald's.
But don't you consider McDonald's fast food?
I do, but I also, but McDonald's. The problem with McDonald's is that it's not as consistent as
I'm doing rankings.
Five Guys
in between fast food and fast casual.
Yeah,
so I'm putting Shake Shack in between Five Guys in between Shake Shack and McDonald's as far as fast food
Do you
goes.
think? Do you consider?
I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Do you consider Shake Shack fast food?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm putting Shake Shack at the top, and then that's fast casual, and then goes Five Guys, and then goes McDonald's.
As far as the experience that you get out of whether it being fast food or fast casual.
Yeah,
not quality of food.
I guess it really doesn't matter what you consider it.
You don't have to wear a tie to McDonald's, but you will wear one to Five Guys.
Because at Shake Shack, you can get beers and stuff like that. So,
and if I'm going to go to any of these, I would prefer, and I really like their burgers a little bit better, Shake Shack over Five Guys. I think Five Guys burgers are great. That's not my go-to.
Yeah, they are really, really good. But if you get all those fries and you wonder why the bag is full of French fries,
you're paying for it.
Because you're paying for it. Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. Let's do the movie clip thing.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So we have lots of stuff to give away. And Marissa, she's the best. I told her we didn't even need holiday-related food stuff. And
she's amazing.
She dug in and she got it.
Yeah.
So these are all holiday-related movies that have a food moment in them. So let's see if you can identify what movie this is from.
Get them while they're fresh. Christmas apples. We got Macintosh. It's your Christmas apple. Red delicious. Tuppence a piece while they last. They won't last long the way you're eating them. Hey, I'm creating scarcity. Drives the prices up.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. If you know what movie that is from, then call now. Order up. Oh, a different kind of bell.
So nice.
I love that. All right.
Sleigh bells.
Americans are eating an extra meal every day, and it's all due to snacking, according to Ohio State University researchers.
Do you have your snack throughout the day?
When I'm being good, I do not. If I do, I will grab just like a handful of grapes or something like that is natural, and that will be my snacking. When I am not watching what I'm eating, yes, I will snack. I'll either grab some pretzel crisps or a go-to, just a couple here and there.
That's it. That's all you need.
Or I might have what's another go-to for me?
Rotisserie chicken?
No. Well, right now, lately, It's been cookies.
Cookies. You're living in hell
because they're just all over the place.
I know. You're Caroline is making cookies and innovating in the world of baked goods.
Yeah,
that's why I specifically asked my wife to give me my chocolate chip cookies on Christmas Day.
Okay,
so that I don't become the beast I know I will become otherwise.
Good idea. My snack, my go-to snack is the Wawa grapes and cheese and crackers thing.
Yeah.
Steve, it's not great for you calorically, but I don't care. Like it's just although not quite enough crackers in there.
No, I agree.
Like 3 or 4 more crackers.
You got to have the right balance. So, for example, and not to bring my personal tragedy into this, which is that I always feel they undergive you hummus, pita for the hummus.
Yeah, you need a little more pita. Yeah.
Let me ask you, with the crackers, cheese, and grapes combo, Wawa, which I'm a fan as well. When you're about halfway done, do you start doing math so you can figure out?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Every
to
single
have
time.
One cracker, one piece of cheese, and maybe 2 grapes.
We live in one of the most bountiful countries on earth. How come we can't get a little excess when it comes to that?
I love Wawa to death. I'm there almost every day, but occasionally you'll get a grape that's substandard, and it
I know.
It kind of pisses me off.
Well, yeah.
I'd like to talk to the CEO, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, they, Mr. Geisens?
Yeah. Just refer to me as a customer.
Yes, Nick. It's unfortunate because grapes are, organic, and they're gonna rot eventually. And sometimes you get a soft grape, and you're like, man,
and it ruins the combo.
I know.
They prefer to say soft grape as opposed to a rotting grape.
Right.
I'll go ahead and eat it anyway, though.
Of course.
You don't care, man.
I'm not happy about it.
I've been sexual with unclean people.
Data collected from 20,000 people found that the average American eats 400 to 500 calories from snacks daily. That's a whole other, that's a big chunk of a meal right there. Snacks are contributing a meal's worth of intake to what we eat without it actually being a meal, according to the senior researcher. You know what dinner is going to be, a protein, a side dish or 2, but if you eat a meal of what you eat for snacks, it becomes a completely different scenario. So they're saying if you were to take a look at the fact that this is an entire meal and you took all the snacks for the day and put them on one plate and said, here's your lunch.
It's a meal.
You might go, wow, that's not I shouldn't be eating that for lunch.
So I wouldn't say I'm at meal level. So I'll treat myself with something, but my one thing that I'll do is like I have these Quest bars or the protein cookies, and I'll have like a coffee or something in mid-afternoon, and then I'll have my meal, my dinner. And I'll have a decent-sized dinner.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer and find out what movie this clip is from.
Get them while they're fresh. Christmas apples. We got Macintosh. Get your Christmas apples. Red delicious. Tuppence a piece while they last. They won't last long the way you're eating them. Hey, I'm creating scarcity. Drives the prices up.
All right, we're going to go to Pete, see if he knows the answer. Yo, Pete, good morning, bud.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Pete. What movie is that from?
Muppets Christmas Carol.
You nailed it, sir. Absolutely. We got something for you here. Casey, what's he going to get?
You got a case of December's beer of the month. That's Juicy Monkey. Victory Brewing's new Hazy Imperial IPA is packing a punch of tropical juice flavor at 9.5% ABV. It'll put you on monkey time in no time.
All right. We have a call. Our friend, we're going to have to be quick with this because we got a lot to get to. But, of course, he's from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine. Our doctor, Dr. Mike Sirigliano.
Yeah!
Dr. Mike, good morning.
Listen, no one's snacking anymore because everyone's taking Wegovy and Zepbound. Everybody's forget it.
Mike, how much of that is being prescribed these days?
Oh, Mike, everybody. It's
everybody.
Like everybody on the planet is on these things. And the snack industry is worried because people aren't. Even manufacturers of medications are worried that for high blood pressure and cholesterol because everybody's losing so much weight, everything's getting better.
All right, question for you, and this is non-food. This is a medical question, obviously, because you have you on. What, how do you qualify to get the medication?
So for obesity, that's Wegovy or Zepbound. All right, you have to have a body mass index of over 30 or over 27 with some health-related condition, weight-related condition, whether it be high cholesterol or high blood pressure. If you have type 2 diabetes, then you would qualify for Ozempic or Mounjaro. So those are the rules of engagement. But there's more and more data coming out showing that there's a significant reduction in risk of heart attack and stroke.
Yeah.
And so I think insurance is going to come around and really have to pay. Right now, the big problem is Medicare. They're not paying for it, and a lot of people are in need. But
yeah, I'm sure these seem like wonder drugs, and we're also hearing that maybe they help if you have an alcohol issue or something like that.
You better believe it. Even other kinds of addictive behaviors. So there's a lot going on, a lot of data. But listen, I wanted to call. I wanted, from my heart to yours, to wish you the most happy Christmas and the most merry New Year.
Oh, we love you.
Thank you, Dr. Mike.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have
And,
any- do you have any-
everyone have an Ozempic Christmas.
Yeah. Any special plans for the holiday?
No, just what my wife tells me to do and make my mother-in-law happy.
You know what to do.
Then you are a wise man.
Smart man.
That's what I do.
We love you.
guys.
All right, see you, Dr. Mike. Love that man.
He's the best.
Dr. Mike Sirigliano. All right, new movie clip. Let's see if you can identify what flick this food moment is from. Food or drink. Here we go.
Here we only got one rule. Here we only got one rule. Never, ever let it go. Never let it go. Ain't been cooking. You got chocolate.
I love it. All right, 215-263 WMMR. Order up. Let's go to another story here. Thank you. All right. I know what Steve and I will say to this, but there's a woman named Alex, and she released a TikTok discussing her habit of eating cold soup straight from the can. And Earl asked a shocked audience, is this okay to do? Her video has millions of views on it. And even Campbell's Chunky Soup announced and commented and said, Alex, please. So that was their only comment. While some viewers believe cold canned soup can make you sick, Progresso stepped in to clarify with a statement, our soups can be consumed cold, but whatever temperature you prefer, we agree with Alex that soup is elite. Heating up canned soup can enhance the flavors and help you stay warm, but it apparently is safe to eat right out of the can.
And wouldn't all canned soups, they're already prepared. You're just reheating them.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
And the thing about the canned soup is it's a little more concentrated in its flavor. That's why you have to add water to it when you heat it up. You don't have to do that, but you get more soup out of it if you do.
I've eaten soup right out of the can.
Absolutely.
I've eaten ravioli out of the can.
Yeah.
I've eaten spaghetti out.
SpaghettiOs.
Yeah,
I used to eat
absolutely.
those right out of the can.
Abso-friggin-lutely.
And I didn't, I don't think they taste any better or anything like that, but for whatever reason, it was more convenient to do it.
Not only can I not do that, but like you know me, Press. I'm a soup guy before dinner. When you go out to dinner,
yes.
If that soup is not at a certain temperature, I'm like, God, I can't. I don't want you. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you freak out?
What do you think about things like gazpacho?
I won't touch it.
No.
No kidding.
No,
Me
but
neither.
I like cereal.
No, it needs to be hot. Yeah, the soup needs it. Like, yes, I know. Of course, I'm sure it's okay. I mean, it'd be fine. But I think I would almost gag if I.
I like the sound of gazpacho, though. It's fun.
It's a fun word to say.
Yeah.
I could. I don't prefer it, but I could easily eat soup right out of a can. We used to do that all the time.
My tomato basil is my favorite soup, but I do like hot soup certainly. But it's not a deal killer.
Right.
If I have to.
Now, tomato soup would be a little too thick for me out of the can because you're supposed to thin it out with either milk or water. But I would eat, chicken noodle right out of the...
Yeah. No problem. No problem.
But, hey, we had a discussion last week about the things that you will squeeze every little bit out of.
Right.
We were talking like toothpaste, soap, and stuff like that. And I've been making this for the last couple of days because my son is under the weather. And I came to the realization that the bouillon that you get with ramen, get every ounce.
Okay.
You don't have to, but I sit there for like ever and ever just getting every single bit out of that. And
you
then
want all that flavor.
every single bit of it.
Okay.
And I don't know why I wasn't even eating it. I was making it for my son.
Do they make that just alone available for purchase?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's
They
bouillon.
do?
Well,
No, but it's got its own flavor. It's not just straight up bouillon. It's got to have its own signature flavor to it.
then no. The answer to that question is no.
Okay.
But
So which ramen do you prefer?
Top Ramen.
So Top Ramen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if they sell that. I wonder if they sell just that Top Ramen seasoning.
Yeah.
Let's go to our research department.
Yeah.
All right, I'll look it up. What flavor is the go-to case?
Well, for me personally, it's chicken. I like all the flavors. I can do chicken, shrimp, beef, whatever. But my kids are all chicken, and now they go to that spicy, and that's not Top Ramen.
Okay.
You know, like it's the fully encased bowl, and it's spicy.
By the way, did you see that there's a new ramen place right on City Line over here?
No.
Yeah, where the next to where the Starbucks is.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never had
ramen and sushi.
I've never had ramen not out of the supermarket ramen. And now, because of the spicy ramen, when I make it for my son, I throw hot sauce in it, and that's kind of a game changer, guys.
Okay.
So just like almost everything in the world, you can buy the flavor packets separate.
Right, there you go.
And
life is good.
Yeah, and also
Merry Christmas.
all sorts of different brands, different spice companies make them, including Top Ramen, Ramen Flavor, and
Ramen Around.
Ramen Around.
The Christmas tree is the one called Firewalk
With me?
I don't remember what it's called, but Nick, your son probably. I don't know, for some reason, man. These kids love these spicy things. The Takis.
Oh yeah,
Kids in their ramen.
Well, kids in their spices.
Yeah, they want to see how hot they can go with it.
Yeah, Nissan is another brand. So yeah, they're all available.
All right, there you go. All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Here we only got one rule. Here we only got one rule. Never, ever let it go. Never let it go. You got chocolate.
All right, let's go to Sean. Hey, Sean. Morning, bud.
Good morning.
All right, Sean, what movie is that from?
Polar Express.
Yeah.
I just watched it in 3D.
Nice. All right, Case, what are we going to give him?
All right, for you, Sean, we got a pair of tickets to Philly's hottest New Year's Eve party at Xfinity Live. Tickets include a premium food and beverage package, live performance by Go-Go Gadget, multiple DJs, karaoke, silent disco, bull riding, 360 photo booth, midnight toast, party favors, and more. And you can get tickets and all the details at xfinitylive.com.
All right, Case, let's do this one right here, if that's over. And we'll play another clip for you and see if we can identify what movie this food-related clip is from.
Made up your mind yet? I'll take chocolate. With coconuts? I don't like coconuts. You don't like coconuts? Say, brainless, don't you know where coconuts come from?
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know. Order up! All right, I saw this study that was done with Swans Digital. They had a survey of over 2,000 adults and have ranked America's favorite classic cocktail drinks.
America's famous favorite classic cocktail drinks.
Yeah, and I found this quite interesting. And I
Was your melon twisted?
A little bit. What do you guys think the most popular out of this particular survey was done of America's favorite classic cocktails or drinks?
I would go Bloody Mary. Like as classics go.
Yeah.
I would. So I am kind of a neophyte in this world, but I would say maybe margarita.
Okay.
Okay. For some reason, I had in my head holiday. It's not holiday.
No, it's just any classic cocktail. What do you think?
I'm going to say a Cosmopolitan.
Okay.
And then I have two go-tos. One would be the screwdriver. And then also, because I'm just going back to what I started when I was 21 years old. And then rum and Coke was another one.
I'm 21. Yeah. Number one on this list is margarita.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. 30% of people said that was their favorite classic drink. Second is a daiquiri.
A daiquiri?
Oh,
A daiquiri?
yeah.
You know what I found out about daiquiris is my friend Will, his son is a bartender, not just a bartender, a mixologist. Like he's really, really into it.
He's been to space.
Well, he can create these amazing, really unique cocktails, and he moved out to San Francisco and was one of the top bartenders out there, so he knows what he's doing. He said that if a bartender wants to see if another bartender is worth their salt at all, that they will order a daiquiri.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah. I remember you telling me
And
this.
I was like, it's a pretty simple cocktail, and it's just
Why? What is?
I don't know, but he's
One
like,
of the greatest-
That's a bartender's drink to order a daiquiri.
There's a resort that my wife and I go to in Puerto Rico, and the greatest drink I ever had of that mocktail was a was a daiquiri, and I can't determine what exactly I need to ask for to replicate it. But it was a virgin daiquiri, but it was delicious.
Hey, if you get a virgin daiquiri, what is the what's the substitute for rum?
I don't think there is one. I just think they leave it out.
They just make everything.
That's what I always thought.
Okay.
So Nick, this was sweet, but it had like a smoothie taste to it, sort of a banana thing going
Yeah,
on.
because rum has a sweetness to it,
Right.
Steve,
But it was good.
But when you make a daiquiri, you'll add either a sweetener or just like straight sugar, like cane
Right.
sugar.
All right, so Nick, are you a rum guy at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so my follow-up question to this is, what about Malibu rum? Because I know you hate coconut.
Yeah, no, I like it. There's a blended drink that I really like, and I would love to make for you guys because I think it's delicious. But Steve and Casey, it has so much rum in it, and it's got spiced rum, coconut rum, banana rum. Like
Wow.
yeah.
I hate rum.
Thing about Malibu is if you want to instantly turn something into a tropical drink,
That's right.
just throw some
Yeah.
Malibu in it
Yeah.
and you're there.
It tastes like vacation.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. All right, so third on this list was a Bloody Mary that
Okay.
Nick had said, and that's definitely a classic. After that is Long Island iced tea.
Oh, that's
Wow.
Kyle's drink.
That's Kyle's drink.
Yeah.
And then rum and Coke, Casey. I was surprised.
Hey!
I was surprised to not see like a classic martini on here.
Yeah.
The old fashions within the past 5 years or so have become very, very popular.
What about the grasshopper?
That's that's an oldie.
I'll have a grasshopper. Wait, do you sell Pall Malls?
But I was surprised to see not surprised at Marguerite, but surprised at a couple of the classics that were left off of this particular survey. So, well, there you have it.
I'm very happy as a non-drinker to see this world of mocktails opening up and becoming something.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
Made up your mind yet? I'll take chocolate. With coconuts? I don't like coconuts. You don't like coconuts? Say, brainless, don't you know where coconuts come from?
We will go to Terry to see if we can get an answer. Hi, Terry.
Hi, good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Terry. All right, what movie did we play a clip from?
My favorite movie, It's a Wonderful Life.
Very well done. That's correct. Hang on a second, Terry, because you just won, and here's what we have for
A
you.
$50 gift card for Manhattan Bagel. You can celebrate the holidays with the gift of giving. Snag a $25 Manhattan Bagel gift card and get a bonus $5 card for you. That's a gift that is always in good taste at manhattanbagel.com.
I guess we should only do one more case because time-wise,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Which one do you want?
You pick.
Do it.
Whatever you like.
I think I'm gonna go with this one.
We have several clips here that Marissa pulled, but Casey's going to get this one. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
You have to pay for your pizza, sir.
That a fact? How much do I owe you?
That'll be $11.80, sir.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
All right, that's an easy one. 215-263 WMMR. Order up. I will do one more story here from the Connoisseur. The average American, when it comes to holiday meals, will start cooking at 9:36 a.m. This is according to a poll of 2,000 US
9:36 on the money.
Yeah. That's the
Synchronize
average.
your watches.
No, that's the average time. So before 10 a.m. is essentially when it will begin.
When you begin cooking, so you do most of the cooking right for the holidays, or do you not?
Yeah, well,
you split it.
We have our specialties. Rochelle
Right.
does a few dishes she handles. I handle the bird. I handle the big, whatever the big protein is. If we're doing ham, if we're doing whatever that, I tackle that, and then maybe another dish or two.
What time usually do you start?
Yeah, like
that time?
10-ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
Somewhere
you're
around
cooking
that time.
something that needs to, roast for a long time, you got to start early.
And
I
you can
learned
also,
that-
and you can also. I'm sorry to interrupt, Casey. You can also put together dishes that don't need to be like Kathy, like casseroles. You can put them
Kathy.
together,
Yum num.
and then set them aside in the fridge and get that out of the way. And that's why you can start early.
Same
too.
day?
Same day.
Yeah.
Or day before. Yeah.
Having cooked the last 3 Thanksgiving dinners, it's not a hard meal to cook.
Yeah.
But timing everything out, and that's what I was freaking out about the most because everything cooks differently.
So what do you think about this new trend with kitchens? Or I don't know if it's new, but so we're redesigning ours, and these warming drawers. You know these, Kathy? You've seen them?
The warming drawers?
Where you can keep.
Yeah.
It'll keep food warm. You're not cooking it per se, but it will just keep. You know what I'm talking about, Preston?
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
You think they're awesome? Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
What do you have?
banana split.
What do you think about that, Bogey? I think it's awesome.
That's great. Warming drawers are the latest thing.
I use geometric logic to time out this year's meal.
So it takes about 3 hours total to prep the entire meal, and the ideal time to start holiday dinner for people when they want to eat is 3:45. I know some here don't like the early
No,
dinner
it's
thing.
you know what, and we've done it my whole life, and I think maybe it's gotten earlier, but it bothers me now. Why are we eating dinner at 3:45? Why can't we eat dinner time? It's dinner.
Yeah, I do like it later. I don't like the earlier, but because you feel like you're sort of compelled to watch Matlock and then complain about your adult diaper afterwards.
Steve, and my mom keeps pushing it earlier and earlier. I made a joke the other day that we're having like Christmas Eve brunch. I'm like, because she wanted to do it earlier so that the kids could get home and get to bed, early because Santa's coming, which I understand that. But she's like, yeah, come over like noon. I'm like, for Christmas Eve dinner?
The reasoning I see is so you can go to round 2 after.
Really?
Yeah. You eat, you get your fill. Everybody's too damn tired to put the food away, so it'll sit out for just a little while, and then like an hour and a half, 2 hours later, round 2.
I see the modus operandi. The earliest I ever had it was 2 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
That's lunch.
Yeah,
1:30 would be
and
lunch.
Preston, there was a heavy breakfast.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's a point at which it becomes gross, where you're just like a great white shark, tearing a lamb cut in half on a rope. It's just too much.
Press, what time is round 2?
What time is round 2?
What time do you usually do? If you're doing an early dinner.
Oh, round 2.
Round 2.
If we're eating around 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Something like that.
Ding, ding.
Yeah. That's it.
I want some more stuffing.
Ding, ding. So it says here that 38% of the respondents said that they are most creative with their dishes during the holiday season. And according to a spokesperson with this survey said, food is more than a meal on your plate. It's the nostalgia of your family recipes. It's the shared experience with loved ones, and it's memories created to be treasured. So that's one of the things I'm going to kick around tomorrow is like what we're going to do Christmas Day for a meal.
Are you traditionally a turkey or ham for Christmas?
Neither. We'll bounce around. We'll find something special. We've done some
Five Guys?
Maybe. We've gone off the wall a little bit. Like one year we had a goose.
Yeah.
One year we did a turducken.
Oh, what's a goose?
Or just like a lot of people overlook a roast chicken. If you're not cooking for more than, since it's usually a smaller gathering on Christmas Day, a roast chicken will do just fine.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic if you cook it right. So, all right, we will see if someone knows what movie this is from.
You'd have to pay for your pizza, sir.
That a fact. How much do I owe you?
That'll be $11.80, sir.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
All right, we're going to Tink. See if we can get the answer. Hey, Tink.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning to see you, Tink. All right, what movie is it from?
Home Alone.
But of course. Yeah. Hang on, Tink. We got something for you.
We got a case of December's beer of the month, Juicy Monkey, and that is Victory Brewing's new Hazy Imperial IPA. It's packing a punch of tropical juice flavor at 9.5% ABV. It'll put you on monkey time in no time.
All right, that's it, gang. Thank you so much.
Holiday edition?
Yep, for the call.
The holiday edition of the Connoisseur.
And thank you to Mini Melts for being our sponsor. And the new banana split flavor is fantastic. Get to your local Wawa. Taste for yourself. Look for the signature Mini Melts ice cream standalone freezer near the front of Wawa, making it easier to grab one near the register. All right, and like Casey had said earlier, we have way too much stuff to give away. So we're blowing it out.
Let her rip.
It's the year-end blowout. And so, Casey, should I give away all of these?
Yeah.
All right. So we have a copy of 3 beloved holiday movies, A Christmas Story, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, and The Polar Express on digital for you.
Excellent.
You can buy or rent these festive classics on digital right now. So we will take the first 5 callers at 215-263-WMMR, and you will get an awesome setup of Christmas movies for you. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Oh, a reminder, yet another thing that we have to give away. Since we did Christmas Miracle yesterday, it would have been too much to throw in the secret text word. So we're doing that today.
Look at this.
It's up and
You're
running.
like St. Nick.
And we have tickets to see Primus, Pussifer, and A Perfect Circle. It's the Sesanta Tour, Saturday, April 6th at the Hard Rock Live at Estes Arena in Atlantic City. So text the word secret to 39333, and we will send a word back to you later on. We'll ask you to call in and see if we can get a winner with that if you do have that word. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Complete details, WMMR.com. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Bizarre File on the way.
Going to get around to it later in college, get around to it later.
Are you a serious student by any chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very time consuming, and sometimes it gets away from you.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, and I couldn't help but sort of feel like this is by your choice, because I feel like at any point, at any time, like you could
You're
probably.
pretty. She's pretty. That's why I say it's not like we have some hideous people in the
Yeah.
studio. She's very pretty.
Yeah, it's mostly just busy with school. I don't really have time to do anything.
And then Preston had put out the suggestion when we were talking, and initially when we had that whole conversation. For a lot of people, it is exactly that. Life gets in the way, and you don't have time to do that. So, but it's you didn't impress us as someone who was like, oh my God, this is a disaster. It's like when it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
So, and it's going to happen.
Yeah. Have you been longing for it, though? Have you been curious about it?
Yeah, on and off.
Yeah?
Like, I'll go through times and be like, maybe soon, and then I'll be like, nah, I'm busy.
Okay. What about nervousness? Does that play into it at all?
A little bit. Like, after partway through high school, you're just kind of like, okay, like...
When you hang with your friends, are your friends in a similar situation, or do they have relationships and boyfriends and whatever, girlfriends?
They do.
Okay, all right.
So, like I knew somebody who was with a girl who she had kissed people, but she wasn't very well versed in other things, right? And that ended up no, all of it, Steve. I mean, hand, oral, all that sort of stuff. But she was a little bit older, and it really. It played a part in all that sort of, because she was second guessing everything, and she was nervous. She wasn't doing it right, and all that sort of stuff. So I'm sure at a certain point for you, you're like, oh man, I'm well behind the curve here. It's like going into a test that you haven't studied for.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But I figured, get it out of the way. Gotta do it at some point.
Yes, because that's it. Honestly, a lot of it is what you think it is. It's like flying a plane. You could probably fly most major airliners without much coach, right, Preston?
Right, sure.
You've seen movies.
Yeah.
You know, you pull back on the throttle, and there's a couple of dials there.
You just got to go for it.
Practically flies
You could
itself.
practically fly it. John Travolta told us that, Gabby.
Where do you go to school, by the way, Sophie?
Temple.
You go to Temple, and
Yeah.
what are you studying?
Physics.
Very serious person.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you for sharing your story, and then we're going to meet Brandon, everybody. Brandon, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Dress for Love in his Iron Maiden t-shirt this morning.
Hey, listen, I think it's a perfect match.
Yeah?
What we're about to do.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Who he gets to kiss in just a little bit. How old are you, Brandon?
20 years old.
You're 20 years old. And what do you do? Are you a student as well, or are you a worker?
I went to a vocational school.
Okay.
And took up electric. And I started working my 11th grade summer, and then worked all the way through 12th grade, and then worked in an electric company for like 2-3 years.
So you've been busy.
Yeah.
You got into your career, and that's obviously consumed. Because again, you're a nice-looking guy. You're conversant. We were talking before we came on the air. It's not like you're seriously awkward.
Steve, look how adorable he is.
I want to tweak your.
I mean,
cheeks like
nobody's business. Look at how
it wouldn't be the first time.
Look at how kind his eyes are. And Kath, look
He's really looking into this.
No, I'm looking at him, and you look like you're a gentle soul. Have you ever lashed out in anger ever in your entire
Have you ever
life?
killed a kitten?
Have you ever killed a kitten?
I mean, I used to work in construction, so there has been times where you get like
angry.
Yeah, exactly.
It's normal.
Yeah,
but I mean, so you probably channel out your angst through the music you listen to, right?
Exactly.
All right. But I mean, you're. I think in both these cases, both of you just have had very active lives. You've been distracted by that. Do you feel that there's, as Casey described it, you're behind the curve, or do you take Sophie's angle on it that it'll happen when it happens?
Kind of mixture of both.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
All right.
Are you? I asked this, and seriously. So, are you a little embarrassed about the fact that you haven't kissed anybody until?
I'll be honest. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Sophie?
Not really.
No, she doesn't care.
She's a physicist, for Christ's sake.
I know. Well, listen, I totally understand that. I remember at the time when and I was younger than you were, but I remember I felt behind the curve because other people had kissed and I had not done it.
The truth of the matter, Preston, as we discuss this, you're one of many, many people who think they're the only one.
Oh, yeah.
And the truth of the matter is you're not.
No, you're in plenty of company.
Yeah.
All right, so here's my question for both of you guys, because and I'm a little nervous now because I have
you're gonna have to kiss me.
No, Steve, I have 2 kids in 7th and 8th grade, and it's like almost this rite of passage around that time where you have kissing parties. I mean, essentially, kids design ways and reasons to like practice this stuff on each other, whether it be through spin the bottle or truth or dare or whatever it is. How did all of that time elude both of you guys?
Well, we go one at a time. Sophie, go ahead.
I guess, like, I just got really lucky during Truth or Dare. Like,
You won every goddamn game.
Yeah,
That's it. Yeah.
Oh, my God. You're so adorable.
Yes, you are.
How about you, Brandon?
I've been to a ton of parties, and there's never been any, like, spin the bottle or any games like that.
Not on the construction sites?
No.
No spin the bottle? No spin the rivet?
You act like everybody played that. I never played those games.
No?
No.
No?
No, to be honest, there were very few of those when I was growing up. Kathy, I'm sure you and I both did the same thing. We went to physics parties.
Well, I didn't fit in there either.
All right, well, you know what? I think we need to get ourselves prepared for this. We've met them. We found out their stories, and now we got to get them in the proper shape.
Yeah, training is everything.
Yeah, so
as with anything that you want to be good at, you've got to practice.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to, so they're not going into this completely cold.
No.
We brought in some CPR dummies, which is, basically it's a torso with a really weird looking face on it. They're both male. I thought we were going to get a male and female, but I guess we got to do what
we are gender fluid, Preston. It's about time you get woke.
Hold on, Marissa, where are those wigs? We have a wig.
Oh, we have a wig to put on
we
one?
have 2 blonde wigs.
Okay, all right.
So
we can just put one on one. Let's go with Sophie first. All right, Sophie, we have Joe. You can leave your headphones on.
Yeah.
Who's going to hold up the dummy? Wow, this is really setting the mood
right,
here. You know what? Can we have some romantic music from Josh and Haley while we're doing this? So I think maybe that'll make you feel a little bit better. All right, so...
All right.
You're going to put
Can we get a profile on this, by the way? There we go.
There you
Thank
go,
you
Joe.
so much.
Okay, so put your hands up around his neck, Sophie.
Yeah.
And you also have to lean your head one way. So that's perfect. She's leaning it to the right. And go in and just give a nice kiss, nice easy kiss.
Aw, she's awesome. Yes.
How did she do?
She did great.
How is Sophie? You're awesome.
Yeah.
Her approach was perfect. Her head tilt was perfect.
You're adorable. And you know physics.
The pressure that she applied to the dummy was perfect.
The one thing that I saw, duration was too short.
Oh, okay.
Well,
So
it was
if
a
you go
dummy.
in for the kiss, it's not going to be quick. You need to let it
Preston,
linger just a little bit.
It's an eraser she's kissing.
That's true.
The
That's
next
true.
thing that she kisses will be kissing back.
I do want her to be ready. So one more time, but just a smidge longer, okay? So she's leaning in, hands on. There you go. She's got a hand. That's better.
Yeah.
All right. Well
Is
done.
that better? Is she leaning her head the right way?
She was.
Okay.
And she put her hand on his cheek, too, which is very
tender.
sensual.
Yeah.
This is an unresponsive doll that she's kissing, so obviously it's the head tilt's not there. But bravo, well done.
Well done, well done.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's try Brandon. Brandon, first stick your first 2 fingers in her mouth.
All right, yeah. To the side. To the side. Can we get a profile on it? Guys, can we turn profile, please?
All right,
Thank
there you go. All right, hands on her hips, or its hips, and then, okay. He turned his head. He gave that was not bad. A little softer.
What do you want to say to this lifeless piece of plastic?
I love you. All right, so it looks like Brandon's going to turn his head to the left, which was the opposite of Sophia. So try that one more time, sir. Let's see you do it again. Yeah, same way. However. Okay, he got it done.
Do you like? I think.
I don't know.
Here's what I would say. I think he rushed in towards the head a little too fast. I think your approach needs to be a little slower, a little more gentle. And it's going to be a human the next time around, so it'll be a slightly different approach.
Nick,
and she's going to give you a bit of guidance, but just come in a little more slowly in your approach.
Nick, I think I can. So you're leaning in, and she's going to speak to you. Okay, start to lean in as you're going to kiss. All right, and she's going to speak to you. Are you turned on? Okay, that was Nell, Jodie Foster, who's very attractive.
I love how you guys are so delicate with Sophie, but not with him.
No, by the way, his first kiss was absolutely fine. Just a little bit more, because I think I hate to say this, and this is probably a dumb thing to say, when you're leading in on the kiss, the onus is on you to just be a little bit more,
tender.
Yeah, I know. Listen,
tender. Because you're genuinely a nice, gentle guy, and I think you can rock a kiss.
And in this social climate that we live in today, I'm looking. It looked like the mannequin didn't want that kiss. You know what I mean?
I was reading it completely.
You were
Look
reading
at
it
the
differently?
mannequin's eyes are completely closed, and in fact, they're sealed over with a fleshy layer of skin.
By the way, and also another suggestion as well is eyes closed.
Yes.
It helps. It just helps with the moment.
Yeah, at that moment, just get lost in the kiss.
Hang on. You have to go in with your eyes open, but the second your lips touch the other lips, then you softly close your eyes. Otherwise, you're going to headbutt your partner.
Yeah, you don't have to get up on the turnbuckle and jump on them.
Yeah.
When you're close enough and you know your lips are going to touch, that's when you can close it.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go one more time.
One more time, Brandon, if you wouldn't mind, please.
All right,
Eyes closed, lean in. Nice. Better. I'm glad we did that.
Yeah. Damn good.
Well done. Okay, and we're getting this wonderful romantic music from Josh and Haley here. Okay, so I think we're set with the practice. We've got that out of the way.
Uh-oh.
Now we
Both
need
our
to.
CPR dummies just secured lawyers, Preston.
Oh, dear Lord. All right. Well, now we need to freshen. Now we need to make sure that we're ready.
Right.
So we have a variety of oral products here to make sure that the mouth is fresh.
Yes.
And set and pleasant for everyone.
For the person, and this is good advice for anyone this weekend or today, and in general, when you're with someone, you want to make sure that they know that you cared enough to make sure your breath is fresh.
Yeah. So we're going to start with a little antiseptic generic CVS mouthwash here.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
only the good stuff.
Smells lovely. I'm going to give you guys.
It's just as good as Listerine. It's the same ingredients.
It absolutely is.
It's just not the same,
So open that up, and we're going to have you gargle. If you can, make the noise when you gargle,
Like
so we want to
Chewbacca.
hear all that. By the way, I was always a Scope guy. I always thought like that minty flavor of Scope.
I wanted basically, and I was for the longest time until for Listerine, you just get the sensation that you're boraxing out your mouth.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like it's better. All right, gargle.
Very good. So, Sophia almost swallowed it when Casey played the Chewbacca bit. All right. Brandon? Gargle, please. You can spit in that.
I started laughing when I heard Chewbacca.
Did you swallow it?
No, I spit it out.
All right. All right, and do you think they need breath mints, or is that good?
Would you guys like a breath mint, or you're fine? I think.
Now, we normally don't play two classic Christmas songs back to back, but
They go well together.
It felt right at that time. No, obviously that version, Bare Naked Ladies and Sarah McLachlan, a very decidedly Canadian Christmas tune, is awesome. I've always loved that version.
Perfect.
So thank you for throwing that in there, Casey. It is 12 minutes after 8. My God, we haven't even done the bizarre follow yet. Let's get right to the traffic, and then we'll do that. Kathy, what's going on?
We've got a Burlington-Bristol Bridge opening that's taking place right now. 95 southbound slows Academy to Cotman, then Bridge Street to Allegheny on the Vine. Westbound, you're slow. 95 to Broad Street, the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill eastbound. Backing up from the Blue Road into Belmont, Montgomery to University. Westbound, Fair Avenue to South Street, City to Belmont, and then again at the Conshohocken curve. 611 still closed between Drescher Road and Horsham Road. That's a water main break. Route 30, the White Horse Pike, westbound at Cooper Folly Road. An accident blocking the right lane. It's an overturned vehicle. 42 north at 55, an accident off to the shoulder. You're jammed back to 168. And then 55 northbound, heavy Deptford to the 42 freeway. This traffic report brought to you by DaVita. DaVita invests in career growth for nurses. Be a part of a team where you are a top priority. New pay rates at davita.jobs/Philly. That's davita.jobs/Philly. It's your time to join Team DaVita. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Get a little extra action under the mistletoe this year with a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination. Route 70 in Marlton. We're at familyjewelers.com. Speaking of families, a family spent $10,000 on what they thought were vouchers to visit a Disney park.
Oh, no.
But they instead purchased vouchers for Disney Plus, the streaming service. $10,000 worth. Andy Costin's parents intended to use the cards for tickets and restaurant reservations.
Oh, that's great.
For their Disney vacations, but selected the wrong cards.
On the plus side, you have 1,000 years of Disney Plus.
Well, they added it up, and the purchase will allow the entire family to stream Disney content for 70 years.
70.
Yeah, so Costin said in a TikTok, we were in disbelief when we figured it out. My dad and I just laughed and felt deflated at the same time. Fortunately, the mouse himself made their wishes come true. Disney representatives contacted the family to exchange the cards for real park vouchers. A woman in Taiwan who replaced water with bubble tea had to have over 300 kidney stones removed.
Holy crap. What is bubble tea?
I'm not familiar. I know boba tea or boba, but I'm not familiar with bubble tea.
Wait, I thought we just talked about
About
this.
bubble tea? I know we talked about Mr. T a while ago.
Well, I think. Oh wait. Okay.
Are they the same?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I pity the
That's
tea.
what it is.
All right, so the woman reportedly consumed excessive amounts of bubble tea, also known as boba. Here you go.
There you go.
Or pearl milk tea. The 20-year-old was admitted to the hospital after experiencing back pain, and ultrasound discovered 300 kidney stones.
300?
Which were successfully extracted. Although 9.6% of people in Taiwan develop this condition, doctors suggest the excessive consumption of bubble tea instead of water could have been a factor. Kidney stones are more commonly found in people over the age of 50.
Jeez.
Helena, police have a posting on their Facebook page congratulating officers for solving, quote, the great chicken heist of 2023. Officer Justin Gibson was dispatched regarding a sighting of a vehicle involved in a theft from the day before. Gibson found the truck in the same area with two occupants loading items into the bed. They fled on foot. The driver was detained by Gibson. The passenger.
I want a hard target search of every chicken coop, and chicken coop.
The passenger was detained by Officer Guerrero. Inside of the truck's cab was evidence of a theft. And according to the office's page, it said varied breeds of 5 very scared chickens were found and returned to their homes.
You don't know where we are. We're being held captive.
The driver...
It's all right. It's all right.
The driver, William Massey, was arrested for theft.
I need you to keep them on the phone.
Tampering
I'll do my best.
with evidence, criminal mischief, driving without a license, and underage possession of alcohol. The other guy was arrested for theft, and both were taken to the county detention center. And then one last story. We're keeping this kind of short because we're running late on time, but fire officials in Delaware are investigating after a fire at an egg farm in Middletown on Saturday night caused about $1 million in damage and led to the deaths of about 200,000 chickens. Yes. I'm sorry, Gene.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just finished the list, and sadly, I have to restart it. Simone. Lonnie.
Officials
Jugdish.
said
Otter.
said
the stork.
That Sunday morning, the incident began as a brush fire. While responding to a call for that incident, officials said they received reports of a building fire at the same location. Upon arrival, first responders found a large 2-story egg production facility with heavy and smoke pouring from the building.
I don't know what that means.
Anyhow, they realized about $1 million in damage to the egg farm and approximately 200,000 chickens died in the incident. I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think bizarrely, do you think it would smell kind of nice?
So I was thinking
all that chicken cooking.
If I heard this, I would have to go over with some honey mustard,
right?
Like a dipping sauce.
All the nuggets you can handle.
I mean,
man.
yeah,
Wow.
I think it would actually, right? I mean, you're cooking chicken.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you. Let us take a break and let us give something away. I have tickets to see Nimish Patel. We just had him on the air. He's going to be playing at the Met, and this show will be on Thursday. This coming a week from today. So I tell you what, we'll take callers 10, 11, 12 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will put you on that list to go to the show. So give us a call right now. Don't forget, we have a secret text word, and that's a chance to win tickets to Primus, Pussifer, and Perfect Circle in April at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. So text the word secret to 39333 to possibly win those as well. So we got a lot of stuff going on. We're going to take a break. We are going to come back in just a moment or two, and I believe About Town is scheduled
Yes,
to be
that's
here
right.
for his last appearance on the Preston and Steve Show forever. Well,
As
not
our
forever,
boss.
but as our boss. Yeah. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So
Are we ready for the?
I think we're ready. Yes. And you know what?
By the way, webcam's on, so if you're listening in at home, you can watch this too.
Oh, we've got this romantic music. It's fantastic. I'm loving it. Okay, so the first one of these two that's going to get their kiss is going to be Sophia. So we're going to bring in our first professional kisser this morning. He's a very good friend of the Preston and Steve Show. He's a good-looking guy.
He is a very good-looking
He's
guy.
had many kisses in his time. Our good friend Kyle McCarty is here with us this morning.
Handsome.
So, Brandon, we're going to have you step away from the microphone a little bit, and we're going to have Kyle step up. And Kyle's a professional singer. He's an amazing videographer and editor as well, and also does a fantastic podcast. What's the name of that show, by the way?
The podcast is called the Tri-Jam Podcast.
And he's a great host and he's one of the nicest guys I've ever met.
Beautiful eyes.
He's got gorgeous eyes.
Thank you so much.
Well groomed, his head shaved.
And
I approve of that.
And he's the guy, just to remind you, I know you probably already know this, but he gave us Kathy's fall activities. He does the jingles. He does the Delco jingle, has sung with the Temptations.
I have.
Yeah, he's amazing. So you're getting a really
thank you.
quality guy here,
Nice.
Sophia.
Okay.
Building this up a lot.
I want to. Do you remember your first kiss?
I do.
And was it a pleasant experience, a memorable experience?
Yes, it's actually, I don't know, it's kind of a hefty story. I got to bridge it if you actually want to hear it.
Sure.
I was actually 19 years old, so kind of a little late bloomer for myself.
Sophie, and listen to this. So here's a guy, again, like as with you, a very good-looking guy, but 19 years old. Okay.
I kind of grew into myself as I progressed through my teenage years.
So you
and,
had a lot of hanging foreskin and stuff.
Yes, yes.
Grew into it.
Yeah, I kind of snipped that off and got it.
Okay,
so I had actually met someone online. I was living in New Jersey at the time, and she lived in Washington State.
Wow.
Whoa.
So I wanted to go meet her. I wanted to go. We've been talking for months. So I'm an artist too. I drew a couple of cartoons. Sold it to my cousin's auto decal company. So he was making like decals, and he paid me enough money so I could buy a plane ticket. And I went out to Washington State, and that's where I met her. And I had my first kiss in.
So there was a connection.
Yeah.
There was something that said I need to go see. And,
yes.
And did that blossom into a relationship? Was it or was it just a kiss? And
it blossomed into a very short week-long relationship. And,
okay.
Yeah, she kind of cheated on me the day after I left Washington State.
Well, let me ask you this: was at least the initial kiss well worth the trip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all you want.
She put a pillow over my face. I didn't even see it.
There you go. Yeah.
All right.
It was nice.
Well, listen, part of the leading up to this is the anticipation. And certainly we've teased you with enough of that. We've been doing 30 minutes about talking, kissing, and now it's time to actually kiss.
Let's get to kissing.
So, did you hear us talking about the type of kiss we want to go for in this first run?
Yes, a little
like
bit.
A screen kiss, a tender lip kiss.
A tender lip kiss.
And then we'll see how that goes, and maybe we'll go for an open mouth kiss.
An open mouth kiss?
Yes.
It can be of some duration. Do you need some Listerine? Are you good?
You know what? Where's that Listerine?
It's right, well, it was right here.
All right.
Listerine!
Who drank it?
We need some.
All right. Just because it's only proper that both parties be hygienic.
This is true.
Yes.
Okay. And I know you were gargling liver back there.
I was.
And he's actually, Kyle's very generous.
He's also, yes, he is.
So he wants to make sure that he gives as well as gets.
Yes. All right.
So he's.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Okay.
That was aesthetically pleasing, I'm sure.
He did it over the actual gargle. Okay. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
well, let's have this moment. We're going to bring the music down, and
Do
we're
we
going to
want
have.
the lights down as well, or would that be bad for video?
It might be bad for video.
Okay,
I don't know, Kyle. You're the video guy.
I mean, I'm sure Nick Murphy would rather have the lights on.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, he's
not-
shaking his head.
Yeah, because he likes to watch.
Okay. Sophia, are you ready?
Yep.
All right. Let's do this. Here it comes. All right. They're leaning in. Oh, that was
That's sweet.
very sweet. Sophia, come over here. How did that feel?
Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Did it feel anything like you thought it would?
Vaguely, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Not really
all
sure
right.
what I expected.
So you got the first one out of the
Yeah.
way, and I'm going to ask this. And how did you feel? Was it you're a kissing machine now? So,
Thanks, yeah.
So how did it feel to you?
It felt nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she
A
has nice lips.
Oh,
Very good.
Encouraging, Sophie.
Sophie, what about the stubble of the mustache and beard and stuff?
Did you feel that?
No, you don't really notice it too much.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Sophie, do you want to try a little bit more passionate kiss on this second one?
Why not?
Okay.
All right, let's go for a couple of seconds here, and then that can go into 1 hour. No, go for a couple.
Kyle, jam your tongue down.
All right.
No, don't do that.
All right.
A nice, tender, open mouth kiss. Now, this is going to feel totally different.
Okay.
And you just want your tongues to play a little.
Don't even think of us here.
Yeah.
You get lost in that they don't think of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people listening.
Right.
You just have do it. Your tongues do a
Just
little
get-
dance. It's nice and light and easy. You don't want to like that. Just nice movements.
I
Sorry.
would-
Did
I
I
would
get you
say-
turned on, Kyle?
Yeah, that's so hot.
I would say you have to follow what Kyle is going to do.
Yes, exactly. Remember, this lunatic's
Okay.
going to Washington for a kiss. All right.
All right, let's try this. This is the real. And guys, have Kiss ready to go after this.
All right.
From
we're not even here. We're going to be absolutely quiet. Go for it.
All right, here we go. This is the real deal. They're leaning in, mouths open. Oh, yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going. And whenever you're ready.
Oh,
yeah! How about that?
Nice. Yeah, damn good.
Did that work?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
I got a couple of notes here that I want to just give. If we're doing this like this like a play or something like that. So I'm going to give you some notes. I think the kiss needs to end. The kiss needs to be tapered.
Yes.
All right.
That's the one thing.
On both sides.
He's right.
Right. All right. So I couldn't think of the right word.
So here, you want us to show you?
You don't go. Yeah. You don't go in mouths open and you don't end mouths open. Right, Preston?
A light kiss to start, then the open mouth kiss, then a light little signature kiss.
Right. So as you're pulling away, it's and because you're lost in each other. So as you're pulling away, a slow kiss, another kiss, and it winds down.
So are we doing this one more time? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Would you like to try one more time?
Sure.
I love her.
Sophie.
She's awesome.
You're hilarious.
She's awesome. Okay.
All right, Kyle, you cold one more?
Absolutely.
All right,
Okay.
so a light lip kiss, tongue kiss, lip kiss. All right, you ready?
Okay.
All right.
Kiss.
All right, here we go. There's a little kiss.
Slowly.
Now the tongue kiss, and now a little signature kiss on the end.
That was the best.
Wow, guys, job, nice job. That was very special.
So, you apply the laws of physics to. You should absolutely. Honestly, you're great. There's no issue here, and in your own accord, when you feel you're ready, I mean, guys should be beating down the door for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And you can tell them all about Newton's third law and everything.
Yeah,
So-
and you're smart. That's even a better turn on.
Kyle, thank you, man. That was
no
very
problem.
cool. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Kyle McCarty.
Yes, what a good man.
Professional kisser. And Sophie is now over that hurdle.
Yeah, and a nice hug.
That's wonderful. All right. Sophie, we're going to switch up. We're going to put Brandon where you are. So let him take your headphones.
Good job, Kyle.
And then we're gonna get this done for him. Same way. And you know what? You get the benefit of going second. You've seen how it's done. We don't really need to coach you because we did all that with Sophie. So you think you're ready to give this a try?
Sure.
Okay.
Remember, you're a good guy. You're a hard worker. You have a pleasant way about you. You're going to kill this. You're going to go great.
All right, we need our professional kisser to come into the studio now. It's yet another worker here. She is a production assistant on the Preston and Steve Show. She's been working with us for a while. And what's wonderful, Valentine's Day is her favorite holiday of the year. This is Mars. Her name is Damara. And she is going to be your first kiss, Brandon. So good morning, Damara.
Hey, good morning.
Nice to see you. What do you think about all this?
I think it's really cute.
Yeah.
I'm actually like a little bit nervous.
Are you really?
Yeah.
It's because you have Valentine's Day is your favorite day. You
It is.
embrace love. You're very much into we've talked about this and vampires and the sexuality and all of that stuff. The romance and the gothic romance involved with that sort of stuff. So this is something that's very important to you. Do you remember your first kiss?
Okay, I really tried to think about this, and I I don't remember my first kiss. I had a boyfriend in 6th grade, and maybe we kissed, but like, I don't really remember.
Really?
There's
You
been a
don't
lot
remember?
of people. There's been a lot of people.
All right. Okay. My bad. We're a little different then.
You got to understand, she's so cool, Damar. She's just a unique individual, and we love her to death. But listen, but you march to the beat of your own drum, which makes you that much more special.
I mean, so we were all surprised to find out that your favorite holiday was Valentine's Day. We assumed it was going to be like Halloween. Damara drives around with the skeleton in the passenger seat of her car.
Which I just realized that was her. Maybe like a month or two ago, I said something to Casey, and I'm like, you know she has a skeleton in her front seat, right? Casey was like, yep, drives with it every day.
And she posted a picture last night of her chewing on raw meat
Yeah.
for Valentine's Day.
Brush my teeth.
Certainly a unique character, and also I guarantee you this, Brandon, you will never have anyone in your life from here on out that has a more unique makeup application than she does, and you're getting this for your first kiss. So Damara has very, very unique eye makeup that she does.
It's really
every day.
cool, very precise. And
It has hearts today.
In fact, she did.
That's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I think that I think we need to do the full intro.
Yes.
For our next guest. We haven't played this in a little while, but we need the full-on setup for this. So I'm just going to hit the button, and then we will welcome him to our studio. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, Damen und Herren, from what was once an inarticulate mass of lifeless tissues, may I now present a cultured, sophisticated man about town.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Weston is here with us this morning.
That is so great. Yeah, I love that. I think about Peter Boyle, that big lummox up there in a tuxedo. Just go,
I like that you're referred to as an inarticulate mass of tissues. Good morning, Bill. Good to see you. This may be one of the few times that you've been a scheduled sit-down guest on the show. You usually come wandering in, or you're lingering in the back of the studio, and then we have a reason to have you on. But today, you're a guest.
I think the other time was when you announced you were
Retiring?
both recently. Yes, yeah, where you were scheduled as a guest.
Yeah,
it's a little pressure. I was like, should I prep this? Should I
bring the ha-ha?
Should I bring the ha? Or should I have some nice things or interesting things to say? It's like, you know what? I know you guys so well, and it's like if I start talking about things that is boring or like really self-serving, I'll get the stink eye from one of them. Like, sure, let's keep it going. Yeah. This is for the audience, right?
I think we can start with. I think one of the things is obviously, if you don't know, we've said it many times. You know, Bill is retiring on January 1st. Chuck D'Amico becomes the program director. You've been letting him, do what is necessary as the year wraps up, and you've been taking care of things in finality. But a lot of people, as you mentioned yesterday, going back to 2005 and prior to that, you were critical in getting us here.
Oh, he was 100% the reason we are at WMMR. He came fishing for us.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget when we had a sit-down meeting with Bill for one of the first times. Everything was going great.
I know what you're going to say.
It was a wonderful conversation. You know what I'm going to say?
You're going to say, is Casey and Kathy really necessary?
No, I wasn't going to say that, but that was part of the conversation. But I remember you asked about our non-compete clause, and I said it's 6 months long, and Bill's head went like this. He just went, oh. Like he laid his head on the table practically. And then we got around all of that. But no, at the beginning, it was, you were wondering if there was any dead weight that was going to come along.
I'm the deadest of them all. Yeah.
Well, I remember Steve did tell us about that, and he was like, look, we said we're not going unless everybody's going, so don't worry about it.
It was a package deal, and thank God it was, because it has been, the success of the Preston and Steve show is pretty remarkable. Now we got, we have the bus driver and the funny guy in the navigation seat. And Casey's in this seat behind the driver, putting his hand over the driver's eyes just for laughs, right?
That sounds about right.
That's a great way to put it.
Nick's in the back of the bus with the map quest. You know, he's got it all planned out. He's got all the plans. And Kathy's just in the other seat bitching about like she doesn't like the ride.
And Marissa is what
She's in the trunk.
Marissa, we
she's
found
changing
here.
the tires.
She's doing a tune-up on the engine because if you put a supercharger on this engine, it would run a lot better.
While it's running.
Yes.
If you remember when we got here, Marissa was already here. Casey had produced for a while the show that preceded us, and was just kind of getting the lay of the land.
Yeah, Marissa was a guy,
and Marissa, and so and we all said, oh, this. We got to make sure she stays.
Yeah, she was like, if you remember the old TV show MASH, she was like radar. Like you would turn around and that thing that you needed, she already had it right there for her in her hand, handing it to you. And I'm like, we have to have this person.
And it wasn't a battle royale. You always from the get-go, and we're going to compliment you a lot today. That's going to be fun, is that you saw your years of doing this, you saw, okay, this is what's going to make it work the best.
You saw the talent in us.
Yeah, you said, that Kathy turns out to be a gem.
I have a question about your pre-MMR career, Bill. How long was your longest radio station, your longest stint before MMR?
I was in Providence for 8 years at WHJY Rock Station. Yeah. And they had this big star. Her name was Carolyn Fox, and she owned the city. I mean, she once closed down the city by saying it was an April Fool's gag that city workers did not have to report to work. They didn't report to work. It shut the city down. Anyway, she had that much power and listening reach. Yes, right? So, and then I got there, and she said, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go have babies. I'm quitting this radio gig. I'm like, I had to replace this market legend.
You did as a personality?
So a lot of people don't know. You have had a long career on air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't replace her on the air. I had to find somebody.
Oh, I see.
Right?
Who did you get?
I found these two guys in Mobile, Alabama. The name of the show was called Two Goofy White Dudes.
Okay.
It was back in the 80s.
Different time.
And it was a different time.
That was the original name of this show.
Yeah. They were called Paul and Al. And
that was our names.
And they just celebrated their 30th anniversary doing mornings at the
Wow.
They're still there.
Yeah. Good call on your part.
That was a good call.
But you're first. You're Buffalo. We talk about Buffalo.
What, on the air?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was your, it was at the absolute beginning of your radio career.
My first job was this little rinky-dink AM radio station in Jamestown, New York. We mentioned that's where Nick Sirianni's from, right?
Yeah.
The coach, right? Jamestown, WKSN. It was Kissin' 1340. The FM signal was WHUG.
Oh, kissing and hugging.
Yeah, it was kissing, hugging, kissing. Oh, my God.
I like that.
Oh, my God.
Wait, so you weren't at MMR long before we got here, right?
I was here a year.
A year. Okay.
Yep.
And
That
so
was it.
how did you know about Preston and Steve before you came to Philly, or just when you got here, that's when you learned about
Did
them?
not know about the show until I got here.
Yeah.
And we have said, who are the funny guys down the dial?
So you would listen to us from time to time, check out the competition, and you liked what you heard?
Yes, I thought you guys were funny, and of course the music was the big thing about that station. It was an alternative station and the festival. And I was a little bit more concerned about YSP because they had Howard was on the air, and they had this. We couldn't get arrested because MMR was rated 13th at the time. Wow! I remember there were two Disturbed shows or two Audio Slave shows. We were doing 2 nights at the whatever the Wells Fargo was called at the time. And YSP got both presents.
Yeah.
It was like, are you kidding me? The other rock station, you couldn't split it up, but that's the kind of juice they had. And Electric Factory Concerts was given everything to YSP because they had the audience.
Yeah.
They had
Now with Howard leading the charge out of there, they were a force to be reckoned with. They were kind of, I didn't like that radio station because of the people that worked there were kind of a-holes. I thought. Anytime I encountered them, they were.
We'd gone to talk. And there's some people that we really who were friends with and we're good. But I mean, there was such a bizarre vibe when they were trying to court us to come over there. Preston and I would finish the meetings and look at each other like, what was that?
I'm like, I don't think I want to work there.
Was there once that you were like, they invited us over here?
I'm not going to name names, but the guy that was running the show at the time invited us to a lunch, and we sat down for a meeting with him, and we left, and my friend who was a salesperson there called me later on. He's like, I am so sorry for that. Like, it never went into specifics of, so, what do you guys think about, working here? And it was so weird. It was bizarre, and I'm like, I wouldn't dare go work for those guys.
So, Bill, when I started here in MMR, it was a weird time. I started as an intern in 1999. There was not a program director. Joe Bonadonna had been fired prior to that. The promotions department was kind of in shambles. And then in between 99 and 2004, 2005 was a weird time here at MMR. There was a lot of sort of rotating talent. Pierre obviously was the mainstay throughout all of it.
Thank God he was here.
And so Pierre was middays throughout all of it. But there were a bunch of different morning shows. And then the Philly guys came in for a little bit, and Missinelli and Vinny the Crumb and Joe Conklin. But when you got here as a program director, you inherited a bit of a mess, except for Pierre. You didn't quite know where pieces fit. So starting with Preston and Steve, obviously, but how did you start to think, at least I got a base of operations. What was your thought process when you got to MMR?
It was, don't come in and just start making changes for change's sake, but it was pretty apparent first on that we needed to do some things because we're 13th and YSP was kicking our butt even after Howard signed off, right?
Right.
So I hired Jackson, I fired Raz, things worked out for him. He's doing okay. Right? He's doing
Yeah.
And then Fulham, our general manager at the time, said, we got to make some noise, right? So he had this guy, an agent in New York who knew Dee Snider, and he said, let's get Dee in to do nights because he'll do the show, and that'll create some noise to
And it
help
did.
whatever. And bought us a little bit of time while we searched for the morning show because he said, you got to look under every rock, not just in Philly, but across the country. And we did this search for 8 months where we're flying people in and looking for solo people to replace Missinelli.
And then you got to the last rock, and there we were.
No, I mentioned the Preston Steve show to Fulham fairly early on. He says, don't take the easy pick, do the right pick. So I had to go back in and convince him that this was the absolute right pick for MMR.
So did you offer the job to anyone else prior to Preston and Steve?
No.
Oh, okay.
Hey, because at that time, Preston and Steve, I think you guys had announced that you guys were not returning to Y100. And
Y100 was not returning to Y100.
Well, no, but that wasn't announced yet. But so they started their own search for a new morning show, and I wonder if there was a cross, if you guys were looking at the same people, this guy named Rover was brought in Y100. I actually sat down in an interview with him because they didn't know I was coming across the street with these guys, so they wanted to see how I meshed and gelled with Rover. I wasn't sure if there was any that.
My recollection is that we had our first lunch down in Manayunk before any of this urban format flip was going to happen at Y100, and they hadn't renewed your deal, or they might have offered you something that was really
and we're trying to be secretive, and the waitress is one of our former interns.
Yeah. But it all worked out great.
I wanted to ask, outside of MMR, so you're retiring. This is it, career-wise. I'm sure you'll find something to do eventually because you're a guy that seems to me that likes to keep himself busy.
Yeah.
But do you feel satisfied hanging up the headphones and moving on? Have you done what you set out to do?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good.
I did those scrapbooks for MMR. And it was 5 volumes. I have my own, right? And I was kind of putting them together and kind of reorganizing them, right? As I'm going through these pages of photos of radio people that I got to work with, or famous rock stars that I got to meet backstage and see perform, it's besides not meeting McCartney, I pretty much
still possible.
Been able to do so much and so many gags and so many times in my office where I'm in fear of lawsuits and emergency room visits or whatever. We did that list of the top 9 things that scared the crap out of me while I was sitting in the PD.
Do you have
here,
that?
I have it right here.
Right there.
I have it right here.
Because I think it's worth letting people hear, because you did a great presentation. And to Preston's point, before he gets into that, I think you're, as I said to DeBella, you're guys that need to be engaged. You need to, and you have a wealth of radio knowledge.
Is there any chance that you come back here as a part-time weekend
jock?
Wouldn't that be fun?
I would love that.
Playing stuff. And Chuck said the other day, he says, that's all I need is one person besides Jackie and Pierre, some other idiot playing music out of format that just because they like it, right?
Yeah.
As a programmer, it's I get it. So I don't know. I'm pretty... I can't believe this is goodbye, right?
Yeah.
Which it is, but
it's not. Yeah.
I'm not, emotionally ready to...
Cut ties completely.
Yeah, because I get to listen to the show.
Yeah,
But as a fan, and not as, like, geez, Steve went really long on that interview setup.
Yeah. No, it's true. You got to hear that way. Yeah.
So what are your plans? Do you have any immediate plans?
I'm going to create a budget, right? Which I know sounds really exciting, but some organization into my life.
Wow,
is
party animal.
On the home front. I'm gonna research a trip to Ireland, Scotland. I'm going to try to do a couple international trips a year, plus and some other
Take the motorcycle down.
Yeah.
I want to do some video editing. I want to maybe play golf a little bit more, but I have to start ground school for learning how to fly, which is big on my bucket list. So I'm really good. I don't think I'm going to be sitting on the couch watching the TV at 1 in the afternoon.
So we had this meeting last week. It was Bill's last full staff meeting. And while he was there, sure enough, he did a couple of his lists that he wanted to present to us. And
Best meeting he ever held.
and it was the best meeting you've ever held.
Because
And
it was over in 30 minutes?
That's part of the reason.
And there was food.
And he titled this Bill Weston's top 9 list.
Yeah, because 10 sounds desperate.
Because 10 sounds desperate. And the whole idea behind the 10 sounds desperate thing is we would give away tickets to our Painfully Single mixer, and I would do them like 10 at a time. I would take 10 callers right now. And Bill would be like, in our meeting, he's like, that sounds like you're trying, like people don't really want these tickets, and you're really trying to push them on. Seems a little bit desperate. And so we felt that 10 was desperate, but usually the list thing was you like to go out of order.
Yeah.
So
Keep them guessing.
Yeah, keep them guessing. So anyway, I have Bill Weston's top 9 list of things that annoy the program director. No, that made me scared.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that one.
Okay.
Number 9, getting knocked off the air by Kathy's birthday pony pissing in the studio. Because we actually brought a horse up into the offices.
Horse never pissed, but he was afraid that it would happen.
He was afraid that was going to happen.
Number 8, Pierre crashing hard off the top of a cardboard double-decker bus at Jack Frost.
Yeah, that was scary. That was pretty friggin' scary.
And then he has 7A and 7B. Okay, so 7A, at the Art Museum in the back of a squad car explaining why we just rolled 10,000 marbles down the steps. And then his thing that made him scared at 7B was being sued by some tourists slipping on a marble that we failed to pick up.
Yeah.
Number 6A was intern Joe falling off a crane hoisted toilet next to I-95. And then 6B was intern Joe going to Lankenau after ER with a case of hot sauce and a rectum.
Yeah, fire in the hole.
That's fire in the hole. We did that. Number 5 on his list, intern Steve getting arrested on a highway overpass in a thong. That's when we did honk stripping.
Honk stripping, yeah.
And I'm the only one who's gotten arrested on this show, right? Yeah.
I think you were put in the back of the car, but you weren't arrested.
I wasn't arrested. They didn't write me up, but I think they took Steve to the police station.
No, I mean, I wasn't like hauled off into the clink, but I was picked up and then I had a fine. I had to pay a fine for indecent exposure for doing the same thing that he did.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you submit that as expense?
This was at Y100.
Okay.
I didn't know how to do that stuff then.
Number 4 on this list was naked models in the studio for Kathy's penis drawing party.
Which we determined was not Kathy's penis drawing party.
No, it was just a penis drawing party.
We had all women.
Wasn't Kathy's.
Yeah, but it was
I don't think that had anything to do with it.
By the way, our second most popular YouTube video of all time is the penis painting party.
1.3 million views on that. Then you had 3A, fear of losing our lease when Preston and Steve's haunted horror ride passed the front entrance, witnessed by visiting Tishman Spire executives. And then 3B, fear of losing our lease, when Casey performed a pressed ham on Philly Insurance's main window, sporting only an ice cream-soaked jockstrap.
Yes, that's funny.
Those are absolutely true as well.
Good times.
You know what the best though is that when I finally came to later on that morning or afternoon, I should say, like John Fulham. He wasn't even mad. He was doing what he was supposed to be doing.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
And didn't somebody like fight you to get you into the back of somebody's car to get you home or something?
Well, that was the thing. I was making my way back into the building, and they were like, no, you're going to go around this way over here and hop in that car and then go home and get hosed off by your 80-year-old neighbor.
Yeah, that was fun.
Jackie Mason.
There was video of that somewhere.
Yeah, that was Cass.
Number 2 on this list of things that made Bill scared was the Vag Project during morning rush, landing on I-95 or passing through the final approach of Philly International Airport.
This was the sex balloon that years ago, before every elementary school in the world successfully pulled off sending something into space for a picture, we were attempting to do the same thing with a sex balloon.
And the number one thing that made him scared was the chili cannon.
The chili cannon and pitch.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
pitchuation.
We all, there was that moment in that whole thing where we're like,
Or was that the nacho?
There was the
cannon?
nacho
There was a
cannon.
nacho cannon.
We
He
did
had it
both.
right. Yeah, we did do both.
Yeah, but the nacho cannon almost killed Pitch.
Yeah, that was scary for all
that
of
was
us.
very scary.
Man.
But overall, right, we
Overall, we were good. No, like that's some great radio that represents that list. But I just got those are the moments where you're sitting in your office and you go, you don't want anybody to be hurt. You don't want to be sued, right? And sometimes you come dangerously close to those things happening.
Yeah.
Right. So.
What was the angriest we ever made you?
Ooh.
Oh man,
good question.
I pissed him off.
Oh.
I don't mean individually, like us as a show or something. that we did.
you were. This is it.
You know, I've kind of blocked that out. I have to think about that for a minute because when I really got angry with the show,
We all individually got called into his office after the St. Patty's Day pub crawl.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was an.
Do you remember that?
We weren't on that.
Oh,
Preston.
good. He doesn't remember that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Here's the thing about Bill getting mad is I could probably count on one hand over the past almost 19 years that we really got his blood up about anything that we did. I mean, there were times where you were either annoyed or you were concerned or were stressing how important, you understand that you guys shouldn't have done what you did, but you never got mad. I've had bosses yell at me before. And you've never done that.
You've never heard my office voicemail because what I'll do many times is I'll pick up my phone and I will call my voicemail on my desk and I will scream into my phone like, what the? I would go crazy about hearing something about this show, about somebody else doing something just stupid that's going to cause us branding points or ratings points or whatever. And I'll let it sit. And then I come in the next day or later in the day, and I'll listen to myself screaming at the thing, and it kind of calms me down.
Wow.
That's a good sort of
reduces
psychological.
the emotion out of it.
Yeah.
So what is it I want to communicate about? Not a smart move, so that kind of helped.
It's also a release. You can. It's probably therapeutic.
I've you definitely have an interesting and unique managing style, and it took me a little while to get used to it. I've learned over the years that. Don't waste your time with stuff that doesn't matter. Like when you're trying to explain, because I've been called in your office. Hey, why did this happen? Why did that happen? Blah blah blah. And I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but I'm like, okay, I can make this turn into like a 15-minute meeting where we should go back and forth, or I can just go, I was wrong, and I'm not going to waste your time with it. With nonsense that doesn't matter.
Like when you pitched the movie script this morning.
He had a good reason.
I had a good reason.
We talked about it off air.
Okay. But what I was going to say, I want to say something. Personally speaking, I, on behalf of my wife and my 3 children and my mom and my dogs, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to live the life that I've been living. All right, like I owe a lot to you for bringing me on to the show with Preston and Steve. I also owe a lot to Preston and Steve, and I want to say this. I really like you. I really, really like you. I don't think you like me very much. And that's okay, because I like you.
That, I think, is incredibly wrong.
Here's the thing. I think you're a very funny guy, and you do these really cool things, and you're a good family man, and you take care of your mother, and you do, and, you're a shore guy and whatever. But as your program director, I got to be your program director. Right? I'm not going to be your friend, right? My hope is that after I stop being your program director, that we might go out and have a beer and shoot the breeze.
Shoot the poop.
I can't believe I said the F word yesterday. Oh my God!
Do we have the isolated audio?
Oh my God!
We will get that.
That's cringeworthy.
I am
for
so
him.
embarrassed by that. That's just like, oh my God! I know.
I'll tell you what you said right after you. In fact, you said it. This is to validate what you're currently saying. Okay. You said, "Now I can stop being the boss and hopefully be your friend."
Yes.
And so that does mean a lot. And it does mean a lot to us that you would even consider that.
Hey, listen, at least yesterday you didn't do it in front of a large group of people in a theater.
While the cameras were rolling, right?
Multiple angles.
I saw Marissa isolated that out.
Oh,
from
here it
the
is right here.
YouTube.
Hang on.
So local, Philly, fans, fun. Other things that begin with F.
Fervor, farts. Man, you brought so much joy to people's lives yesterday.
Everybody was so happy.
You got a Bill chant out of that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was going to say effing, and it just came out the other thing.
Congrats on a career in radio. It's not an easy gig to get in, and the fact that you were able to land here and be a part of this family for as long as you have. But like most of people in radio over the years, you bounced around. You had the jobs in smaller markets and bigger markets, and to be able to hang it up at a place like this, I'm sure is rewarding.
It's terrific.
Yeah.
I mean, when I got to accept the Marconi last month for Best Rock Station, and not the first time I got that opportunity because of what this station, what this show does on a consistent basis, it's I was looking at that photo album, and there's a picture of like kids from Ashland College who I graduated with in 1978. Don't do the math. Anyway, and I going, did any of those people in that group of like 15 get to accept a Marconi?
Right.
Or have the level of success that I got to enjoy, leading this radio station? It's like, maybe not.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good about that.
No, as well you should.
We've talked about you managing us. What about you managing Pierre Robert and Jackie Bam Bam?
Oh, boy. Kathy mentioned about hiring talent and letting talent do what they're good at, right? And Pierre is so good at putting his arms around the audience, figuratively, obviously, and just making them feel good, and I just don't want it to be like, yes, and I play music that we are not supposed to play.
Right.
It's really weird that you hear Frank Sinatra in the midday on MMR and it sounds normal.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
That's like format sacrilege. What? You're playing some dude from the 40s on a rock station or whatever. So trying to manage Pierre about like, okay, here's the bullseye, here's the next ring. You can't go way outside that ring too often, or because then people are confused what the bullseye is, right? As far as like a rock station goes. So we've had that conversation a number of times over the years, but I get what his special talent is.
Yeah.
And it's just this huge heart and warmth, and like I said, he's the kind of the soul of the radio station, has been forever.
Yeah.
And it's like, I recognize that, and I got to let him do that.
So you inherited Pierre, but you brought on Jackie Bam Bam.
you were the man who brought Jack. And I remember when you were talking about bringing him here, and you said you felt he was not being treated right at his last job.
Yeah, he was part-time at YSP,
Right.
and I'd met him at a No Doubt concert, I think.
Right.
And here's this big,
Larger than life.
garrulous, or this
Yeah.
big, this huge personality walking down, and you talk about a guy who wants to put his arms around. He does it literally. Wrap you up and shake you, whatever. But there's something genuine about it. Doesn't sound like a disc jockey.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But boy, is that guy embody the relationship of the listener on the air every night.
You've lived here a long time, and Philadelphia has its way of like seeping its way into your body, whether you like it or not. And I know that you still have your roots and all that, but like, what is something that you absorbed or adopted by living here for so long?
I don't know. This radio station's really kind of like become part of who I am. Like I think about, am I the guy going to Peddler's Village looking for special deals at Christmas?
I can help you with that.
I know. But no, I'm looking at Kathy as I do that. It's like, well, there's the shopping thing and all these great little places or whatever. I don't know.
You're staying. You said, right? The plan is to stay here in the area.
I just mailed in my payoff coupon for my mortgage.
That's huge. You are so lucky we never found out where you live.
I live in Narberth.
Yeah,
we know
yeah.
that.
Didn't we put something on his front lawn?
I
we?
didn't.
Yeah, it was
No, we
Jackson.
wanted to. There were so many times that we wanted to either mow his lawn at 5 o'clock in the morning or.
Oh, my God. The time that you put that bumper sticker on the back of my car and I didn't discover it for 3 days and it said, I like big
D's.
Oh.
Oh, tease.
Yeah, big tease. And I drove around Narberth. No, it was a sticker. But I'm thinking, driving to Lower Merion High School, dropping off my kids with I like big tees. It's like, come on.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks
listen,
for that, Casey.
Unfortunately, we have Peter Billingsley scheduled in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Good
so
get for Christmas.
We'll see if we can break and come back on the other end of the commercials right back and get him on. But we could keep talking to you forever, Bill. You want to come back?
Absolutely.
You want to come back after the interview and hang out a little bit longer?
Yeah, sure. I just if it get rolled, I thank each and every one of you for what you do every day and for what you've done for this radio station and what you do for the listeners, right? Yesterday's show is the perfect example of what you do for them and the amount of work and effort that went into it. I'm looking for Marissa because she was very much part of that organizational piece to have that run so smoothly and allow you guys to be happy and friendly and giving to the people that are the most important. It's our fans. Your fans. So nice job there. Awesome.
Well, we'll have you hang out because there's still another top 9 list that we can go through that Bill did.
And it's just as good.
Great. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. Peter Billingsley, Ralphie from A Christmas Story, will be joining us.
Yes.
And we'll be right after these commercials. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
She did.
Yeah.
She did like a corpse face.
You're pretty rocking.
Tamara, you want to give out your Instagram account while we're on the air?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my radio account is radio.dmp.
That's not the one I'm talking about.
Oh, my God. Yeah, my modeling and everything else where you can see the raw meat picture. That's, it's _angel.
Thank you.
For people?
It's OSSUNRY_ANGEL.
And by the way, to look up ossuary, I was curious when I saw your screen name, and that means what?
It's a cemetery, but it's like basically a cemetery underground, and so it's like a crypt where you can see like the skeletons and corpses.
How's this sounding to you, buddy? It's pretty cool. Because he's into metal, right?
Yeah, look at him. He's wearing an Iron Man shirt with a corpse on the front of it.
On the cover,
Eddie's a corpse.
Yeah. Is that like,
did we score for you or what?
Yeah.
Nice. Is that like the catacombs in France? Is that an ossuary?
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so did you watch Kyle and Sophie?
I did,
Okay,
yes.
so I think we should follow that same thing. First time, just a nice little tender kind of screen kiss, lips only, and then we'll see where we want to go from there, okay?
He's a nice guy. You just hear him, and he's just a warm and gentle guy, so I think this is going to be very special. So,
All right, Brandon, you ready? Ready to finally
Does
do
she need
this?
to freshen her breath first, though? Or?
Would you like to?
would you like some raw meat?
Raw meat last
Let's
night.
get Josh and Haley with some guitar music, just some romantic acoustic music. By the way, they're going to be performing tomorrow night at Saloon in Manayunk from 9 till 2 a.m. It's nice little acoustic guitar music. And they play romantic music. They play fun music as well. So
Yes.
But this morning we wanted some romance. Okay, you ready? All right, let's get this underway.
right.
Here we go. First kiss for Brandon and begin. All right, they're leaning in. Oh, that's a nice kiss.
Nice.
It was a little bit short, and Mars did this really nice thing where she took his face in her hands.
Yeah.
And
Very nice.
How did that feel, by the way, Brandon?
Cool.
This dude's chill, man.
He's totally chill.
This is great, though. You feel comfortable and supported here. That's cool. And that the hand thing on your face, did that make you feel a little bit more relaxed?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so let's go for something a little bit more passionate. You ready to try this out?
And
Okay.
remember, take some time and turn yourself over to it.
It's
all
a
right?
dance, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a dance. Okay, whenever
Dance
you
of the
guys are
mouth.
ready.
All
Here we
right.
go. Mars is smiling. Here we go. This is a bigger, better kiss. Oh, they're doing it right.
Ah.
That looks
Really?
Wow.
They are. Oh my God! Wow! Oh, wow! Wow!
There it is, buddy.
Look at that smile! Look at that smile!
Yeah! Yeah! That's what we wanted. Oh, you can go home now.
Guess who's going to be king of the construction site?
Oh my God, Brandon.
You got boner?
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
I didn't even think about that.
Because we do.
I do.
Brandon.
Oh, Brandon, it. He's blushing.
That's awesome.
Honestly, that was wonderful.
Get over to this mic. Is your heart racing a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
What'd you think?
Oh my God.
That was pretty cool.
I mean, the texture of somebody else's tongue on your tongue is there's nothing else like it, right?
No, it's not weird. Like you think it's like something weird, but it's not.
Do you know what it is? It's honestly, people. It's an expression of coming together. It's a physicality. There's nothing like it. You know.
Hey, Mars, by the way, how did he do? What do you think?
I think you did pretty well. You're kind of like going a little harder with your tongue than you need to, but otherwise it was fine.
So you would say,
Yeah, a little
softer and
soften up the tongue.
And wouldn't you say that that's the key to any bit of intimacy?
Yeah,
Right?
ease up, and then if you feel the other person going for it, that's when you make the move to go a little more forcefully.
Do we want to try again by any chance? Like,
would you be okay with that, Mars?
That's fine.
Just a little bit of notes. All right,
I mean, that was a home run, but I don't.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, let's try this one more time. A little softer. Whenever you guys are ready, let's go ahead. Here we go.
Here we go. Remember what you said.
Mars and Brennan, a little softer, a little easier.
Wow.
And see, Mars is doing. Yeah, oh, wow. That's. A little better this time, Mars?
Yeah, much better.
Brandon, did you learn something on that last time?
Yeah.
All right. Oh my God, that's wonderful.
I'm so happy for you because
I
you're
am
such a
too.
nice guy, and she's very she was very caring and took care of you. That's
Absolutely.
wonderful.
I mean, he's going to be out all weekend kissing.
Yeah,
we need an
I think so.
update on Monday.
I think
He's going to kiss the security guard on the way.
We broke the dam.
Mars, you're the best. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. We appreciate it. We have another friend that we're going to have over for this momentous occasion who's
Another
going to
kiss.
step up to the microphone right now. Ladies and gentlemen, our good friend, he was here just the other day. Steven Singer is here.
Good morning, guys.
Nice to see you, sir.
Wow, is that a gold rose in your pocket, or you just happen to see me? This is exciting.
Steven wanted to be here because it's all about love, and you guys are, well, you're love experts down to
I am in the love business. Buddy Love is here. He thought he was going to have to stand in and kiss somebody, but
That's your dog.
he's available.
Yeah.
Buddy the jeweler, he is here, kissing all the girls and flirting. Wow, you guys did great.
Yeah,
thank you.
I don't know how you made something out of this bit, but you did.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Brandon and Sophie, come up over here by Steven, because I think the reason we have him here is you've got something for these guys. To mark this occasion.
Absolutely do. And this has inspired me here.
Okay.
This whole setup. Like
He's opening up a box.
this is like the
Condoms.
Diamond encrusted rubbers.
extra large.
Wow.
This is like the.
Rose gold condoms.
No, Steven, I'll go ahead and say it because he's taking the time to open up the
I feel
boxes.
like the 40-year-old virgin here.
Yeah.
Steven is opening up his world famous gold roses, and I think you're gonna give them each a rose. Is that how this is working? Yeah.
Here, I give you a frozen rose because you've been frozen out for all these years, and a Valentine's Day red love rose for you. And you can both start your Valentine's Day quest, but we're going to have to give
our kissers?
The kissers are going to have to get. She's got to get a black diamond rose with that makeup. Man, I have a black diamond with platinum rose.
Oh,
because
she'd love that.
That's killer with that look.
Yeah,
man.
they're cool.
And then we'll
Man.
get Kyle one as well.
Absolutely, we're going to give Kyle. They were great. I was surprised of how well that actually worked out.
Weren't
You
they
guys
very
did it.
generous? I mean, to me, these couldn't be two sweeter people to have
They're
their
both,
first
and the
interview.
blood is rushing back into their faces. They are a shade of red I've never seen before.
I was
And the
impressed.
dimples, I didn't realize when we were sitting out in the green room at these I just thought they were listeners coming to watch the show.
Right.
Yeah.
And this has been, wow, what an experience. This is something, huh?
It's a special moment in their lives.
This is a special moment. Wait until the first time you have sex. That'll be great.
Well, that's tomorrow.
Yeah, that's tomorrow. We're gonna
We love everybody. Thanks so much for having me in. Congratulations, guys. And we love Preston and Steve.
Thank
Yes,
you, sir. We love
likewise.
you. Steven Singer, guys. All right, I think this has been tremendously successful. I'm very happy for these guys.
Wonderful.
I'd love to have them keep kissing, but we're way over budget on time, and we got to take a
Well,
break.
they can certainly hang out. We'd love to have them. Yes,
Absolutely.
our
We
guests.
highly suggest that they do. And thank you to Josh and Haley for supplying the live music this morning. You can hire them. We'll get the details. In fact, do we have that information on PrestonSteve.com,
No,
Nick?
we'll post it, but they're fantastic. I saw them perform live at Harvest a few weeks ago. They're great live, and if you get a chance, go see them.
Yeah, and Josh does 5 Minutes of Fame, and we'll be at, how do you even say this, VOIX? Is that...
Voix?
Voix Karaoke Lounge tonight from 9 till 1 a.m. And then tomorrow night they'll be at Scanlon Saloon in Manayunk from 9 till midnight. All right, we're going to take a break. That was wonderful.
It was great.
Congratulations, everybody. Coming back with the B-File. Stay with us. So here's what I saw this article, this other article. That was a different one. This one
Is this a better article?
This is a better article. And it is essentially a quick way that you can do a mental health check.
All right.
So this is a way that you can find out where you are.
And use the healing powers of alcohol to help you through it?
Of course. Didn't we all learn that that's the key to it all?
Yes.
No, but...
Okay, so let's hear it. So you can do sort of a diagnostic...
Yes.
And see where you fall, how you're holding up. Because I think...
On 93.3 WMMR.
All right. Thank you so much, Kath. Our next guest. This is so cool that we're having him.
Would be amazed to find out that they're actually doing better than they...
The winter break and A Christmas Story, the 24-hour marathon, is going to kick off on Sunday, 8 p.m., and that goes for, obviously the full 24 hours. TBS and TNT, they have it.
Yeah.
It's become a tradition, and like so many homes across America, it's in the same way in my house.
Well, now a new
Just
tradition
let it
has
roll.
started too, Preston. Now I'm going to watch A Christmas Story Christmas.
Me too.
Because I loved it.
It's got such a great heart.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Please welcome Mr. Peter Billingsley to our show this morning.
All right. So,
how you doing, Peter?
Guys? I'm great, thanks. You?
Excellent. Listen, you know what? Right off the bat, as Steve said it during that intro, we were so happy. Last time we had spoke to you was before we'd seen A Christmas Story Christmas, and loved it. Just absolutely loved it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that one. We waited 39 years to make that movie. So it
had
bit of now or never.
It had to have been so hard to decide, well, what do we do with this? Where do we go with this? And it's the perfect synergy on, paying a tribute to the old man and trying to live up to a certain standard. And it played out great, man.
Yeah, thanks. I think it actually oddly gave us more freedom in a good way that we had waited so long. Because if you try to do, sequels can be tough.
Yeah.
And it's hard to kind of recapture the magic. But having that much distance and thinking, oh, well, what's Ralphie like as dad? What happened to Scott? What are these guys like as grown-ups was a lot more fun, and I think gave it enough distance. So we were happy. I had developed the movie for close to 5 years. Wanted to get it right. Didn't want to ruin, obviously, the first one for the fans. So we were really, really happy with where it all landed.
Well, you're in one of those rare situations. One of my favorite books is A Christmas Carol, because if you stop and think about what Dickens did, he created something that is now inextricable from, Christmas. And now, and obviously these two movies are in that. And obviously with A Christmas Story, it must have been, as a seasoned producer, which you are, and director, and obviously talent, you're still walking a super fine line when, even though it's something that you're quintessentially involved with making have the impact that it has, you're going to piss off some people no matter what you do. So the fact that you pulled it off, how much hand wringing and how much sweating was involved before that premiered to really good reviews?
A lot. I think a lot of anxiety on the front end, but like anything else, once you commit to go, right? The challenge is in making the decision to do it, and then once you do, you do. And I was able to produce it with longtime friend, producing partner Vince Vaughn, who has a great compass for things, was really supportive. And at the end of the day, I know Christmas Story very well. I studied it. I've lived with it for 40 years.
I'd say so.
So to me, it's like, hey, man, if I'm happy, that's sort of where I set my compass. I'm like, if I don't feel that I've injured or ruined or hurt the fan, and if I'm happy, fans should be as well. And it was obviously personal to me, and it is. I mean, Christmas Story was a little movie that took the filmmakers 12 years to get made. Nobody wanted to make it. It was kind of the little engine that could.
Yeah.
And Bob Clark threw in most of his salary to get the movie made and had to agree to do other movies. It was just, nobody saw the vision for what Bob and Gene saw in that film. And I had done other movies prior to that were much bigger, much more hyped, much more promises of stardom and fame coming off them, all of which bombed, didn't do well at all. And this was the one that really broke out of the pack, and it was kind of a cool lesson of, just work hard, make a great movie, stay focused on the vision that you have for it and don't focus on the outcome as much.
It was also,
so I tried to pull some of that into the sequel.
It also seemed to be unique, the original Christmas Story, because it was a late bloomer, because it didn't hit tremendous success until years after it was released, which must have put you in a unique position. So, we've had people on the air before, not that long ago. We had Curtis Armstrong, who played Booger in Revenge of the Nerds, and we've had, some of the Brady kids and stuff on who they had tremendous success at the beginning, and they got tired of that being associated with that character, and it wasn't until decades later that they embraced it and realized how special it was. You, however, on the other side of the coin, at the beginning it was nominal exposure, and years later,
it was better. Yeah, like my relationship with the movie grew.
Yeah,
we were kind of disappointed. Like it came out in theaters, and back then there was no streaming or video or cable, so it's just the movie kind of like, all right, I guess that was it.
Yeah,
and it sort of drifted away, and then slowly but surely, and then I remember it was like, I don't know, 15 years later, I was at a video store in Arizona where we were living, and I walked in, and I see a cardboard cutout standee of me holding the BB gun in the video store. And I went to the clerk. I'm like, what the hell is this? I was shocked.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, people keep asking for this movie. And it was like it sort of made this comeback. And so it was great. It wasn't overnight stardom.
Right.
And then you're on the cover of every magazine. And, a lot of those people you mentioned had that. And that's challenging. So it kind of grew, and I had already moved on and done other things. And then I was starting to move into producing, doing all sorts of other things. So it was kind of this great gift that started to come and grow. So my relationship with the movie has been actually really, really good.
I want to go back to Bob Clark. You mentioned, who was the director. He was, he'd been known for Porky's prior to that. He was, there was no indication of that kind of really sort of Frank Capra style, that was within him. Sadly, I think he and his son were killed in an accident, many years later. But that movie, I had the privilege of seeing Gene Shepard actually, kind of read from the original work, "In God We Trust," all others pay cash. There is so much tonally that you and your cast, Darren McGavin and Melinda Dillon, nail. So I just need to say to you, you allow me to remember, I'll get a little emotional, my mother through that movie, because she passed away when I was 20. Yeah. And Melinda Dillon is that. So I'm tearing up right now, but it means so much.
Thank you. I genuinely hear that a lot, and a lot of people have asked me, why does this movie resonate? Why is this, one of the few that 40 years later does this? And I really think that it is, the one thing I hear is that's my family, right? Yeah. That reminds me of my mom. That's my dad. And it was a real portrayal of a family. It wasn't, no disrespect, but for the Bradys, that was such an idealized family. Yeah. Like, well, that's not what's going on in my house.
No, that's what made it so great. Yeah.
Definitely not. Right. So it's like, that was the wish fulfillment version. Like, oh, wouldn't that be nice? And then you have these guys, which is like, yeah, that is my house. There is bumps, there's bruises, there's toughness, there's smashing of lamps, they're lying to each other. But there's this great love at the core. There really is. And you can sense it. Even that last shot when the dad puts his arm around her, she puts her arm around him. They're watching the snow and they're having a wine. It's like, that's Christmas. It's like all is all is forgiven. There's acceptance. They love each other. There's hope for the future. The kids have their smiles. It's like, that's kind of what you want, because it's real. And I think that, and you speak of Bob, he was awesome. Not only had he done Porky's, he had done hardcore drama, screwball comedy, horror. He was the best, and he would do something that was awesome. He would surprise you a lot of the time in frame. So the movie was scripted, and we didn't really change our lines, but Bob would often not show you things until he was. So in the Chinese restaurant in the end, when they bring that duck with his head on out, and the mom screams, completely real.
Wow!
I've never seen it before. He was, and then she cannot stop laughing, and then he didn't tell Darren the guy was going to cut it off. Oh my God! And he screams. So he was awesome at doing that, like letting things be real to play out in the frame that you didn't really know, and everyone would just stay in character. And you get these great moments that feel super, super real. Because it's tough, you do multiple takes.
Yeah.
By the end of the scene, something can get a little stale.
Yeah,
and if you look at that scene again, it's all one shot.
Wow.
Well, I love, Peter, that you find new little instances like that every time you watch it. That's why the repeat viewings aren't lost, and there's still value in that because you find out about the ducks getting their head chopped off, and Melinda Dillon is
true.
is
I
laughing.
still notice stuff.
Yeah.
I literally still notice stuff in the movie, and I mean, I had to study it for the sequel. I don't watch it because I love watching me, but we had to kind of break it down, And I still notice stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh, do that, or people will point out something to me. So,
Well, I wanted to ask you about your parents in the movie because we lost both of them. We lost Melinda Dillon this year, and like Steve said, that they really echo so many feelings that we have about our own parents, about our own mom and dad. What was your relationship like with them, and did it change when the movie gained popularity?
It was great on the set. You're a kid, and my family had a rule that there always had to be a family member with me. So I didn't have guardians like a lot of other child kids did working at the time. We had to have a family member, and that was great. But the parents still, the show parents kind of can't help but take a little bit of that up as well because you're spending a lot of time with them on set. And Darren was awesome. I'd never met anyone more knowledgeable about the workings of a set. He was just such a veteran in such a great way. I remember there was like they were trying to figure out how to rig a doorway to do like a door close gag or something. And he was just sitting on the set, reading his lines and looking, and the grips were kind of going back and forth. How do you, blah, blah, blah. And he just casually turns back. And he's like, why don't you just buck it from the back with some speed rail and put the shim under the front? And they all get like real quiet, and they look at him, and one guy goes, he's right. And walk on. And he used to sit on the set. He didn't always go back to his trailer. I like that energy too. When they're turning around the camera or something, you get the offer, you can go back to your trailer. He would sit on the set. He just loved it. And he liked being near it. So smart. Behind the scenes in front of the camera was great.
I love Darren McGavin, one of my favorite all-time actors and character actors. He played Carl Kolchak, the Night Stalker, which is one of the greats. His delivery and his sort of casual style, and his ability to inhabit again the portrayal of the father, as you've noted, so many people say that's my dad. Well, that was my dad.
Yeah.
He nailed it.
I know.
And
he totally does.
What I love about A Christmas Story, Christmas, if you're talking about the relatability of characters, Scott Farkas becomes human. No one is dismissed, and I think going back to a Christmas Carol, we love seeing redemption for people. And I'm so glad you did that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what we wish for ourselves and others, and I think that embodies those themes of Christmas. That's what we hope for. It's the time that we do give that grace to others, and we want those to give it to us as well. So it was a good thing to do instead of like, hey, all right, Ralph and Scott are going to fight again. This time is by the gas station. All right. It's like you can just fall into those awful tropes, but you want to challenge yourself to do better.
Peter, I want to point something out about you that some people might not know, because obviously you've been a huge part of this this mega thing that is viewing, holiday Christmas film, holiday films around Christmas time. But also you helped usher in the Marvel Cinematic Universe because you were an executive producer on the very first movie, on Iron Man. And what I didn't realize until this very morning was that you actually have a bit role in Iron Man. I did not recognize you at all in that movie.
Well, don't feel bad. I did. Because I had produced that film with Favreau, who I had done some stuff with, and my dad was in town. And I said, we're doing a little test screening. And, he knew that I'd been working on the movie for months. And I said, also, I do a little cameo in it. So why don't you come?
Yeah.
And he watched it, and we get home that night. And he said, I thought you said you had a part in the movie. My own father. Dad, I was a scientist. He looks at me like, oh, my God. Because I cut that trench down my head. I had a mustache and glasses. I look like I should not be within 400 feet of the school. I was that kind of a character.
You do have that stranger danger.
Yeah, so don't feel bad.
Okay.
Well, Peter, I wanted to ask you about 2 other producing credits on movies that I really like that I think they're underappreciated. The first is also a Christmas movie, 4 Christmases, and you did that with Favreau and Vince Vaughn as well. But I really love the movie Made, which stars Favreau and Vince Vaughn. You were a producer on that, and it came out after Swingers, and it was sort of the anti-sequel to Swingers. It's a great movie, and if people haven't watched it, I can't recommend it more highly.
It's one of my favorite movies. I think Vince is so good in that movie. It's the first movie that Favreau directed, and it's so great. It's like one of those movies, the first time you watch it, you're like, oh my gosh, what's something bad?
Yes.
and then you get to the end, you're like, okay, that's how the movie ends. I mean, you can really enjoy it. You talk about detail and lines and fun in that movie. There's so much. And I love Vince's character in that movie so much. He's that guy that we all know. He's that friend we've all had that you love and you want to be loyal to, but can just ruin the moment.
They're such idiots. Both of them are, and Favreau has to put up with them.
So good. Yeah, I know.
And the 3 of you have had a working relationship for a long time. You, Juan and Jon Favreau. Is there any other projects that the 3 of you, or at least 2 of you, are involved in coming up soon?
Well, Vince and I do a whole mess of stuff, and I love it. And John's doing a lot of these larger movies now, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these movies that take 2 to 3 years to make. So, Vince and I did a fun one. Last year, we worked on a sequel to me. We also put out a movie called Christmas with the Campbells, which was sort of like we had a Hallmark writer write a movie and then did a rated R dialogue pass on top of it. So I think we might do a couple more of those.
Right.
So that was sort of having fun with the Christmas convention. And then we do the podcast together, which was really based on an original idea of Vince's, where we deep dive into Christmas movies called A Cinematic Christmas Journey.
Cool.
Well, it's all good, and obviously this time of year, you're part of everyone's television for the marathon. Is there a point where you yourself will dip over and grab a few minutes with a Christmas story? Yeah,
it's become this thing again. Not to be like, hey kids, take a look, we're watching Dad. It's more. I don't know, just karmically for the year, I feel like, we just got to put it on the house for a couple of minutes.
Oh, it's firmly embedded in tradition.
Just let it play.
Yeah, absolutely. We all understand that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, kind of tap into the themes. And I like to hear the voice, to hear Gene's voice,
Right. Wow. Excellent. Well, listen, it's so cool anytime we get a chance to talk to you. We all get a little bit giddy when we know you're going to be on the program. And, obviously, we're going to start watching the 24-hour marathon. It's coming up on Sunday into Monday, 8 p.m. TBS and TNT. And then I'll have to see where and when A Christmas Story Christmas is going to be airing, or do we need to go to like streamers? Do you have any idea?
No, I think they've been playing it on TBS and TNT.
Okay.
And it's playing on, I think they're airing it Christmas Day.
Awesome.
As well. And check out the check out the podcast as well. It's on Spotify. I break down a bunch of Christmas movies and get very cool.
Awesome.
Love it.
Inside.
Love it.
So, I have a little knowledge in the Christmas movie area.
That you do, sir. All right, Peter. Thanks a bunch, man. Have a great Christmas.
You too, guys. Thank you.
Great to talk to you. Peter Billingsly.
Yeah.
Hey. Wow. I mean, he's the real deal. He's right in the heart of all of that. And he's got to be overwhelmed this time of year whenever it starts getting into, by the time you get to Thanksgiving, he starts getting busy, I would imagine.
Well, you know what you could tell in the originally, I actually saw it in the theaters when it first came out, Christmas Story, and you could tell I was thinking this kid is sharp, that he's pulling off the nuance, like it was soap in that scene, and he does that little eye thing. That's a practiced kid actor who can pull that off.
Absolutely. And my mind as soon as you start talking about this movie, my mind just randomly picks scenarios in that movie where Darren McCammon is, you used up all the glue on purpose. Just the best.
So he mentioned hearing Gene Shepard's voice, and so again, when I went to this event, Preston didn't realize that he was going to be there, and he is reading from this stuff, and I'm like, he sounds like him.
Oh, that's
nice.
him. I love it. Excellent. Well, listen, we have a few more minutes to play with before we have to take a break. Yeah. Let's get him back over here.
Another Christmas tradition.
That's right. We speak to Bill Weston, Man About Town. He will cease to be program director of WMMR on the 31st. Going to be his last day. We are on our Christmas break after today, so this is our last chance to see you professionally. And so he came in and spent a little bit of time with us earlier, but it wasn't enough time. We needed to get a little more Bill Weston in.
Dare I say, an encore performance? Here we are. Yeah.
Well, you were there. They were yesterday at the Christmas Miracle. You got numerous standing ovations.
Yes.
And Bill chants, and the people love you.
It was really cool. I actually bought a couple Christmas gifts from some of the area merchants, since I've not bought any, and I'm walking back to my car, and some woman comes running out of McGillicuddy's, right? She's standing on the corner on the other side of the intersection. She goes, Bill Weston, let me buy you a shot.
You're like, yeah.
Oh, my God.
And I'm going, Kyle was actually having lunch with her, I think. I don't know who she was.
Was it the lady that flashed her boobs at the...
No, but she was very attractive, and I'm trying to convince her that, like, no, I can't do a shot. That number one, I didn't have any breakfast, right? I said that would not go well. And number two, I'm like, I can't go in there. I have to get back to work or whatever. But those moments where your fans and I get to like kind of run in the shadows of that, and she was just so happy to like, oh, come on, let's do it. Because she had just come out of Christmas Miracle.
Yeah.
And she was having a great time, and she was extending that great time down at McGillicuddy.
Well, that's what you, again, through you and through the elements of the station and all the people, the many people have worked over the years to be part of the legacy that you are essential in creating. That's the whole thing, is that it goes to that familial sense. This group of people that we all share so days, months, years with, and so many memories. It's, you deserved all your accolades.
I'll miss that.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, you're officially retiring as PD of WMMR, but also you're retiring everything that you've ever done, your entire career. So can you give us a quick little snapshot of like everything you did? Like, I don't know how many stations you've been at, and
where'd you start and where'd you go?
So I started this little rinky-dink AM radio station, just playing records, right? 45s, right? It was a crap hole station, making $125 a week.
Okay.
I took home $117. I don't know why I remember that. Anyway, so
Where was that? What town?
That was Jamestown, right?
Okay.
I went to Erie, Pennsylvania, did top 40 radio for 2 years.
Erie.
What was your name there on the air?
Scott Reynolds.
Scott Reynolds.
I had a singing jingle. Scott Reynolds on K104. Yeah, I got my own jingle, but the music was, it didn't matter. I was on the air, right?
Yeah,
but
totally.
then
that's the way I was.
Yeah.
I didn't care. I just wanted to get on the radio.
Erie was a bit of an armpit.
Yeah.
There was really nothing because it was because Cleveland was far away and Buffalo was far away, and it's like you're just kind of in this place. But it was all right. I was on the air, and then I was ready to move.
Yep.
And I got the dream job in Buffalo at 97 Rock as Wild Bill Weston, and I'm playing rock songs, seeing rock stars, going to shows every night, and I became music director fairly quickly.
Nice.
So I got involved in that process, and that was terrific. And then this program director came in who was a jerk.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I said I got to go. And
how many years have you been there?
I was 2.5 years in Buffalo, and I loved it because the company that owned it was called Taft Broadcasting. They invested lots of money and equipment and bands and the Rock Angels, and I left to go to Cortland, New York, which is this.
Before that, real quick, whatever happened with the jerk PD? Did he make a career?
He kind of fell on his face by like trying to sell some backstage passes to some underage girls.
See? Karma.
He got his comeuppance.
That was the very first instance of Santa's Gotta Go.
Yeah.
You're like, I got to get out of here.
I had to go.
What I admire about you is you always sold those backstage tickets to legal girls.
They were 18 and over. Oh, my God.
Santa's got to go.
Oh, my God. So, so I went to Cortland to get my first program director's job. Of course, I was PD. I was afternoon guy. I was the promotions director. I cleaned the toilets. I did whatever. But that started the programming journey. Went to Savannah, back to Buffalo, Providence, I mentioned, New York for, a minute.
That's where we met.
Yep, that's where we met. And
New
then,
York City.
New York City.
I mean, that is the Mecca. That is the goal, right?
It was the goal.
And what's the biggest secret in radio? I think we talked about it. Everyone said when I was coming down here, you should be in New York. Be in New York. I'm like, New York
radio
sucks.
sucks.
It does.
Oh my God! Because nobody takes chances because the sticks are too valuable or whatever, and it's not about programming ideas and talent. It's about coalitions of power.
Yeah.
And if you have coalitions of power behind you, you can get your ideas through, even if they're not good ideas.
Yeah.
And I learned that a little too late, and it was the first time I got fired. I really wanted to say S-can.
Yeah.
You guys make me so at ease.
Yeah.
Whatever. I got to watch myself.
One of the things I've enjoyed over the years, Bills, is seeing your joy at some of the events, including yesterday. You know, I know how much you've loved Christmas Miracle, but I loved your joy at Cardboard Classic because you would see the creativity of the listeners and the sleds that were built. So I'd love to hear some of your personal highlights just at Preston and Steve Show events, MMR events, like things that really stick out for you that have just been a blast, been fun.
When you see the audience, like those guys that go into a garage in November or December, and they have to get their guys, hey, come on over, we're going to start building on a cardboard sled that's going to take us 3.5 months to get ready, and then to disassemble and rent a truck and put it in a truck and drive it 2 hours up the turnpike.
Yeah.
It's like... And the idea and the craftsmanship and all the stuff that goes into stuff like that, and they do that for a moment's of attention from you. And it's like... That is really amazing. I'm so glad that got regenerated up at Montage last year.
So great.
Because it is also it's one of those moments that it pulls in the listeners and everybody gets to share in the joy, and you hear it in your guy's voice. You know, that's a really cool thing that doesn't happen at most other radio stations.
It's a blessing. Yesterday we were there at the Colonial Theater, and we're standing there, and I'm looking at Preston, and we're like, oh, this is great.
Yeah.
This is great. Because we can see everybody, and it was more intimate, and it felt right.
It's palpable,
yeah,
right?
and it just gets you going. I mean, and it does. And that's something that we are, and not for a second did we or will ever, or did you ever or will ever take for granted, is that the joy of doing what we do.
Yeah.
You know?
And being part of that in a, like I say, the difference between watching a movie at home on a big screen or watching a movie in a theater, it's better in a theater because of this collective energy vibe, palpability, whatever that it is that you feel when people are gathered together. And it's what you do every day on the radio, except they're not physically here. But when you do one of those events, whether it's Camp Out or Cardboard Classic or whatever, it's like, that's pretty special.
Let me ask, do you owe your family to radio? So your wife, did you guys meet because of where you worked at that time? Because I know for Preston, myself, and Steve, we all,
Was she one of those girls you got tickets backstage for?
I met my wife at an appearance, so stuff like that.
Claire was an intern at one of the stations I was working at.
Yeah. No, I met Connie at a dance club in Savannah. And
you weren't there for work?
I was not there for work.
You were
out
Chippendales.
I was out there catting around.
Shipping bills.
Yes, back in the day. Yeah, no, it's good. But she has, she was an Army brat. Her dad was career Army, helicopter pilot, whatever. So they moved around a lot.
Oh.
So she was a great candidate to be a wife because when I said, we're going to Buffalo.
Similar.
And then 12 months later, after we'd been married and I'd impregnated her with our first child, we bought our first house. And 3 months later, I said, I got this job in Providence.
Wow.
It's a really good job. She stayed behind, sold the house, packed everything up, and joined me in Providence.
Wow.
And then we moved.
Amazing.
We've had 7 houses maybe. But this has been a great stop. It's been a great, chapter. You talk about I'm retiring and it's a book.
Yeah.
It's a fairly large book on the shelf because it's occupied so much of my life. But that book is, I'm closing the back cover.
Yeah.
Do you plan on remaining here
Yeah,
after
I do.
retirement?
I do. Yeah,
Good.
like I said.
Yeah, that's what you should.
There's a lot to be thankful for, and there's a lot of things I want. Like you talk about Hawk Mountain and some of these places you go hiking and whatever. It's like, I want to do that. I want to go to discover places, but you got to travel a little bit sometimes to get out of the city.
It's true.
You and I share travel interests. So what's on your bucket list? Like top 3 places you want to get to?
I want to get to Glacier, right? And I want to do it on a motorcycle, and I want to get up to Banff and Lake Louise up in.
How about we drive across the country, me, you, and Jack, and Bam Bam?
You know what? Don't worry. You won't have to drive. We'll have the Pituation do the driving.
Yes,
great idea.
And let's not forget Gary.
Gary.
All right.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Yeah, you guys, to do those things, to give up a week away from your family, to do that as a radio thing, and let the audience kind of come along. That's great. Those ideas are what, special about this show.
Yeah.
I hope we're still going to do Talk Like Bill Weston Day.
Oh, we
I'm sure, Bill, you're a big proponent of
If
that.
you're still going to be in town.
Wait, you want me to call in?
Yeah. I tell you what, you're now have received an honorary position along beside Gary as now
Thank you and Gary
a
on the
cast
same
member
level.
of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the Bill Weston moments just were born out of our meetings.
Yes,
We
yeah.
would have. Like, I realized that you would wave your hands around a lot. And so we started talking about that. I realized that when you would walk into the beginning of the meeting, your voice was like this. Good morning, Mrs. Romano. And throw your books on the table.
Yeah.
And we picked up so many things from those meetings. And then we were like, we have to talk about this on the radio. And it just started to build more and more of your persona.
You know what? You're a big presence. You're very charismatic. So that's a lot of it comes from that, from who you are and your
look,
personality.
and getting my chops busted on the air, and it's like, oh, the audience loves it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. It's like, I'm all right with that because you guys have been also, when it comes to the business of the show, very, not compliant, I wouldn't say that. But
Accommodating.
you at least listen,
Yeah.
right? And there have been a few times, but go ahead. I'm sorry. Preston?
No, I'm waiting for you to finish, and I have another question about retirement. Are you going to continue to wear all black outfits, or is that just a thing that you do at work?
He's a ninja on the side.
I was looking in my closet, and I have 13 black button-down long-sleeve shirts. It's like, I need two, So I'm going to thin things out. Black jeans are good because
Bill is our Johnny Cash, man.
Yeah,
without
sure is.
question. Yeah.
My wife says, you look good in black. It's like, it's kind of okay, whatever.
Black's easy to
it is.
put together.
Can't screw that up.
And it lets everyone know you don't have pets. Yeah.
Oh, man.
At least white-haired pets.
Quick question. We have that additional list of items.
Yeah, we can go through these. The Bill Weston's top 9 list of things that annoy the program director. All right. Number 9 on his list is Casey's prank Santa call and that stupid Annabelle drop.
Yeah.
So
Annabelle.
Yeah.
Santa's got to go. Annabelle.
Yep. It's a Christmas gift that keeps on giving.
it's the best. Actually, the Gary Lauer call was here, and that's where we got this.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
That was brilliant.
And it wasn't really Gary, right? It was Casey.
That was me.
Yeah. Okay.
Is this Casey? Number 8 was Jackie playing full 2.5-minute version of the Banana Split song, which we played around with earlier.
You talk
this
about
morning.
trying to manage Jackie, and I heard that. I go, oh, my God. Look, you need 35 seconds of this to get the point, right?
yeah.
You don't have to go on and on, hit the bridge, another verse. Like, oh, my God. It's like, stop playing that. Just do an edit. I had Zach do an edit for him. He still plays that stupid version of the Banana
The
Split
still
song.
full version.
Oh,
That's Jackie.
Number 7 on Bill's things that annoy him, the 4-foot-high vagina painted on my office window.
Now,
that was the first year we were here.
Yeah, it was
it the
Bill's
first
birthday. I
year?
think you were just turning 50, were you not?
Yeah, it was my 50th
It was a
birthday.
big birthday, and then Greg Monahan and I got into your office on the weekend, and Greg is the artist extraordinaire, and I found all the pictures. It's a huge vagina and you coming out and the whole
It
thing.
was your
and
entire window.
And what did we not know about that Monday, Preston?
It was Bring Your Son to Work Day.
Yeah.
I mean, it couldn't have gotten any better. It was
the best.
amazing.
Your son's reaction to that. We had it on video. We planted a video
you
camera.
put like a video camera
Yeah.
up in the corner and hit it play because we didn't have streaming or anything.
No.
Yeah. And then the moment I was recalling the other day was that John Fulham came into my office later that morning. He's sitting in my chair. And I had the way I had my desk situated in my office.
Yeah.
It's like he's sitting in the chair and his head is right there at the birth canal. Right?
Oh, my God.
So John is talking to me some serious subject about programming or whatever, and he's like, it's like he's coming out of the vagina.
Right.
Number 6 on Bill's list of things that annoy him. Talk like Bill Weston Day, which
There we go.
we just chatted about.
Yeah.
Number 5, Gary Lauer sitting outside my office all day or trapped in an escape room with Gary Lauer and the Pitchuation for a bonus.
Yeah.
God, that was so good.
And Jackie Bam Bam.
Yeah, we had Jackie, and that was for Bill's birthday,
That was
too.
just chaos.
He was his personal assistant.
Yep, it was chaos.
And we put him outside his office with a little desk and a computer and a phone, neither of which works, by the way.
They were not plugged in.
And
there's a 20-minute bit that Gary stretched into 3 hours. I'm like, when are you going home? It's kind of over. We got the picture. Now you can go. But I remember out there on the keyboard going, hey, look at that.
Number 4 of Bill Weston's things that annoy him are the late, great Rabbi, our former music director who passed away not that long ago. But he said, Bill said, bringing his 4 kids to work and packing them into the music library. The tiny little office, and the kids were running around like
he had
crazy.
4 kids. He had like 4 kids under 5, I think, right? They were like boom, 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 boom. And he'd bring them in because he'd had some childcare issue, and he'd shut the door. And I tried to go in there and ask him a question about programming, and it was like
Mass chaos.
And you, I think you and Rabbi would always have that look on his face, like, I'm sorry, but Rabbi was such a good dad and so so invested.
But it would
Just
annoy
a
the
great
crap out of me.
All right, this next one I'm going to redact a name that's here. It's not written out. Would you rather me not say that?
Oh yeah, former
former
overnight.
employee awarding March Madness champion to Breaking Benjamin and not Pearl Jam.
Yes,
they were in the finals.
They were in the finals, and this jockey was working the Sunday shift, and it came down to the end, and it was like the Breaking Benjamin crew had gotten into our voting system. It's like, dude, Breaking Benjamin or Pearl Jam at MMR.
Yeah.
And he's, the winner is Breaking Benjamin. Oh, my God. You idiot. We have to live with this. In fact, in one of those scrapbooks, I have the final thing that we had to publish. I think we published an ad in the paper with the final bracket. And there's Breaking Benjamin right there.
There you go. There you go.
You idiot. Number 2 on his list is shredding lettuce in an overturned lawnmower in the brand new Preston and Steve studio.
That was a great idea.
Well, I had figured if you had a completely brand new lawnmower, could you not use it as a food processor?
Yeah.
And we proved you could.
Boy, we didn't know Bill's hatred for messes until things like that. And number 1 on his list, and he writes this, effing soup. Number 1 thing that annoys Bill Weston.
I remember
soup.
When we were going to do the Soup Bowl because, obviously you couldn't do anything that you said Super Bowl or whatever. So we had, and so we had a whole bunch of soup coming in here. And then we all started to notice that you were wildly concerned about spillage, as if we weren't going to take precautions.
It was a brand new studio, and I was thinking some idiot in one of these chairs, he gets up and the heel of his shoe hits the lip of his bowl that he's tucked underneath the thing, and there goes some soup, and it's going to sit there for 5 days because nobody's going to pick it up. And so when I asked Casey the day before, have you considered tarps, right? That was it, right? And all of a sudden, Bill's concerned about the soup. He asked me about tarps. It's like,
they're all going to laugh at you.
Oh, my God.
It became this extended
It's
day.
not soup. It's really the whole soup legend about, I don't like soup. So if you look at number 2 and number 1, it's soup and salad.
It's soup and salad. You're right. No, but messes bother Bill.
Oh, very much
They
so.
bother him. Another one.
You share that with
one.
Kathy.
Yeah, take a look at this studio now. Obviously, they don't really bother me all that much.
Another one was when we did the Fire in the Hole with Joe, and we shot hot sauce into his butt with a squirt gun with a super soaker. We had him stand in a tub essentially, and it would catch the excess hot sauce. And so when we were done, we just shuffled that tub out into the green room. Joe went to the emergency room, and we were all reveling in what a great bit it was.
Yeah.
And Bill came along, and he's just like, you got to get this out of here. This is a mess. Somebody's going to blah, blah, blah. I'm like, Bill, we just did a great bit on the air. Can we not focus on this for a moment? Let us finish the show. We'll clean things up. Calm down.
That was our first indicator of the
mess
cleanliness.
thing.
Yes,
It's a thing. Are you a really neat guy by nature? Tidy?
I kind of like tidy.
Yeah. Your office is always very pristine.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I was just doubled over here when you were talking about that, and I'm thinking about Casey on the counter in 4F with his pants off and his knees up by his ears, and some tattoo artist tattooing his taint in the studio.
Yeah.
It's like, did that happen here?
It did. And I have the evidence to prove it.
Yes.
Oh my God.
There's something I did not mention in my Marconi speech.
The best was when I was getting a vasectomy. It was just me and the doctor in the office, and he's, cutting me up, and he's like, is that a tattoo?
Another moment of Casey up on the counter with his legs up in the air was when he lit a fart live on the air.
Here it is.
Oh, wait.
Kathy had never seen the legendary Blue Flame.
That's right.
And
we went through a lot of misfires.
Oh, yeah. In fact, she'd play the submarine sound.
Yeah. It was mid-commercial. We were in the middle of a commercial break, and Casey's like, it's got to happen now. It's got to happen. And we broke in.
Oh, my God.
Commercial break and did that.
Yeah, I'll only be that advertiser. Yeah, we had to interrupt your spot broadcast.
You understand, right?
Yeah.
No, we've done such wonderfully juvenile things over the years, and Bill has to sometimes answer to our sales department, our promotions department, our advertisers,
The building.
the building.
You've been a great interference runner, over the years. There's been a lot of stuff that you deflect, and we appreciate all that. And if something was ever an issue with us, you handle it, so we appreciate
Our
all
neighbors upstairs and downstairs.
Oh,
when things
my
would get
God.
loud.
I mean, even that prank phone call that you did with not Gary Lauer, like that was a responsibility of yours that like you didn't want to do, but like he was acting a fool somewhere, and you needed to make a phone call, or at least you thought you did.
Yeah, because he'd been at a single mixer.
Yeah.
And he was being.
He was out of control a little
Yeah,
bit.
whatever.
Getting out of control.
was a
By the
good
way, a
set.
couple of two back-to-back texts from different numbers that are referring to when you threw Chuck's prized cereal bowl.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
Childhood.
Well, Marilyn Russell was here, and she would leave her oatmeal bowl in the sink with like the pieces of oatmeal on the side, like she was going to soak it. Right? It's like, I don't want to see that crap. It's like that is everybody's sink, and I don't want to see your. Oh my God! And I don't know if I really threw Chuck's cereal bowl out. It might have been a casualty. It might have gone.
I had your back on that, though.
Yeah.
Anything, you guys see eye at eye on that. Yeah. But Chuck's, a beloved family member on their deathbed said, take care of this, Chucky.
Oh, my God.
Take care of this bowl.
So my 45-year career is distilled to the guy who was an idiot on the phone with fake Gary Lauer and who didn't like untidiness. Right? So, okay.
But you know what? For as long as this show will exist, we're going to have those moments amongst us that go, hey, do you remember when Bill ...
Yeah.
And we're always going to be talking about you on the air and off the air in a loving way for sure.
And we hope you come out to the different things. So there are things you can now just come out and enjoy. You know people on the show.
You got like a week and a half left, right? So have you started any mementos that you're keeping? Anything like have you started cleaning out your office?
I have not.
Well, there's that cereal bowl you took out of the sink.
I am. There's a huge poster of The Wall, Scarfy's original artwork, and I got that poster when I was in Erie when the album came out, 1979, maybe 1980. And I carried that with me in a tube. I was in Savannah, Georgia. My wife got it, and she framed it for me. It's this enormous frame. It's like 3.5 by 4 feet and whatever. It's like, am I taking that home? No, I'm not taking that home. You know what? Chuck said that he would like to have that because his dad, as an English teacher, used The Wall as part of a syllabus about alienation, orientation, or about whatever. And it's like, you know what? That's going to go in Chuck's office.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I got a gumball machine if anybody wants it with CBS Records on the front. Joe Bell was the only one to come into my office and put pennies in that thing to get whatever. So I might give that to Joe, but no, I don't know. It's like I got some empty boxes. I'm going to do that next week when nobody's here.
Can I have your TOs?
What do you want?
Your TOs?
No, I don't have TOs. They're Flutie Flakes.
Oh, Flutie Flakes. That's what it is.
Right?
TOs.
What?
Yeah, cereal. Buffalo Bills cereal. This is what it is.
There's a bunch some Buffalo Bills and mementos in there.
I'll take the dart gun if you don't want it. The blow gun.
Yeah? You want it?
Sure.
I bought that when I was in college.
Yeah.
Like 9 of us fraternity brothers all bought blowguns, right? So, Preston, I bequeath to you my blowgun.
We had fun with that.
Yeah.
I'll put a target here
Oh my
in the
God.
studio somewhere.
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
You're gonna have that. All right.
Wow.
You guys have been I guess this is goodbye, which is really
On air.
strange. On air.
Yeah.
Like I said, I get to listen to the show and just know who you people are and what you do, and I'll enjoy that moment. But I've enjoyed every day of having you guys as my morning show, and thank you for all that you've done, for getting up at 3:30 in the morning, Casey 4:10,
4:45.
Yeah, the work that you put into the show to make it sound so easy and so enjoyable. So thank you for all of
Likewise.
that.
In honor of Bill, we do have this for sale. It's what we call a flash sale in the MMR Rock Shop. We have the latest creation. It's the Preston and Steve Bill Weston Santa's Gotta Go T-shirt.
And it looks great.
It's a premium tri-blend T-shirt, and it's a picture of Bill's face. I'll hold this up to our people who are watching on YouTube right now on our stream. But it says Santa's Gotta Go on it. It's a great holiday gift for any Preston and Steve or MMR fan.
That's awesome.
On your list.
Doesn't that look good?
Yeah, I love it. Yep.
You got to be happy with that. That looks great.
That's my one of those phrases. Like, okay, that's good.
It's only $25, by the way, if you want to grab that. So we're having a little luncheon today afterwards, so we'll get to personally talk to Bill a little bit more. But professionally, this is our goodbye. We wish you nothing but the best, and we love you, man.
I've loved these moments that I get to come on and oh my God, yeah, it's been great.
Yes,
no tears. It's like I'm super happy for me. I'm super happy for you, and that Chuck D'Amico is going to be a great leader for this radio station, continuing that.
We love you, Bill.
So,
Excellent. Thank you,
guys are
Bill.
the best. All right,
Bill Weston, guys, man about town. I think we have to play the Santa's Gotta Go one more time before we break for vacation. So, we'll do that. We're going to come back in just a moment. We got some B-File stories on the way. Stay with us.
Santa's Gotta Go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, so, do I still enjoy things that once brought me joy? So that's a question.
Okay.
Am I being irritable or snapping at people?
Yeah, sometimes I know why that's happening to me, though. And it's usually
that time of the month.
No, it's usually hunger. Yeah.
You get hangry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
You're prone to hangry?
I'm prone to hangry.
He's like a 5-year-old that needs his snacks.
No, I'm like a human being, Kathy. I'm like a human
He gets
being.
fussy.
No, my wife is the same.
Yeah.
And she admits it.
Yeah, me too.
She admits it. If she gets pangs of hunger, it'll manifest.
Here's the other thing. My son, and I've had to say to him time and time again when I'm eating, because he's affectionate with me, right?
Right.
And the hugging and all that stuff.
Right.
But I'm like, dude, when I'm eating, don't touch me.
Yeah.
Don't touch me at all. And because we sit next to each other. We sit next to each other at the dinner table, and he thinks it's like huggy, like wrestle time. And I'm like, dude,
I don't love you. I don't love you.
Right now I don't love you.
I don't even want to know you.
Kathy, do you remember the time? I was just curious what Casey's little protein bar tasted like.
Can I take a bite of that? No.
No, I said just tear off an
Just a
itty bitty
little-
little crumb for me. And
He said, "This is all I get. I'm
just
not
flat out-
sharing it with
just goes, I can't do that, man.
I offered you a full one. I offered you a full bar.
Not that day.
That day.
Case.
I have a box of them.
I support that. Because
Yeah.
a lot of times, if we go out to like, and I've done it, I love my wife dearly, as I'll just have some of yours. No, I'm going to get you a whole order of it.
I don't like sharing my food.
No,
If this turns into a daily rush camera the size of this tiny little bar, this tiny little 200-calorie bar that I allow myself for breakfast every day, he wanted to take a bite of that. I offered him a full one instead, and he said no. Said no too. Don't turn this into a.
I get it.
He just wanted, you wanted like a tiny little
Not even
break
a
of it.
bite.
Like not
Yeah,
even a
just-
bite,
just
like a quarter of a bite.
Which would have
The
been
answer's still no.
A morsel, I know.
That would have been what, Case? 20 calories if you're allotted 200.
But listen, I'm very covetous of my own food.
You're like me.
I
right?
don't want. I like put my arms around the plate. I'm like, go get your own. I totally commiserate with
I'll
that.
buy you any. If you want to taste it, I have this, and you'd like to try some.
Yeah.
I'll get you. Especially if you're looking forward to it. Sometimes I'll okay, have a little bit, but for the most part, no.
My buddy Jeff, when we go out to dinner, we'll ask for bites of my dinner.
No,
all the time.
No, that is not
ever,
got
unless
such
it
food
is
envy.
your husband
Yeah.
or wife or significant other that you share other things with, you should not be sharing your food with people, even before the pandemic.
Kathy, he has food envy. He has food regret.
No.
Right? He'll order something and then,
I wish I got
and then
that.
he'll go, oh, man, I should have got the gnocchi instead.
You tell me you go straight to hell.
Go straight to
And I help people with their ordering. I always say this. Here's my system. Claire will ask me, my wife will ask me, what should I get? All right, assessment, hunger level between 1 and 5, 5 being the most.
Right.
I'm very hungry. Then go with something you know you like.
Yeah.
Okay, hunger level, 2.5. You can be adventurous.
Right, right.
You're not going to get burned. But you know you're going to regret it if you're really hungry and you get something that sucks.
Kathy's motivation, though, is different than about not allowing someone to take some from their plate.
Germs.
It's a
Hers
gross
is a germ
factor.
thing,
Yeah,
yeah.
But it's
a germ thing.
weird. Why would you ask for a bite of my food?
But you could,
the frig out of
you
here.
could cut it off and put it on their plate, and no germs have been transferred.
Buy one of these yourself.
Why would you ordered what you ordered? I'm not asking for a bite of your food.
I
Dick.
win. I pay. Yeah, I bought food I actually want.
Seriously.
Marissa, what's your take on this? Because you were shaking your head as well, or something.
She shares all the time.
Oh,
She'll
they do.
share with a whole table of people.
I hate all of you guys.
Table
we can't be
pancakes.
friends. Yeah, we can't be friends. I literally, when I go out to dinner with my friends, the first thing we say is, so are we sharing? Are we getting picky?
Preston, don't you remember the table pancakes?
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
talking about it. No, I'm the same way. We'll buy. Let's just buy a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And we'll just,
If you
know,
do that,
I
if
love
that's the
doing
agreement at the beginning of the meal, absolutely. If you're going like tapas style, and that's part of the deal.
And you're just going out for like
For friends,
appetizers.
yes, but if
Not
you're-
everybody's getting. But if everyone gets their own meal, I'm not going to be like, Marissa, can I taste your vegan whatever you're eating?
Literally, every meal we go to, everybody's sharing everything.
Okay.
No.
I'm on board with that. I like
If
that.
you've ordered an entree, I'm with Kathy 1,000%.
All right, back to mental health. We took a little journey there for a moment. Am I being irritable or snapping at people? That's a question to ask yourself.
Check.
And Casey does, yes. Check. All right, this is a cool thing from the Just Saying Institute.
Just saying.
And this is about medical advancements, and this is encouraging. Now, there's going to be a long way to go. Researchers have enabled mice that are paralyzed after spinal cord injuries to be able to walk again.
I mean, oh my God.
Reestablishing a neural link hitherto considered irreparable in mammals by using a designer protein injected into the brain. You know the ramifications of that?
Yeah, it's
man?
going to destroy the mouse wheelchair industry.
People may lose their job.
Yeah.
Listen, people are going to be able to walk.
It's gonna be cataclysmic.
Mice are going to be able to walk again. Let's keep our eye on the ball
Come
here.
on.
Now listen to this. Spinal cord injuries in humans, often caused by sports or traffic accidents, leave them paralyzed because not all the nerve fibers that carry information between muscles and the brain are able to grow back. But the researchers from Ruhr University Bochum managed to stimulate the paralyzed mice nerve cells to regenerate using a designer protein.
Dr. Turdballs is very encouraged.
Right. Well, so when I thought I had ALS, I was having these muscle spasms. They're called fasciculations, and it really scared me. And so I went to a couple of neurologists, and one of them explained to me the way nerve cells work. And I may be a little bit off base on this, but for the most part, the nerve is a single cell. It's one thing.
Yeah.
And once you lose that, there's no way to regrow those. That's the thing. You can't regrow nerves. And so that therein why those, when you have nerve problems, that's why how final it is usually.
Yeah. This has been the holy grail. This has been the thing. Now we have things that are prophylactic, or I should say, a separate, like exoskeletons, mobile exoskeletons that could allow people to walk with these, like a war machine. To
at least have some ability.
Yeah, but if you could regain, and if you can regain that ability to walk, then as you get older, or people have just natural deterioration, I assume you'd be able to refresh that ability as well. So people have balance issues.
The main doctor, Dr. Turdball, was it? Said Relatively small intervention. We stimulate a very large number of nerves to regenerate, and that is ultimately the reason why the mice can walk again. The paralyzed rodents that received the treatment started walking after 2 to 3 weeks.
That's amazing.
The treatment involves injecting carriers of genetic information into the brain to produce the protein called hyperinterleukin.
Mouselwalkatosis.
They're gonna have to change that when they get the humans, though, right?
Hyperinterleukin
globin.
Interleukin gluten galban 6.
Yes.
The team is investigating if the treatment can be improved, and he said that we also have to see if our methods work on larger mammals.
Right.
We would think of
Like
pigs,
whales.
pigs, dogs, or primates, for example. And then if it works, we would have to make sure that the therapy is safe for humans too. But that will take many, many years. So probably not in our lifetime.
But never say never.
Yeah.
That's what James Bond taught us. And I think that this is a lot of times people will, everything starts a geometric progression. I mean, knowledge fires off additional knowledge. Everything goes out in waves. So I think this can increase exponentially. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at something. These things come and people say, I never thought we'd get there. I'm always amazed, like when they said, travel at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Never be achieved. And it still seems like impossible. However, they're starting to do things where they're sending particles at the speed of light. So, we'll see. You never know.
Yeah.
We're also going to have a bunch of really, athletic mice.
Right. I thought that was pretty great news.
That is good news.
So,
Every little, baby steps or mouse steps.
Mouse steps, if you will. Speaking of challenges, of online challenges, there was one, Steve. It's called the Skull Breaker Challenge.
This dumb thing.
Yeah, I saw this a few weeks ago. There was a video somebody had posted a clip of these two girls doing it to.
It's all over
girl.
TikTok. Yeah.
This was a couple of weeks ago. That supposedly, and the story was the girl was like special needs, and they were they were bullying her, and but anyway, so that turned me off to it immediately. But yeah, anything that talks about breaking your skull and a challenge, I may want to pass on. But you've seen what this is?
No, I only saw the that there's like a big up in arms about this.
Yeah, so it's 3 people. 2 people are in on it, 1 person isn't. So you stand side by side, you're facing a camera, and the idea is the 2 people on the outside jump up in the air, and then after they jump, the person in the middle jumps by themselves up. And I guess they tell them, they give them some kind of setup to make them do it. And as the person in the middle jumps up, the other 2 knock their feet out from underneath the person in the middle. And I mean,
like why?
Face plant. I mean, we're talking.
That's not cool.
Broken neck, broken, nose, whatever. Really nasty falls that can happen. And that's apparently a thing right now.
Oh man,
a local kid got injured having this happen.
Well, and skulls have been cracked. Yeah. So that's part of the deal. And I mean, you're doing it on concrete and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm honestly sick of these goddamn things with eating Tide and all this stuff. And it's like. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys seen the invisible string trick? That one?
Describe it.
All right. Okay. So I wasn't sure if you've seen it.
No,
or
I have not.
No, you take somebody, you sit them down in front of you, and you act like you have a string.
Oh, I have seen it. Yep. Okay.
It's a little bit funny, right?
It's kind of funny. Yeah.
All right.
So. Oh God. We've heard that like 3 times in the last 3 days, and still sit here and just crack up while that is. The best. Casey, when you start laughing, when you just can't contain yourself. Oh, Bill Weston. We'll always have that. Oh, my goodness. All right. It's about 6 minutes after 10 o'clock.
Oh, my God. Time's flying.
I know. We got to get our final look at traffic. We haven't even done that yet, and we'll get some B-File stories. But let's do that, Kathy. What's going on?
A roving construction crew on 95 northbound has it jammed from the airport to Broad Street. They've just cleared, though, so hopefully that will start to move a bit. In Westchester, High Street between Goshen and the Westchester bypass, we've got looks like a closure in place because of debris removal. So right now, High Street, both directions closed between Goshen and 322, Westchester bypass. Also, we have delays on 95 out of the northeast, slowing near Academy, but not looking too bad once you get in towards Center City. The Vine crossing town, westbound, slowing from the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill Expressway. Route 29 remains closed near the Turnpike in Malvern. That's because of a sinkhole repair work. 611 closed between Drescher Road and Horsham Road. That's a broken water main. And then in New Jersey on 295 northbound at 42, an accident just cleared from there. You're okay on 55. This traffic report brought to you by Macy's. Join Macy's and Big Brothers, Big Sisters throughout the holiday season. Donate today when you shop Macy's stores and at Macys.com/purpose. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
A couple of people are texting in asking about the Rovine prank call.
Oh.
How long is that? You know?
Let me find out.
If it's not that long, I wouldn't mind playing that one too. It's classic. Real quick, while Casey's looking for that, we're going to do the bizarre file. But I have a couple of shout outs I want to do before we hit the holiday. Here's this is from Craig in Canton, New Jersey. It says he wanted to send a shout out to my girlfriend Tiffany. December 20th will be 1 year since her mother Teresa passed away. And he goes on to explain how, tough it's been, obviously, and trying to have the first real Christmas after her mom had passed. He said, so please send a heavenly and heartfelt shout to Teresa, Tiffany, Tisha, and Bob, who was her boyfriend for over 13 years. Thank you so much, and rock the F on. That is from Craig. So, shout out for you. This one says, hey, longtime listener. Since I was a kid and you were on Y100, my dad, Jeff, listens to you guys and Pierre every day. And I would love to send a shout out to him for his birthday on New Year's Day. I know you'll be closed to enjoy Christmas with your family, so I'm hoping that you could do it during this week. If Steve could give a YouTube shout, if possible, out to everyone in the chat. And they want the
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah,
so,
absolutely, yeah.
Happy birthday, Daddy. Love your Chiquita, Trish, from Newfield, New Jersey, a.k.a. Tater Tot Kitty.
Tater Tot Kitty.
So she wants a shout out and a YouTube, if you wouldn't mind doing that.
I'll do it this way.
Okay. And that's for everybody in the chat.
Can I do a shout out?
Yeah, please.
This goes out to listener Kyle, who's our video guy, who was actually having lunch with a whole bunch of people when Bill Weston saw him.
Yes.
He wasn't having a romantic.
No. Bill said he saw a girl come out and say something to him who was attractive, and she was having lunch. She thought he was having lunch with Kyle. Apparently, Kyle was with a bunch of people.
Yes.
Not just with this one super attractive.
Yeah.
Really hot. Open to anything gal, but he was with a bunch of people.
Also, Bill's taste. We don't know. Was she hot?
Yeah, was she really hot? I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, and then one last shout out. It says I'd like to get a juicy to Shaw, who's been busting her butt nonstop, and last week finally realized her dream of opening her own business.
Oh, that's amazing!
Which is great. And he told me the story of what all it took to get this to happen, and she went through a whole lot. He said, thanks for all you do for our community and for the chuckles every morning. Happy holidays. That is this is from Kara Smith, so her. And the name of the company is Hangry Bear Creamery, which is an ice cream shop and cafe in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. So a shout out to Melinda. Congratulations.
Wonder how their mushroom ice cream is.
They would have to out in Kennett Square. Come on, man. And now we can do... Oh, you want to do the call first?
Well, you tell me. It's about almost 3 minutes long.
Let's do the B file, and then we'll play. I'll do a short bizarre file, and then we'll play the call if that's cool with you guys. All right, so let's do this. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sports and Social. Experience the ultimate football party at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Cheer on the Birds with ticket giveaways and signed merch, halftime contest, Bud Light Towers, free concession snacks, face painting, and more. I've never heard of this happening before, but passengers on a cruise were surprised when they learned that their Bahamas vacation would instead be sailing to Boston.
Wait, what?
Yeah. The change happened.
God damn, the Bahamas are cold.
On the MSC Meraviglia ship that left New York City on Saturday. Typically, the ship makes stops at Port Canaveral, Florida, Nassau, Bahamas, and the Ocean Cay, which is the company's private island in the Bahamas. So MSC Meraviglia sailed to Canada and New England instead of the Bahamas due to unseasonable and rapidly worsening weather that would have made it impossible to safely reach the southern Atlantic Ocean, they said in a statement.
I got to tell you, Bahama baked beans are just as good as Boston's.
They said the only alternative would have been to take the more extreme step of canceling the cruise and thousands of people's vacations outright.
You can't just do that, though.
MSC Cruises said securing last-minute berths is complicated, therefore leaving Canada and New England as the only viable options. A woman named Girish Keswani, who was traveling with her family, or with his family, it was a guy, first thought that it was a joke when he caught wind of the news. He said, the guy helping us with our luggage said, "You're going to Canada." And we laughed it off. He said, we thought it was a joke. However, the cruise sent out an email only the night before outlining the itinerary changes.
Wow.
And
the Bahamas, Nova Scotia, same thing.
The ship was set to stop in Boston, Portland, Maine, and somewhere in Canada. When they made its first stop in Boston,
ooh, the water's so blue.
It was under a damaging winds alert, leaving passengers in for an unpleasant day. A woman named Connie, who was another passenger, said, "I didn't want to pay $5,000 for my family to come to Boston. This was supposed to be our Christmas vacation."
Yeah.
They gave passengers an option to cancel the cruise in exchange for a future cruise credit. However, some travelers were not satisfied with that. But no, we're not going to the Bahamas. We're going to Boston. It starts with a B,
That's a
too.
B.
So yeah, why not?
Yeah.
All right. A vet has left people not knowing where to look after posting a gory elf on the shelf scene. Lingfield Equine Vets shared a post of the typically grinning elf, Buddy, brandishing tools ready to castrate a horse's testicle.
Oh, no.
Wow.
And they show it with an amputated ball.
I didn't know that was part of the legend.
The post, which has since gone viral, has seen a mixed reception, with some seeing the humorous side. Others meet the picture with pure disgust.
He knows if you've been naughty or nice, and he has a horse ball.
Kate Granshaw, who shared the post, admired that she was initially in two minds about sharing it, but with permission from the horse's owner, she went ahead and decided to share the vet humor. And it wasn't Buddy the Elf's first time on social media either, but it's fair to say that before now, Kate had gotten him doing some slightly less controversial jobs, including washing medical tools and peeping out from the top of a Christmas tree with clippers.
Hey, watch me crawl on this horse's ass. You're going to love it.
Kate said Buddy's been around for a couple of years. And he's a lot of fun.
Double dark in here.
His staff, yeah. I'm going to swing from his Johnson. Wow. All right, and listen, I know it's only Thursday, but I have a necrophilia story.
Oh, it's all right. It's the holidays.
I know normally do it on Friday, but...
Necrophilia, everyone.
Recent court filings indicate there's video evidence is part of a court case against a former Belleville funeral home employee accused of abusing a corpse. They charged Randy L. Willard, 65 years old, with abuse of a corpse through sexual conduct.
I like dead people. I like them a lot.
The case involves the body of a deceased man whose arrangements were handled by Valhalla Gardner Holton Funeral Home.
I live a month or two warm.
The case said the defendant placed his hand on the genitals of the man for the purpose of sexual gratification and arousal of the defendant. They are not naming the man due to the case's sensitive nature. The sheriff's department said the funeral home contacted us for an investigation with some information they had received internally. We investigated, and one charge was issued. So I don't know, man. That's messed up.
Yeah, that's a little slice of hell.
But I can't believe that fell into my lap. Yet another necrophilia story. And that is what we have in the bizarre file for you. Before we take a break, yes, not only was the very well-known Bill Weston call, Santa call made, but was it on that same day that you did this as well, Casey?
Yeah, it was either that day or the next day. I did a series of calls to people that I knew.
One of our sales executives or sales account executive.
Yes.
Matt Rovine, who used to work here, was the receiver this time. We saw Rovine. When did he come out? The camp out? Yeah, which was great. Saw him for just a moment.
Is he still at
6 ABC?
No, he's not. No, he's got his own business now.
Oh, cool.
Okay,
Right.
it's an eyebrow place.
Microblading.
If you hear us refer to eyebrows, that's Matt Rovine. So here's that. This is that call that Casey made. Here we go.
So local.
No.
What is that?
It's here in the stack. That was that's Bill Weston dropping
I'm sorry
the
about that. All right, yeah, that's Bill Weston dropping the F-bomb. All right, this is Matt Rovine. Here we go.
Hello.
Hey, Santa, how you doing?
I'm good.
It's-
Ho, 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 Casey.
We accidentally called our friend Matt earlier. I'm so sorry. We totally meant to call you. Santa, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Casey, do you have anything you want to say to Santa?
Casey, I've heard you've been a very good girl this year.
Well, Casey's not eating her lunch right now, Santa.
Oh, it's very important to eat your lunch if you would like all of your Christmas presents.
Well, she said she saw you on the fire engine the other night, and she wanted to know why you weren't back at the shop making toys.
Because Santa needed to take a break, but I'm back making toys right now, and I took a special break just to call Casey.
See, I told you. She wanted to say thank you for the candy cane.
You're welcome.
Casey just turned 4 years old on Saturday, Santa, and she is such a big girl. She has all these sorts of questions that she likes to ask about Santa that I don't even know the answers to. But we have an elf on the shelf. His name is Marty, and she wanted to know if all the elves were your kids.
Yes, they are, Casey.
How many kids do you have then?
I have a ton.
See, it's got a whole bunch of kids. And you put them to work by making all the Christmas presents?
My children help me make all the toys.
How much they make an hour?
I cannot disclose that.
All right. And what did you want? Did you want to know what her what Santa's wife's name was? Go ahead, ask him. She's so shy now, Santa. Go ahead.
Casey, don't be afraid. You can talk to Santa.
Oh, she just went and hid behind the couch. Don't say her name. I think you just scared her, Santa.
I'm sorry.
What is your wife's name, Santa?
Mrs. Claus.
See, that's what I keep telling her, but she says no. Mrs. Claus has, because Santa is your first name. It's not like you're Mr. Claus, is what she says.
That is true.
So is Mrs. Claus' first name Mrs.?
Yes, it is.
See, I told you. Told her, dude. She also wanted to know, what do you do when all the reindeer die?
They never do.
See, they live forever and ever and ever and ever. And what about Rudolph?
Rudolph is my favorite. He leads the way.
He leads the way, see? And here, sing him the song. Go ahead, sing him the song. Come on. You know, sing the song. Never mind.
Casey.
What?
Your daughter's not there.
She's right here. Santa, she's right here, Santa.
Why are you saying the F word?
Did I say the F word?
Did.
I've been a very naughty boy, Santa. I'm so sorry.
I'm in a client's. And I'm standing behind the building doing
Santa
this.
has clients, Case. Did you hear that? Santa has clients. All right, bye-bye, Santa.
Bye, Casey.
Oh, my God. I'd forgotten that he's like, I'm with a client.
He ducked out of a meeting.
I'm standing outside a building right now doing this.
Sing
my
the
God.
effing song.
I'm crying, Casey, when you you did a good job of pretending she was there.
I am an
my
actor.
God.
I am an actor.
Oh my God, that was great.
Priceless. I've forgotten how good that one was.
Can I give you guys another Christmas present? It's a Christmas audio present that I came across last night. I had no idea. Don't look at the monitor here.
Is it from our show?
It is not from our show, but I was watching a Christmas movie last night, and the credits started rolling, and they started playing, and then a song came on, and I want to see if you guys can guess what movie this is, based solely on the song that plays during the credits.
During the credits.
All right.
Okay.
So
Fire away.
There might be this might be a gimme. All right, but just give it at least 30 seconds.
Okay.
All right, here you go.
When you lose your love, and it makes your life turn cold, when it tears you apart, your heart and soul.
Monster Squad?
No, it's a Christmas movie.
Oh. It's an 80s movie.
Love's alive, it sets you free. When it's gone, it's plain to see how even love can become a lethal weapon.
Oh, wow.
A Lethal Weapon?
It's from Lethal Weapon.
Yes.
Wow. This is the theme song from Lethal Weapon.
Did you know that Lethal Weapon had a theme song?
No, because most of the time I bail on the credit song. It's usually a pretty inferior song.
Yeah.
And
it's David Sanborn, and right, he did the music for
Did
Lethal
he
Weapon.
do it? Who was the guitar?
Well,
Wasn't that Clapton?
Clapton, yeah.
Okay.
But Sanborn, yeah. So they were.
Lethal Weapon.
This isn't David Sanborn.
No.
This is terrible.
Yeah. They usually are.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Oh, wow. That's that's
terrible song.
Nice. Thank you. Merry
It's a
Christmas,
terrible
Casey.
song.
All right. Well, let's take a break. And while we're taking a break, I'd like to give away a $50 gift card for Manhattan Bagel.
Yeah.
Celebrate the holidays with the gift of giving. Snag a $25 Manhattan Bagel gift card. Get a bonus of $5 for you. And you can go to manhattanbagel.com. We'll take caller number 11 215-263 WMMR. Lesson question, trash, music news. On the way.
I love it.
Finish describing how this works.
So you walk up and you say, all right, I'm holding the string, and you act like you're putting the string into their ear and then pulling it out the other side, and then you ask them to hold one side of the string.
It's a joke. They don't think there's a string
Right,
there.
of
It's
course,
just along,
Yeah,
follow
yeah.
me, do this for me.
All right, so you're holding one side of the string. I'm holding the other side of the string. Okay, now yank that side of the string really hard. And so when they yank it really hard, your hand slaps them across the face because it's holding onto the other side of the string.
Yeah.
So
It's similar to that is funny, but you're not gonna smash someone. There's one that involves also with the AFV has videos of it constantly with trying to catch the dollar or the card against the wall with their forehead. You've seen that.
Yes. My son tried to do the string one to me.
Right.
And I go, I've already seen it. And then he's like, no, you got to do it. I go, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen, and then
it's so bad for you to do it.
Oh, so guess what he did? He just slapped me across the face.
Why not just cut out the whole act?
Just
and do
punch
that
you in
in-
the face.
Yeah.
Or
hey, you want to see something? Whap.
I've tied an invisible string to the end of this baseball bat, and I'm going to put it through your ear. So yank on it hard.
I saw this other one. A mother's been filmed letting her teenage son slap her breasts to the tune of a song
Oh,
as
God.
part of a TikTok challenge.
What?
Uh-huh.
No. No.
Aiden Ridings, who is 17, filmed the video and uploaded it last week in a strange attempt to gain more followers. The 8-second video starts with the two standing opposite each other as the 2008 hit Undercover Martin by Two Door Cinema Club plays. The teenager dances to the tune before hitting one breast after the other in quick succession in time with the beat. This is his mom, mind
His
you.
mom.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, you
This
did
is not okay.
You wouldn't let Jace do that, Kathy?
And the mom let him do that.
Yeah.
Let Jace do it to the
No.
baby shark.
So let's see here. What does it say? He said both he and his mother were happy with the video and they found it amusing. So is this a challenge? Slapping the bubs?
It is now.
I don't know.
We should create listen, I think there's no challenge you could create on social media, especially on TikTok, that somebody would not try to emulate. No matter how patently, obviously, dangerous and harmful.
Ace, what about the one that I've been sending you that I want to do with you? The
I want to do
light
that one.
switch.
The switch one, yeah.
I hit the switch. It's some song. I don't know what it is. Or I hit the light switch or something like that. And it's just people swapping. So it's two people in the video. The song says hit the switch or I hit the switch. It goes to black for a second and comes back. And then the two people have basically reversed roles. So like people are changing clothes. One is like a father and a son. It's kind of cute.
It's a little video
Yeah.
finagling.
When do you get to hit someone's
All right.
breasts?
All right. Yeah. When do I get to hit somebody's boobs? What is this?
I've never heard the song
This is
before.
the song.
So,
all right. This is the hit your mom's boobs song. I guess it happens right here. Oh, whap whap.
Yeah, that's you can also finger your grandmother.
Oh my God, Steve!
Don't.
Yeah, that's another
No, it's
riff.
not.
You guys have not seen that?
Nope.
Oh.
Not once.
Yeah. It's very funny.
That's on TikTok?
Yeah, TikTok.
And I even gave him a kiss on the cheek.
We should go home.
Yeah.
It's called the finger gum gum.
Yeah, finger gum.
Oh.
There's gum on my finger. Gum on my finger.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Queen Elizabeth Elizabeth has a reputation for being a bit staid, but the 94-year-old is quite different behind the scenes, according to her biographer.
I'm working as an escort.
Sally Bedell Smith, author of Elizabeth the Queen, The Life of a Modern Monarch.
So how does she let her hair down?
Well, Smith tells people that she spoke to an insider at her estate in Norfolk, Sandringham, who said you can hear her laugh throughout that big house. She has a big laugh.
Really?
So apparently she's cackling and giggling down the hallways all the time.
That is a big laugh for the Queen.
All over the house.
Apparently, while watching a rerun of Prince Charles' 1981 wedding to Princess Diana, she said, "Oh, there's my Miss Piggy face." She has the ability to laugh at herself, according to this person. Smith told people that during a shoot celebrating her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, she told the photographer, Barry Jeffrey, to just keep the camera rolling as she broke from the norm. And the Queen proceeded to strike a series of poses, slipping her hands in and out of her pockets, placing them onto her hips, mimicking the stances of a professional model.
Tongue between her fingers?
Her dressmaker and close confidant, Angela Kelly, had said that, yeah, she was having fun in that photo shoot.
I'd love to see that.
They said they stood in disbelief. The Queen was a natural, Kelly marveled. Barry and I felt like we were experiencing something really special, a moment never to be repeated.
There's great footage of her on the set of Over the Top, where she is.
Was she the final battle?
She was the final battle.
She put a crown on backwards.
I need to go back and read the cast from that movie because I've forgotten how many people were in
cameos.
that. Yeah, well. I did see it was like a Reddit thread recently, and someone was talking about which way you face during the shower when you take a shower.
Oh, okay.
And so they were saying that when not
All I
washing,
did was get out of the shower.
not washing their hair, they face forward. When they are washing their hair, they face with the shower to the back. And I assume this is a woman who may not wash her hair every day. She has long hair, so some women don't.
My hair's moderate length.
But I didn't know. I'm spinning around constantly in the shower.
You're doing like spins.
I face towards, I turn back.
I have one direction.
I turn back. You do one direction.
And I
this
performed.
is my first I've ever heard of somebody facing one way in the shower.
I perform songs from One Direction too. No, so actually, it's actually just because of the construction of the shower. So my bath, I have my own bathroom. When we bought the house, it was more like there was a tub with a. With a curtain that went across, and it was so. My brother-in-law built a shower stall,
a walk-in shower.
Right. So, but it's shallow. So, if I were to stand, my shoulders might be touching both sides. So I turn to the side, and I have the shower.
Oh, okay.
So I'm facing the glass. I'm facing the wall. I'm facing the four cats looking at me naked. but let me ask you this: when you get out of the shower, do you immediately wrap yourself in a towel? I do not.
Oh my God!
I dry off in the shower.
Oh, me too.
I do.
We can shower together.
I don't wrap in a towel.
When I lived at home with my mommy, and I had no concept.
Mommy, come dry me.
I had no concept of what people around the house. I used to use 2 towels every single time. Now I use 1 towel and I use it
a week.
For a week.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh God, laundry sucks, right?
I know.
Dude, my mom
had
2
towels a day.
every single time. One around my waist, one around my torso.
I have a completely separate question because Kathy said with drying the hair and getting too hot and sweaty. After a workout.
Oh, yes, the worst.
And then you shower and you get out and I'm
sweating?
like, I'm sweating.
I have to shower again.
I have to take a shower.
So here's what I do in the summer.
I hate that.
I have my clothes laid out back in my room and the AC. I'll put the AC on the ceiling fan. I come out of.
You stand in front of
Yeah, I go out. Yes,
I would.
It's a good idea.
Just to dry off. I'm
Sure.
Like, I didn't go through all this to re-sweat.
When I was in high school on the swim team, our practices were 5 in the morning. I had no idea that. Dude, listen, you're swimming like 2 miles in practice.
That's a workout.
That is a workout. I was sweating, but you don't know you're sweating because you're in the pool.
Yeah.
You don't know that you're sweating until you go to put your school uniform on, and everything is just sticking to you. Yeah, I had no clue.
Somebody wants to vouch for the towel warmer. I'm going to go to Tom. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed. What's up, bud? Should I just say that every time now? Okay. All right, Tom, what's up?
I don't know.
Oh, my God, he's possessed. Tom?
What happened?
He still sounds like it. Tom, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Your connection is horrible, Tom.
WMMR goes into lockdown.
I put my towels in fire.
Coming to kill all of you.
I bathe in the river Styx, which is molten fire.
Oh my God.
That is the most terrifying phone line I've ever heard.
I feel like we need to get clips from him.
Let's see if it clears up. Tom, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm still here. It's a better now.
He's calling from Jupiter. Wow, Tom, your phone line. Your phone line sucks, bud. So.
Oh man.
But it's awfully entertaining. Call back another time. Wow, that was bizarre.
Your mother is in here with us.
And it's Linda Blair's birthday.
Yeah, it's
we were just
perfect,
talking about that earlier. Wow. All right, let me see. We're going to have to wrap up here in just a second, right, Case? No sad bro coming up. No sad dough, no sad bro. Hang on a second here. I'll go to Sean real quick. Sean, good morning.
It's shower time.
It's shower time, bitch.
All I do is get out of the sun.
William Shatner and his ex-wife Elizabeth. Classics back to back right there.
It gets the 24-hour treatment as well, does it not?
Yeah,
Christmas Vacation.
They've been not only doing that, but they've been playing all the other vacation movies as well as a whole like package deal, which is pretty cool. And remember when we had Chevy on not that long ago, I asked him about that rant. And he said that the cast members were wearing or holding cards with all of that on because he couldn't remember.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And especially with the way he's burning through it.
Yep. And so as you see his head moving around, he's looking from card to card to read what was on there. It's such a great moment in that movie. All right, we have got another great moment now, a chance for you to win something. We have a lesson question, and we are going to give away today as a prize for the answer, a $50 gift card from Manhattan Bagel. And the question that do we have Manhattan Bagel? I just gave that away a moment ago.
Yeah. Well, we didn't do one yesterday, so we gave away yesterday's.
Very good.
Today.
Thank you. All right. So, what is Meghan Markle's newest commercial catchphrase? 215-263 WMMR. That's from the 6 o'clock hour. So, from early on, we found out Meghan Markle is doing a commercial and she's got a catchphrase. What is it? 215-263 WMMR. If you heard and you know, call and we'll do the trash while you're calling.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get those stories. Steve, what's going on?
You got it. Mindy Kaling taking in Disneyland with her children and their godfather, B.J. Novak. Mindy was all compliments, saying Novak is the best godparent ever because he is actually a parent, because he actually had sex with her and is actually the real father. Hannah Waddingham and Octavia Spencer are teaming up for a new Amazon Prime action-adventure TV series. Right now, the working title of the series is Tango and Gash.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
And as you mentioned earlier, Preston, Netflix releasing the trailer for a dramatic Adam Sandler movie called Spaceman. As the synopsis reads, you're 6 months into a solitary mission to the edge of the solar system when you realize, whoop-a-dee-doo! At your home.
Right. We'll see if someone knows what the answer to this question is. What is Meghan Markle's newest commercial catchphrase? 215-263 WMMR, our number, and David, our first caller. And so let's go to him. Hey, David, good morning, bud.
Hi there.
All right, David, what is Meghan Markle's newest commercial catchphrase, please?
It's you, doggy.
You, doggy. That's right. Yep. Hang on a second, David. We're going to give you that $50 gift card from Manhattan Bagel. You can celebrate the holidays with the gift-giving love that you can get from Manhattan Bagel and snag a $25 Manhattan Bagel gift card. Get a bonus $5 for you, the gift that is always in good taste at manhattanbagel.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, couple stories, Pat. A couple old songs, a couple new songs. Brought to you by Wawa.
Okay, let's see if you remember from yesterday. What was the original name of the Dave Matthews Band?
Dave Matthews and Friends.
You got it.
All right, so Wawa has you covered with gift cards for everyone on your list, from Wawa gift cards or a gift card from your favorite brand. Happy holidays from Wawa. So on Tuesday, the Rolling Stones released a music video for Mess It Up. Shot in the U.S., it stars British actor Nicholas Hoult, who will play Lex Luthor in the upcoming Superman Legacy movie, by the way.
I have not, no.
He plays in it, but
He's playing Lex Luthor.
They are using celebs because they had Sydney Sweeney in that first video. So
the big it girl right now.
The song is from the album Hackney Diamonds, which in its first week sold 72,200 units, making the third highest selling album of the year so far.
You can watch that video on PrestonandSteve.com.
Oh, it's there now?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. All right. Sublime with Rome have announced that they'll be disbanding at the end of 2024. This was announced in an Instagram post written by Rome Ramirez, and it reads, "Dear fans, friends, and supporters, after almost 2 remarkable decades, I'm announcing my departure of Sublime with Rome at the close of 2024. The upcoming performances over the next year will allow us to reflect countless incredible memories together. Over the last 2 years, I've been spending countless hours pouring my soul into my solo music, and the excitement to share these songs with you is just building up, and I've got some really big news I can't drop yet. Just wait."
They should hire Paris Jackson.
Yeah.
And now be Rome with, or Sublime with Paris.
There you go.
Hit all the major cities in Europe.
But is Rome performing with somebody named Duddy? That's who that. Okay, so they're going to be at City Winery, I believe, next month.
Okay.
Duddy with Rome?
Yeah.
Notably, the announcement comes just about a week after the original Sublime members, Bud and Eric, played a Sublime set with Jacob Knoll, who was Brad's son, Bradley Knoll's son, at a benefit for HR. So the question is, are they going to carry on using him?
Well, it seems that might be the case, right?
Possibly, yeah. All right, and then we'll do one more quick story. Palm Springs, California is all set for Motley Crue to play their special New Year's Eve show. Fans will get to hear new music as they recorded 3 new tracks earlier this year. One is a cover of the Beastie Boys classic, "You Gotta Fight for Your Right to Party." Tommy Lee commented about the unreleased music, saying that, he said, "Wait till you hear it. It's insane. It's
insane.
It's not a full album, but that might be down the road a bit." He also said that Motley Crue is finishing up a video for one of the songs called "Dogs of War," and it should be out soon, according to him. All right, and that's it. That's all I have.
That's all you need.
All right, so we've been telling you to text in for a secret text word prize all morning long, and now we have to get a winner. So, Kathy, what number callers are going to be?
7.
All right, 7th caller at 215-263 WMMR. If you know the secret text word, we got those tickets over here for you. And we'll grab a random texter as well. And when we get back, we'll give away the Word of the Week prize. So stay put. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve
Are dividing up everything in their estate, from dogs to land to ashes of exes to horse semen.
Wow.
TMZ reports.
Okay, yeah, because he
loves it.
He's a breeder.
Yeah.
He loves
He puts it in his cereal.
Love horse semen.
I tell you, I love it in my cereal. It's so thick and creamy. There's just something about waking up to horse jizz.
Oh my God.
Elizabeth.
Spock, what's this in your coffee cup?
Elizabeth gets 2 horses. William gets all the dogs, 2 horses, and all of the horse semen. He gets
who gets the Geo?
He gets all of the horse semen and equipment, the horse semen equipment.
He gets all the dogs?
He gets all the dogs, yeah.
Seems unfair.
Semen?
It's horse semen in my big, piping hot mug of coffee.
And these are per the papers obtained by TMZ. Elizabeth gets...
Yes, I'd like a bear claw and a coffee with horse semen. You don't have horse semen? You don't know how delicious it is in a cup of coffee?
So she, Elizabeth, gets a Malibu and a Versailles, Kentucky home. By the way, in Kentucky, it's pronounced Versailles, not Versailles. Plus her family farm in Indiana, while he gets a ranch and their Studio City home.
But I got the semen, correct?
He gets all the semen. Their agreement also spelled out animal visitation rights because they don't have children. So
Preston, you know what I love to do? I love to drink horse semen through a crazy straw.
Crazy straw.
Through a crazy straw. It looks wild.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. All right, we're going to leave with this. Johnny Depp has launched a $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. He claims she lied about him abusing her and furthermore claims that she cheated on him within 1 month of their marriage in 2015 with Tesla founder Elon Musk. He claims that Heard he claimed that Heard received late-night visits from Musk.
Where did you get that segue?
At the at the L.A.
Bitch, where'd you get this segue?
He got.
What's with all the rockets?
She had late-night visits from Musk at their L.A. home.
I'm a cowboy.
That Depp and Heard shared while he was traveling. Are you a cowboy or a pirate? Make up your mind.
Pie boy.
A pie boy. Okay.
A pirate.
The 55-year-old suit against his 32-year-old ex reportedly stems from an op-ed that she wrote for the Washington Post in December, in which she said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." His career, he claims, has been damaged by the allegations and led to him being dropped from his lucrative role in the Pirates of the Caribbean films.
I think actually if he had just let this go, he'd draw less attention to it. By engaging in this, he's drawing more attention to it. Kind of let it just go inert. But who would have read that op-ed piece?
Yeah, but you know what? But the thing is, if he truly is innocent of all of these things,
thank you.
It doesn't matter if he lets it go because 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, that's going to be his legacy, and I guess he doesn't want to stand for that. If indeed he is,
can I tell you something?
Yeah,
I love you, roast beef.
Thanks. Thank you, Preston.
The claim adds Ms. Heard is not a victim of domestic abuse. She is a perpetrator.
She is a perpetrator.
Yeah, Depp report. What?
I don't know. I was just waiting for a Yosemite Sam moment.
I don't know what that was, but it was, because of the classic Johnny Depp Yosemite Sam.
Yeah, well, it was a cowboy thing.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, really, any moment is a good Yosemite Sam.
He's been a pirate, too.
He has been a pirate,
I don't think that you can go wrong with Yosemite Sam.
It's just perfect.
Let me know if there's anything else you're waiting for, and I'll set you up, okay?
All right, good.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp's actions prove that he is unable to accept the truth of his ongoing abusive behavior. This is according to, the other side.
Yes.
But
we've seen what appears to be damning video of him going on a tirade.
And, in the tirade, he's just slamming things down.
Where the Cocoa Puffs?
And he's not actually being physical with her.
Little doggy.
Little doggy.
He looks so. It's just him waking up, and he's in a bad mood.
His mother, somebody
he's
just
wearing
died,
a cowboy hat. Did his mom just die?
I don't. Yeah, I think so. It might have been shortly after that. But yeah, he's wearing the cowboy hat and sunglasses, and he's just.
Yeah.
Where are my spurs?
Yeah.
He's got his cap gun six-shooter.
Where are my spurs? I don't want to look like some cowpoke.
She's always leaving them laying around somewhere. He can't find them. They're supposed to be.
God damn it! I just stepped on my spurs.
Here they are.
They're supposed to be
Give
in
me
the
my spur.
supposed to be in the laundry room.
Look at that.
Yeah.
They're walking over on their own.
I guess so.
I got the new ones from Nike. They're autonomous.
Boy, ladies and gentlemen, what a treat. Filling in for Pierre Robert. Your midday excursion today will be hosted by the man about town, Bill Weston.
God, talk about setting are really low.
When's the last time you've done a music shift?
The 6 to 10 Saturday morning show like 5 or 6 months ago.
Okay.
I came in and got off before you guys were up.
By the way, I remember there was one. You get good feedback. You know, people enjoy hearing you on the air, and obviously you're no neophyte to this. So,
I follow the program director's credo. It's called Tight and Bright.
Tight and bright.
How long were you a jock?
Oh, gosh. Maybe 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it most of that in Buffalo?
Most of that was Love Lines, Nick.
I did top 40 in Erie, the worst 2 years of my life. I did a couple years on a rock station in Buffalo, best years of my life. And then started getting into programming because I realized I was an okay jock, but I was probably a better programmer.
Okay. Yeah, you're a great programmer. I have a question about, we have this thing, it's called the Zeta system, which is the software system that has all the music and commercials and all that stuff. You know how to run it pretty well?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. There's the amount of dead air that Pierre manages to eke out of that system?
Because truth be told, I couldn't run this. There's no way. I could. Casey does all the. I just hit the buttons to put everything in motion. If I had to do this on my own, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, yeah, Pancake will
I don't do it enough. But Pancake, you got a great producer.
Yeah, and you know what?
Following you up there.
Chuck schedules a lot of stuff, and Todd in promotions. And if you don't change it, if you kind of run it the way it's supposed to run, you don't have to do a whole lot. Just stop it and start it, right? So
Now, are you going to do your usual War of the Roses and Hot Girl Check-In?
Hot girl check-in.
I'm going to be celebrating National French Bread Day. What is it, like Baguette Day today?
We've got these 19-foot loaves of French bread out in the green room, plus chocolate chip cookies the size of manhole covers.
You know what? It's also National Ravioli Day, so you can celebrate
so we're going to be a big block of songs about ravioli, right, at 12 noon. And Bill,
Hi, we're Warren, and we love ravioli.
a 10-minute version of Bill's Bulletin.
Oh,
Instead of Pierre's Planner.
Bill's Bulletin.
No, we're not going. We're not doing that.
Bill's Bulletin. I like that.
Oh, boy.
We're going to play a lot of music.
And then the farm
Bulletin
report.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Weston with the Bill's Bulletin.
Good evening, Mr. America. Mr.
And all the ships at sea.
Ships at sea.
This one goes out to Lottie in Kansas, who's having her hip replacement surgery today. Lottie, we're pulling for ya.
Do you want me to run sound effects for you?
No, it's good. I will, in honor of Chester Bennington's birthday today, we'll get some Linkin Park on. We're going to do some blocks for The Clash, one of my favorite bands ever. Since we missed out on World Clash Day a couple weeks ago, we're going to make up for it today in a big block of Clash.
Did you ever see The Clash perform live?
I did not.
That is one of my greatest concert experiences.
I did see them. Oh, God. I just realized I did see The Clash.
Really? You just blocked it out of your favorite band, or you blocked it out of your mind?
It was at a stadium. They were at a part of a stadium tour with The Who.
That's when I saw
it. It was David Johansen,
Yes.
and then The Clash, and then The Who.
Yeah.
So
That was very Rocky V. It was like,
I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut with the 33 WMMR and their cover of a Jackson 5 Christmas song.
That's where I remember
You've
that
heard
from.
it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Someday at Christmas, and that's one of those Christmas special songs that they put up for. Yeah.
They used to put out vinyl every year, and for the fan club, the 10 club, and whatever, and you'd get a record sent to you in the mail. They kind of stopped doing that, and they've scaled back from doing that, but I still love that song.
What happened to your nose, man?
I don't want to talk about it.
Real quick, I want to mention something before I forget about it because I got a text from him, and I forgot yesterday when we were doing the live broadcast. And I'm going to get our winner for Secret Text Word here in a second. But we were doing the live broadcast for Christmas Miracle, and I forgot to mention an uncredited role. Our former intern, Jake.
Yeah. Yes. We never gave him credit.
Yeah, was the lab-grown Steven Singer. Why am I'm blanking on his last name? Thank you, Jake Matera. I was telling Steve, I'm on fumes, dude. I can barely speak at this point. But Jake came out, and he's the one that portrayed lab-grown Steven Singer.
He was terrific, and he's super funny. And
he's awesome. He's a great comedian.
Does he have any dates coming up?
I don't know.
Obviously, he has his podcast and
Little Stinkers.
Little stinkers. Which, if you're a fan of, it's weird to say a fan of serial killers, but it's stuff having to do with true crime.
Yeah.
They put a hilarious spin on it. Him and his buddies.
And Jake's actually going to be performing at Helium on New Year's Eve.
On New Year's Eve. Okay, thank you.
Will do very well. Jake did a charity set for us one time recently. It was at the Morris Animal Refuge event, and
He's so
he's
good.
great.
All right, so thanks, Jake. We appreciate you being there yesterday. All right, we're looking for caller number 7, and it's Ray, who is caller number 7. Hey, Ray, morning, bud.
Hey, big brown Guatemalan nipples.
Getting sucked on by all sorts of nipples. All right, Ray,
Everyone.
do me a favor and tell me what the secret text word is.
That would be eggnog.
Yes. That's correct, buddy. Hang on the line. We're going to set you up. You just got yourself some tickets to go see a series of bands. They are Primus, Pussifer, and that's why we're playing this, because Maynard is in it. God, I can't even think of names. And Perfect Circle are all playing this gig. It's going to be Saturday, April 6th at Hard Rock Live at Estes Arena in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Complete details, WMMR.com. We also want to congratulate Christine Schellenberger, who is from Levittown. Although
Helltown.
if Gary Lauer saw that name written down, what would it? Christine Schellenberger.
Oh, this is too easy, Preston. This is too easy.
So she gets
little desert flower.
tickets as well. So congratulations. Before we wrap it up, one of our interns is leaving. Today is his last day. This is our final intern that we are saying goodbye to before the end of the year. Lauren had left us last week. And so Gavin is leaving. Gavin, get over here to the microphone.
You son of a bitch, you can't leave.
What's this all about, man?
This is all about my 2 semesters finally coming to a close.
Oh, where do you go to school, by the way?
Temple.
Okay, and where are you in your career as far as school goes?
Just about finished. Hopefully, I'll be graduating next semester.
Okay, hopefully.
Yeah.
Things go well.
What would be holding you back?
My own habits.
Okay.
My man.
But hey, man, I mean, recognizing that's the first step.
Yeah, totally.
And you have a kindred spirit right at the end of the console there.
Yeah.
Best moment as an intern.
I knew you guys were going to ask this, so I was thinking of a few. I think a couple that stood out to me were Bam Margera. That was really cool to be here for that. Being here for Bert was fantastic. I knew I had to at least one time while I was here, so I'm glad I got to stick around for that. And then, just all the events. I got to go to Camp Out. I was at the Blood Drive. I was at Christmas Miracle just yesterday.
Nice outfit, by the way, yesterday.
Oh, thank you. I can't take credit for that one. That's my mom's ugly Christmas wear, so that's why it barely fits on my body. But yeah, no, it's been so great. I love all the engagement you guys do with the listeners, like Bill was saying this morning, in the community. That's really cool for me because I moved to Philly just a couple years back when I started going to school here.
Oh,
and I'm from the suburbs, but being in the community and how just set within everything you guys are, it's been really cool to learn more about the place and sort of cultivate that sense of place. It's changed my experience living in the city.
Wow.
We were talking, and you were saying that you want to do stuff more public affairs related, right? You want to do more.
Well, I was saying public media, rather than commercial.
Right.
Although I mean, we were saying, it's 2 different worlds.
Yeah.
And I've gotten experience a little bit of both of them.
There are less farts in that realm.
Way less farts.
Yeah,
I can't think of many farts that I heard while I was doing that.
There's never a pledge drive for public television that involves a fartathon.
No, not that I know of.
That could be the name of your show, though. I can't think of many farts.
Can't think of many farts or fartathon.
I like fartathon.
Yeah, I like farts.
And didn't your dad have a full-blown relationship with Kathy Romano?
According to you guys.
Yeah. There was some sort of bizarre, and then he tapped out because there was some sort of German angle kink-wise.
Yeah, that's the story.
The story.
But no, they got to have a reunion yesterday.
Oh,
We
that's so
did,
cool.
Yes, his parents were there.
So that was a long time coming.
Yes, yeah.
How do you know his parents? I don't know the story.
I was friends with his dad when I was 15 years old. His dad was my manager when I worked at the pool.
Oh.
And so I did a lot of, we hung out a lot. I think his dad was the person that introduced me to Fish and the Grateful Dead.
Oh.
He's pretty cool, isn't he?
His dad?
Yeah.
His dad was awesome. And so, we went to lunch years ago when you guys were babies.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
And then, the first time I've seen him in years, I got to meet his mom yesterday. That was really cool.
Nice. Well, listen, man, we wish you luck with everything. You've been a lot of help. Thank you so much.
You've been
man.
great.
Yeah, you've really we have so much stuff going on. We need these guys to handle.
And I
it.
can't get out of here before thanking you guys for everything because you guys have just been the best to me. You know, the opportunity has been fantastic the last couple semesters, and you guys are always so kind and inviting and all that. Got a wonderful Christmas gift from Casey Poo just now. Casey Poo, yeah. So
Casey Claus.
yeah, just thank you guys for everything. It's been wonderful.
Our pleasure.
And I will not soon forget it.
Oh, you're the best. Thank you, Gavin. Good luck with everything, bud. Good luck with everything. All right, there's another one.
Oh, we got the
Headed out into the world. Oh, I'm sorry, Pierre.
Wait, your father's here.
This is your real dad.
Got some talking to you to do.
Yeah.
Early on in young Gavin's time here, he tends to sit on the couch, which I got for the green room over there, and do his work over there, and puts his stuff on the coffee table. And Pancake's desk is right near there. And I went over there, and he looked over to Pancake, and he goes, "Who's that guy talking to Pierre?"
Oh, wow.
And
it's a picture, yeah.
It's a little picture of me and Bono.
Yeah.
Now, Bono has rather short hair at that at this particular venture, and he said, "Who's that?" And I go, "That's my plumber. His name is Jack, and I'm telling you, he does great plumbing. He's also an electrician and a handyman." And I was here discussing that he didn't get the part of my door fixed. It still squeaks when you open it. He goes, "Oh, okay. Why do you have it on display here?" I go, "Well, I really believe in this guy, Jack. And I think
You
that
went with it.
he needs some help. You know, he's just starting his business, although he does look a little older, and he wears funny glasses, kind of shaded glasses." He goes, "Why does he do that?" He goes, "To see the electrics better." That's why.
That's where you can see it
So
better.
I just wanted to
Little
share
known
that
fact,
story.
He's also an insurance agent, and he owns a coffee shop.
That's true, because as the story would morph, as I tend to can tell a tall tale, each time I'd see Gavin sitting at
You'd come
the
up.
thing, I go, "Oh, there's my insurance salesman. By the way, do you need a new car? This is Tommy, the used car dealer. Oh, by the way, vacation rentals, he's got them. Need
So
a
it's
blender?
evolved.
This is Bob the Blender Man." And so we made a little bit out of it.
Yes, we did. Thank you for that thread that we got to carry through.
I just wanted to carry that thread to its completion.
I did too.
And I know you asked me if you could have this, and the answer is no. You can't.
What am I going to do without it?
But you'll have to remember it as a fond memory as you depart the premises.
I sure will.
Excellent.
All right, thank you.
I love that. All right, Pierre, we need to get the letter of the day if you're so ready.
Always.
There we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
Y as in yellow.
All right, we're going to take caller number 4 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will set you up with the prize if you've got the word of the week. A real quick thank you to 2 people who were on our program. Peter Billingsley.
Yeah, he was terrific, man.
Yep, Ralphie from A Christmas Story. Great conversation about, obviously that and a few other things. And then we had a nice chat, 2-parter with Bill Weston. Yeah. And today is the last day on the air with us. His final day working is on the 31st, but we're taking the rest of the year off as vacation break, which we always do right before Christmas. So we won't be seeing him. This is it. But we'll see. He's sticking in the area, and we will run into Bill again, and he may come to events and things like that.
I look forward to seeing him out at different events, and he can enjoy it from a different angle. That what he set in motion, he can now take advantage of and enjoy himself.
Yeah, but for us today, this was our last day, our final professional working day with him.
Actually, and he didn't let this be known, but I should spring this, that Gary Lauer's moving in with him and Connie.
That's so awesome. That's so awesome.
They've got a room since the kids went off to college.
Oh, that's right. They do have an extra room. Yeah.
It's like Three's Company.
So, Gary, you found your Christmas home.
Do we know how Gary's ride home was? Or how?
I have no idea.
You don't
I have
know,
no
okay.
idea.
He's probably still there.
Who got stuck with it? I mean, who had the great honor?
This guy named Shane.
What about listeners?
Gary has now become the Phantom of the Opera of the Colonial Theater.
All I know is that when we got done and I was leaving, I grabbed my briefcase and I just hear Casey go. Gary was saying goodbye, and Casey goes, "How you getting home?" He goes, "I don't know." Yeah. And I was like, "Oh, I'm leaving. I'll see you later."
Preston, you'll walk in and you hear, dun, 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 dun.
Up in the rafters. of the Colonial Theater. Wow.
am still here, my love.
All right, let's
Him and
see.
the blob.
Let's see if we can get our winner. We're looking for caller number 4. It's Eddie. Hi, Eddie. Good morning.
I like turtles.
Oh, Eddie, that's beautiful. And what is the word of the week, brother?
PRTY. Party.
Great day in the morning.
That would be correct. And Eddie, you're headed to a party. You got a 4-pack of tickets for Philly's hottest New Year's Eve party at Xfinity Live. And we're going to set you up with a premium food and beverage package as well, my man.
You guys rock. Thank you very much. Have a great Christmas, holiday, whatever you celebrate. Have a great New Year, guys.
You too, buddy. Hang on, Eddie. We'll get your information. Don't forget they have a lot going on that night. Live performance by Go Go Gadget, multiple DJs, karaoke, silent disco, bull riding, 360 photo booth, midnight toast, party favors, and more. Tickets and details at xfinitylive.com. What is happening on today's program, Pierre?
More tickets for Def Leppard and Journey. Also, Christmas block. We will celebrate. We have a letter requesting Shinedown, a couple of other options, which we're going for workforce blocks. And don't forget, Saturday is the Christmas Eve. I'll be on Saturday from me and Pancake, 10 a.m. till whenever we're done, which will be great fun. And then the Brew Review Christmas show is Saturday night, Ardmore Music Hall, ardmoremusichall.com. That's great. Then Sunday, which is Christmas Eve day, Bam Bam will do his Christmas Eve Santa Tracker show starting at 7 o'clock. So this celebration continues all through the weekend.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Pierre. And I will thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you, hang on a second here. Oh, yeah, thank you, Case. Also brought to you by Wawa. They have gift cards for anyone on your list. Happy holidays from Wawa. So this is our last goodbye till we meet again in the new year. We'll be back, I believe, on the 3rd. And back to do it again with lots of things to, discuss and plan and party and all that. Next year is going to be, I'm feeling good about next year.
Oh, absolutely. And I hope you are too.
Yeah. Hey, guys, have a great time off.
Same to you.
And love you guys and love everybody listening. And we appreciate everything that this past year has brought to both us and you. Hopefully it's been a good one. Like I said, if not, we'll work on next year. So that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic time and keep it in Nooch as well. And we'll leave you with the Charlie Brown.
Have to.
As we always do. So we'll see you, gang. Bye-bye.
Lights, please. And there were in the same country shepherds, abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them. And the glory of the Lord shone round about them. And they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not. For behold, I bring you tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host praising God, and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. That's what Christmas is all about, Charlie Brown.